shadows of the void where darkness reigns stands the Mordian 50th, where courage remains, with last guns gleaming and hearts of steel. They march into battle with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke, they press on, facing Vexino's horde until the dawn. With every volley, they hold the line. Their determination, an unbreakable sign. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. It's a beef stream, but also a hype stream, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. How are we all doing today, my little chickadees? It's never been done. It's never been done. We have got nice things to say about Warhammer. I know. I also am terribly shocked. Clearly the Matrix is starting to correct some of the glitches that have been happening. You know, they need to stop me from waking up. I know, it's insane, but we actually have some like all right things to say about GW and or Warhammer, which is a rare treat these days, I have to say. But I've always said that I treat Games Workshop very fairly. I'm not a mindless simp, nor am I a degenerate hater. I simply talk about the good things when there are good things to talk about, and I simply talk about the bad things when there are bad things to talk about. And today, we have both. We have got some good things to say, but there's also some more beef. But hey, you know, we've been on this carnivore diet. It's nice just to have a bit of side salad. To be honest. Not even side salad. It's nice to have a bit of dessert or something. Who knows? But yeah, we've definitely this is the highest praise I've been able to say about Games Workshop for about a year now. And here it is. It's not all bad news. What crazy heady times we live in. But it's true. It's not all bad news. There are actually some, like, reasonable bits to talk about. So it's not all bad news. There's some bad news. There's some, but it's not all bad news. There's a mixture. All right. So today we are going to be talking about a bit of everything, of course, as is tradition here. But we're also going to be talking about some specific topics. I've got about 4 or 5 specific topics to talk about. And some of them are hype, some of them aren't, and some of them are just, you know, nice, and some of them are beef. And there you go. All right, it's a whole smorgasbord. Rick Laddie, a check from Nottingham arrived in the post. If it did, it wouldn't be from GW. All right. So it's crazy, though. Isn't it mad, though? The number one reaction that I've had to this stream has been, you're lying. You're wrong. People can't believe it. They won't believe it. It's insane. It's insane. But yeah, well, I'll be honest with you guys. I'll be honest. I've made an effort today to go and seek out positive news, because it is easy to find the bad news, and that in itself is a damning indictment of things that are going on in the old GW bubble these days. But you know, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try and actually find some good things that they've been doing. Not just, you know, mentioning the Defiler in passing, but actually it's very big bits of hype that we can enjoy. And there actually is. So we're going to be doing, we are going to be not shying away from the beef, but we are also going to be highlighting some hype as well. So there we are. First Jim Carrey, that one. They've replaced my face. There we go. Hello. I am Mordian. Haven't quite got the lip syncing technology up yet. They've got the little tags on the side from the mask slips. Yeah. There you are. All right. The eye color doesn't match. Yeah, something like that, right? Yeah. All right. But with all that said, now let's get into the stream proper. And of course, that means we must begin with our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Mordiang Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their hype out and their beef out in equal measure? Let's see who we've got in the stream right now. We have got Ibram Gaunt, Sabian Wilson, Mango Shabronsky, Mindset, Lee Whitehouse, That Rat Bastard, McCon, Snow PC, Go Corban, Mark Cole, Damn Legion, Mutt Dog, Tiki, Catagen, Major Problems, Turtle Rombus, Ed Scar, Warpforge, Jan Steen, Stellamot, Richard Seaton, Squark, Mike Thomas, Andrew T, RT was here, Black Hawk 40k, Gaming Stuka, Yuli. We've also got Sonsu and Jenny and Russell and Squibbles and Glenn Lee and Tarathor and Orc Squigs Omai and Justin Miller and Homer Hunger and Cyrillic Dude and Princess Drusus and It's Me Rev and Jar Watt and Tropictivity and Damned Legion and Old Slayer and Lee Whitehouse and Bad Rabbit. Hey, Bad Rabbit, great to have the stream, man. And we've got Butt Mountain and we've got Chris K and Sparrow and For the God Emperor and Ed Scar and Zello. And we've got we've got Grape Ape and Revan and Airborne and Chris K and Biscuit Tin, that's the one. Hey, there we are. And Ethan General, hey, there we are. Welcome to all of you beautiful degenerate bastards. We've got Lee Whitehouse, Whispering Monk, you guys sneaking at the end there. Thank you so much for joining today's stream. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to go ahead and like and subscribe and all that kind of bullshit. You guys know the drill at this point. And also, I want to say a big thank you to everyone who's got the stream popping off, baby. Hey, Agus sneaking at the end there. Don't worry, I got you, man. Everyone who's got the stream popping off, coming in with all the super chats and all that kind of good stuff. Hey, Tactical Wizard and the Great House of Democracy. Nice. Few more people sneaking at the end of roll call. Ed Scar, there we are. All right. There we are. All right, but let's take a look at who, not only thank you to everyone who's joined, but let's take a look now at those people who have got the stream popping off with their support. And first in the pipe, we have got Russell W. Of course, Russell W is first. That is a tradition in of itself. Russell W, thank you so much for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Hey, Russell W, thank you so much, man. We've got Mold. Mold, thank you for the gifted membership as well. Yes. Thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. And as always, Mold, I raise my glass to you. There you are. There you are. We've also got Tiki. Bandai. Tiki, thank you so much for the gifted membership, sir. And also, Tiki, thank you for your super comment that you left on the K47 Tournament After Action report as well. Big 07 to you. 007 for the double support. You're an absolute hero, mate. And thank you for all the banzais. There we are. We've also got the Whispering Monk. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you for your support, bro. But not nice things about Warhammer 40k, my bet. I'll check. I think I got one. I have one neutral, one bad, and one mildly okay. So, you know, like, I've got a nice balanced mixture of topics for 40k today. Hey, it's not all, I'm not just shitting on it relentlessly. You know, I went and I saw out and I actually tried to find some things that were not just terrible about it. I have to admit, it was hard, and they're definitely, I'm stretching it a little bit, but, you know, like, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. You know, like, it's not, I mean, it's mostly beef, but there's a little bit of, like, sugar sprinkled on top of it. There you are. All right. What have we got? What have we got here next? We've got That Rat Bastard! Old World, Best World! Yes, baby! Thank you for the super chat, man. Moot Pilled and Skaven Slaving away over here. Hey, nice, man. Nice. Well, dude, I'm looking forward to doing some battle reports soon. Hopefully we can do some, you know, this week and next week. It'll be kind of cool. And let's have a look here. Let's have a look. we'll do the afternoon, mate. So you're not rushing around. So don't worry, because I'll be in bed anyway. Do you know what I mean? So we'll do this Friday, but like 2 in the afternoon. So don't be rushing around or worrying or anything. And if it has to get pushed back to like Saturday, I might even because that might be necessary. I can probably do that as well. So yeah, there you go, man. We'll figure out, if it's easier, if you want me to come to you, I can do that. If you want to come to me, I can do that. Whatever works. Obviously, best for you. There you are. All right. Let's have a look here. But yeah, dude, I'm looking forward to it. It's been too long. And actually, one of the bits of hype that I have today, which we'll get to later on, is I actually have Old World hype. Because I've been a little down on Old World, but I think GW is turning Old World back around. Because it went a little squiffy. It did. We can all admit it. Cathay plus Match Play Guide, it went a bit squiffy for about a year. Well, 6 months there. It was a little... But now... But now I think they're turning it back around. They've righted the ship, which is what I'm hoping for anyway. All right, so Rat Bastard, if you're not here for the whole stream, that's fine. But because I'll be doing a stream highlight on that particular topic anyway. So if you don't get to catch it tonight, you'll get to catch it in the following few days. There you are. I have thoughts on the matter too complex for YouTube chat. Well, if you want to dump your thoughts down in Discord DM, and send them to me, I'll keep an eye out for them, and I can always bring them in to the topic when it's being discussed. Even if you're not here, you can catch up on it later. Do you know what I mean? It's up to you. Whatever works for you, man. There you go. All right, but yeah, so we've got some Old World goodness today. Old World, Best World. There you are. And we'll have to discuss the details between now and then between now, just made me realise, we'll have to discuss the details between now and Friday for the bat rep, because maybe we could do some. Maybe will there be some halflings ready? Could we maybe do some like opening escalation narrative campaign goodness? Just thinking, Moot v Goblins, it sounds like it could be on the table, even if it's like 500 points. 500 points is fine. We do a little bit of battle match. We'll see, right? We'll see. Let me know whatever works for you. Yeah. All right. Not enough halflings painted, sadly. That's fair enough, man. That's fair enough. Let me know. We'll keep the door half open for it, but if it's no go, we can always leave it till next week or something. Yeah. There you are. Only one unit and a couple of characters done. Fair enough. Obviously, we'll see how you get on this week. If you end up getting some more done, great. If not, there you are. Best to do the models right, then do them right, then do them quick. Yeah. All right, what have we got next? We have got Chris K. Chris K, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Yeah, buddy. All right, man. Chris K, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you, as always, sir, for doing your part. We've also got Sparrow. Sparrow, thank you so much for the super chat, my man. Give us some gravy with today's beef. That's absolutely what's happening. You're getting beef and gravy today. Also, an updated model sharing and stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Now in the process of gearing up for a narrative campaign for Old World in the next couple of weeks. Who better to lead the way for my Kislev lads than some Bear Riders? For Urson, also potential Kislev hype for Adepticon? I hope so. I really do. Those models are beautiful, man. So cool. So damn cool. I love it. I did hear that a rumor, but it was only a rumor, that GW won't release any Kislev stuff until like the Russia-Ukraine war is over because they don't want to be like, they're worried that they might be seen as like glorifying it in some way. But that does seem extremely stupid. GW does have some really weird, stupid political people working there these days. But even for them, that seems like a bit of a stretch. So hopefully we will get some Kislev stuff. Hopefully that'll all turn out to be a bullshit rumor. Like, I hope that is bullshit. Like, I actually do. I hope it will be. I hope that's all bullshit, and I hope that they just go ahead and release some Kislev stuff, because that would be cool as fuck. Yeah. Yeah, those are cool models, man. I love the winged Hussar bear riders. Yes. Very yes. There we are. All right. So you're telling me I need to go sort that out to get my faction? Well, all right then. Wargamers single-handedly ends war. Motivation. I just wanted my kids left to have an official release. Oh, man. That would be funny. All right, what do we got next? We've got Lee Whitehouse. Lee Whitehouse, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Yes. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you for doing your part. And we've also got Meryl. Meryl, thank you for the super chat, man. As we are doing beef, in the K47 bat rep, why do the PPs get +1 for point blank range? The weapons that don't have -1 for long range, HE, flamethrower, shape charges, don't get any range modifiers. Oh! You're trying to beef me, Meryl? You're trying to beef me? Do you know who you're stepping to? Do you know who you're stepping to, Meryl? Fucking motherfucker comes in here thinking he's all Billy Big Bollocks. Thinking he's all fucking that. Well, apparently... 1 minute. Advanced small arms. So not rift weapons, not HE, not conventional weapons, but advanced small arms get the +1 pen for being... Actually, no, conventional weapons get +1 pen for being in point blank as well. But advanced small arms basically get the benefits of conventional weapons and rift weapons. So they don't suffer the range, the pen modifier for long range, like with rift weapons, but they get the benefit to pen modifier for being in point blank like conventional weapons. And I believe that is covered in the Conflict 47 FAQ. I'll find it now. Let's have a look. Conflict 47 errata. If you have infantry includes one or more weapons, opponent bonus. The models equipped with them can direct the fire against a single separate enemy unit, regardless of the target chosen by other models equipped with small arms or advanced small arms in the unit. Long range. This rule does not apply to hits from rift weapons, advanced small arms, HE, flamethrowers, shape charge, airstrikes, and other weapons that do not rely on kinetic energy of the shot. This will be specified in the weapons special rules. So I think if you read that, right? So that specifies they don't suffer the range problem. And then if you read the core rules, it might be in the core rule book. Oh, you're gonna make me go downstairs to get my rule book, Moward, you bastard! You absolute bastard! I had to go up and down 2 flights of stairs. 2! To find this now. Now I've got to find the rule. It'll be in shooting. So it says specifically on HE that they don't get the benefit for being in point blank. Here you go. So models, so for HE it says, however, HE shells don't rely on kinetic energy of the shell itself to penetrate a target's armor, so they don't suffer the -1 penalty when hitting an armored target at long range or the +1 penalty for point blank range. So specifically, that's why HE doesn't get it. And then flamethrowers, it's the same thing because they're not firing a round, so they don't get the penetration bonus. Long range armor piercing rounds lose kinetic and become kinetic energy and become less effective against targets within pound units the further away they are. Target is beyond half the maximum range of the weapon, and the weapon has penetration. It is reduced by -1. So this rule does not apply from rift weapons, HE, flamethrower, shape charges, airstrikes, and other weapons that do not rely on kinetic energy of the shot. Although advanced small arms also got clarified in the FAQ. So that's why they don't get that. And then I have to find the +1 pen. I have literally seen this. Maud, you're making me read so early. Why are you the way you are? Well, it's under pen modifiers. I bet it's under pen modifiers. I remember there's a table for it. I remember now. I'm trying to flick through. I should just check the index, really. I'm being a bit stupid. All this to prove no beef against me. My God. Maybe one day Maud will choose to believe me. Aha! Roll page 118. Rolled damage with armored targets. It is normally not possible for armored vehicles to be damaged by weapons without a pen value. When shooting against armored vehicles with weapons with a pen value of at least +1, the following penetration modifiers apply. In addition to the weapon's own pen value, remember that a +1 to damage roll of a 1 always fails regardless. So you've got vehicle side +1, vehicle's rear armor +2, long range -1, point blank +1. So there you go. So when shooting at armored vehicles, you get +1. If you have a pen modifier and you're in point blank range, you get an additional +1. There you go. Page 118. And then I believe the FAQ also clarified that that counts for power armor as well. Yes, it does. Yes. This refers to any vehicle with damage. What does armored targets refer to on the penetration modifiers table on page 118? This refers to any vehicle with damage value of 7 plus or higher, and any infantry/artillery units that wear powered armor. Note that powered armor units are only subject to range modifiers, as they are not considered to have side, bottom, top, or rear armor. All right.
You heard me. I said
Yeah, those are heavy weapons, right? Not small arms. Doesn't specify, man. Literally doesn't specify. It just says roll to damage versus armored targets. It is not normally possible for armored vehicles to be damaged by weapons without a pen value. When shooting against armored vehicles with weapons with a pen value of at least +1, the following penetration modifiers apply in addition to the weapon's own pen value. There you go. There you go. That's it. It doesn't specify. Heavy weapon. All right, penetration modifiers. Heavy weapons against armored targets. Okay, but it says heavy weapons. But does that then not apply to... Does that mean it doesn't apply to advanced small arms? Because everyone's been playing it like it does.
forward, you dogs, to victory.
That's just... See, it's under vehicles. But it's not under... maybe some ambiguity. Maybe some ambiguity, because it does say... So on the page, it says rolls damage versus armored targets, but the table over there says heavy weapons against armored targets. Heavy weapons aren't a weapon type, don't confuse them, but they are a weapon type. This is what I checked. Heavy weapons. Yes, but Ed Scar, it says on page 118, if you don't have a... No checkmate, my friend, unfortunately. No checkmate indeed. So it says, when shooting against armed vehicles, weapons with a pen value of at least +1. MMG doesn't have +1. So... it doesn't get to benefit from the pen modifier table. So the table says heavy weapons. The table says heavy weapons, but the text says with weapons with a pen value at least +1. I'm going to check something here. But then flamethrowers are under the heavy weapon table as well for vehicles. Curiouser and curiouser. People are wishing a nerf into existence. Yeah, to be fair, the tables were copy and paste by action. The rules as written say... when shooting against armored vehicles with weapons with a pen value of at least +1. That's what it says. So, it's quite close. When I played it at the event, I had a... if it's any consolation, I had a TO... I literally had a TO ask me about the PP patrol, and I explained how they were able to, like, kill vehicles, and he went, yep, that sounds right to me. But obviously, TOs aren't infallible. So, the only, I think the The only thing that's causing it to have any ambiguity is the fact that it says heavy weapons here. That's the only ambiguity. Yeah. There you are. But I will go off the text rather than the table name. I think the table has just been copy and pasted, I'll be honest with you. I believe that the table's just been copy and pasted from bot action. And in bot action, there's no advanced small arms, so this would never come up. So, yeah, I'm pretty certain... I'm just checking. Yeah. I'm pretty certain it's meant to apply to everyone with pen. Edscar, MMG heavy weapons gets +1 pen versus soft skins. God damn it, Edscar! No, it doesn't. Just read. It has to have a pen value to get a pen benefit. Stop it. The MMG doesn't have a pen value, so it can't get a pen benefit. Stop it. So there's a little bit of ambiguity there, but my understanding is that if it has a pen value, you can benefit from the pen, the armor target pen table. Yeah. Edscar, at this point, you're being willfully troglodytal. Please stop. We've already been through this 3 times. If at this point you're not getting it, either you're just not listening or you're incapable of getting it. Either way, it's not my problem. He's doing it on purpose. Antonio Rhombus, he's doing it on purpose. He knows what he's doing. He's just trying to bait us. All right. Yeah. All right. So, Marold, I spoke a lot of shit, but I will say that there's a slight bit of ambiguity because the text refers to any weapons with a pen value, but the table says heavy weapons. I'll tell you what, I'll just check one thing. I'll just check one thing. I'm checking the bot action rulebook. Okay. I think I've got it. So in the bot action rulebook, it says, because roll to damage versus armored targets. This is on page 138. Because armored targets have a damage value of 7+ or greater, it is impossible for them to be damaged by small arms fire. Hits and small arms fire are ignored. They cannot damage the vehicle and do not pin. Note that open-topped armored vehicles are an exception to this general rule, as described on page 149. When shooting against armored vehicles with a heavy weapon, the following penetration modifiers apply in addition to the weapon zone modifier as shown on the weapons table. Remember, the additional modifiers do not apply to small arms hits or hits against soft-skinned vehicles, but only to hits from heavy weapons against armored targets. Remember that also on a modified roll of 1 always fails to damage. So, and then the table says additional penetration modifier for heavy weapon against armored targets. So the table's just been copied from bolt action over to K47, but the text has been changed. Okay. So in bolt action, it says specifically in the text, heavy weapons benefit from this pen modifying table. In the Conflict 47 rulebook, it says any weapon. So that's the difference. So I think getting down into when shooting against, this is Conflict 47 rulebook now, when shooting against armored vehicles with weapons with a pen value of at least +1. So to me, this specifies heavy weapon. It's the same section covering the same thing. This specifies heavy weapon. This does not specify heavy weapon. So for this one, only heavy weapons get to benefit from the pen modifier table. This one, any weapon with a pen value gets to benefit from the table. So there we go. There you go. So that is how they copy and paste the table for real. Exactly. But they didn't, specifically they changed the text. So, Marold, you nearly got to beef me. You nearly got to beef me, sir. But not today, bear boy. Not today. It's a good bit of deduction, though. So, yeah, my take is that anything with a pen value could benefit from that pen modification table and until otherwise FAQ'd or changed. Yeah. All right. There you go. There we go. What do we got next? John Shepherd, thank you for the super chat, man. Pictures in stream discussion. What I got at the show on Saturday. Let's have a look. So these are what I picked up at Hammerhead Show at Newark on Saturday. The 2 3D printed vehicles at £10 each, a box of War Games Atlantic World War I Russian Infantry, and a Chain of Command 2nd edition rules. Nice. Hey, they're not too bad. Pretty clean print lines. I mean, you could almost say that's the weird anti-magnetic armor. You know, you could almost get away with saying that. Hey, yeah, they're all right. I still got my Yag tag I need to paint up, man. Yeah, cool. Oh, I need to get some of that. I do want to play a game of what the fuck's it even called, man? The World War I game that we looked at. I've completely slipped my mind. I've got the book down there. I could have a look. But yeah, I need to play that World War I game, and I need to get some Russian infantry for it, for sure. Chain of Command 2. Nice. Very cool, man. Yeah. You are our Chain of Command ambassador. 0 that was it. Thank you, Macon. Thank you. Yeah. John, looking good, man. I like it. What have we got next? Dark Curran! Hey! Great on the stream, man. I wasn't expecting it. I know I said the last one was my last one. Modern 40k isn't at home for me anymore. But if TOs demand this silly line of sight blocking ruins meta, could they at least have the common courtesy to paint the things? I know, man. I know. And Dark Curran, here's the thing. I know you're like, 40k isn't my home anymore. But, dude, like, I cover many different topics, man. Like, I cover, 40k, Old World, but Action, K47, and any other games. Fucking StarCraft games tickling my interest at the moment. So, you could... This is a home for people who... This is not a home just for 40k players. This is a home for, for all. There you go. I've always said that. But no, I totally agree, man. I actually have... I've got a stream highlight that will be coming out soon, which is going to be all about the tournament terrain beef and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So yeah, no, I literally totally agree. It's ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous in the UK how much like TOs are like charging for tickets, and at the same time like they don't the terrain isn't painted. Like, here's the thing. Like, I actually, it's funny. When I go to the Northern Warlord events, there's always quite a few comments in the after action reports where like, oh, that terrain looks shit. But the thing is, that terrain is all pre-printed, so it's all actually painted. It's not pre-printed MDF. It's like pre-printed like cardstock style terrain, and that looks totally fine. And I actually prefer that than the spray painted grey MDF bollocks. Yeah. So yeah, dude, I totally agree, man. Like, if they're gonna have bollocks MDF, then the very least it should be properly painted. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. No one in my area plays those, lol. Well, that's fair enough. But hey, there's a lot of games that I don't play, which we still talk about on this channel. Like, fucking people always dropping in about BattleTech and boat games and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So yeah. But Dark Knight Cohen, I literally agree. It's... but the thing is, right, we actually did a stream yesterday, and there was... and I was chatting to some of the Americans about this, because I was like... Because we were sort of reacting to a video where someone was saying how, like, no one paints their armies anymore. And I was like, is that really the case? And people were like, yeah, about 80% of people that I play. I think the go-to response was, some people paint their armies, the majority of people don't. And we don't have, like, painting standards for, like, tournaments. It's not normal for painting standards to be enforced or even to be present at tournaments and stuff like that. And that completely blew my mind. And it made me realize, like, look, I'm a little bit of a snob about this kind of thing. Like, I think, if you're going to turn up to the table, you should have your models painted. But I'm always willing to be understanding that, maybe life, work, family gets in the way. As long as, like, I can see you're on the painting journey, you're on the hobby journey, we're all good. But, if it's just grey, no improvement, no change, no willingness to try and paint them, then that does get my back up, because at the end of the day, like, I have to look at your models. You're like, oh, what harm's it doing? My models will do what I want. Yeah, but I have to play against your models. See, if it was a video game, that wouldn't be a problem. But I have to play against your models. It's not, that's the difference. But, like, and so even in, like, a casual game, I'm like, models should be painted. Like, I got, like, models should be painted, or there should be at least the, play by intention, paint by intention. You should at least have, like, tried to prime them. At least have, like, some, try and, at least you've shown your opponent, hey, it's not painted now, but it will be one day, kind of thing. Yeah. So, yeah, so it's one of those where it's like, it seems like standards are slipping. It seems like terrain standards are slipped, and now hobbying standards are slipping. Yeah. That's just... There's no, like, that seems to be the way. It's my new thing now. I'm beefing. I've beefed on GW. I've beefed on the tournament players. Now I'm beefing on unpainted casual players. Yeah. Yeah, paint your minis. Obviously, there's always exceptions that prove the rule. And we're not being ableist. Like, if you are, for very, obviously for legitimate reasons, unable to paint your models, of course. Like, but I don't really like getting into that kind of argument, because, sometimes people will take something like that and then use it as an excuse for, like, everyone. And it's like, no. Those people get a reason, not an excuse. Those people get a reason, and that reason should be protected. Because if everyone starts basically using bullshit, starts trying to extrapolate it and starts trying to use that in a bullshit manner, it actually cheapens the reason why those people legitimately can't do it. That's the difference. Yeah. So, if you can paint, you should paint. It really is that simple. Yeah. Even if it's badly. Yeah, yeah. You should still do it because you'll get better eventually. Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you what's yeah. Anyway, we're getting off topic. Point is, paint your models, paint the terrain, make 40k boards look great. I'm not even going to say look great again, because look, there was some ass looking boards back in the day. There were. Not every board that was played on was Golden Demon. But we now, in the year of our Lord 2026, we now have access to so much that makes what was once only a dream now a frightening reality. Speed paints, MDF paints, 3D printed terrain, pre-painted terrain, battle mats. There's so much. It's insane that despite the fact that it's never been easier to get a beautiful board. Video guides, exactly, Wolfmack. Video guides. There's never been more information. There's never been more tools at our disposal. There's never been easier access to getting a beautiful board, or even not even a beautiful board, just a nice board. And yet, boards have never looked uglier. It is a terrible irony. Yeah. It's a terrible irony. Yeah. But yeah, so Dark Knight Cohen, you're absolutely right. Yeah. If you're going to have your bullshit ruins, you might as well make the ruins pretty. Yeah. What have we got next? We've got Ben Hall. Ben Hall, thank you so much for Super Chat, man. I did find a game that does modern weaponry. Team Yankee, World War III, 15mm, made by Battlefront. I'm very, very Yankee curious, which has more meanings outside of this outside of this stream. But I'm very Team Yankee curious. Yeah. I am. Nothing. I mean, I would basically be like, look, Team Yankee is like basically Command and Conquer Generals, the video game, the board game in many ways. Yeah, I'm definitely open to the idea. I'm sort of hoping that we get like a bolt action version of it. A bolt action version of like Modern Warfare. And the reason I'm hoping for that, truthfully, is because it just means I won't have to learn a whole new rule set. It's kind of like one of the reasons why I've Conflict 47 has just been so easy for me to pick up and get into, is that the rules are so similar from Conflict to bolt action. And if we get like full auto, bolt action in the modern world, as it were, then that would be really easy as well, because I could just pick rules up from there. Yeah. So I really do hope that we get a modern bolt action Modern Warfare. That would be amazing. Yeah. I think, like I said, I do think I think I would be amazed if it's not in the works. I'd be amazed. I know what Warlord did in the past is Warlord tried to expand past bot action, or advance the bot action timeline, for lack of a better term, with the Korean supplement. Because I think in their mind they were like, well, what's the big war after World War II? The Korean War. But the problem is the Korean War is literally called the Forgotten War. So you made a game about a war that really is quite niche. So I think that was probably, logically we'll do the next war and then we'll build, I'm sure that was meant to be a stepping stone for more and more. But when you think about it, it's actually silly to do that. So I really hope that they they take another look at it, but this time they'll do something like Vietnam would be great, or just Cold War gone hot kind of thing. Yeah, that would be great. it'd be cool to do some of the like Desert Storm stuff. Which obviously that's not Cold War, that's post Cold War, but you know what I mean. Yeah, yeah. But I think people would absolutely get an insane kick out of rolling fucking M48s and M60 patterns and just rolling them with like Marines with M16A1s just like stacked up behind them. I think that would be cool. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'd love that. I'd end up with so much, so much, man. I'd end up with Warsaw Pack stuff. I'd have my T55s, my T72s, all that kind of stuff. T60s. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. And at the same time, I'd be there rolling around with me Abrams and me Leopards. Oh, having a West German army with Leopard 1s. Yeah, that'd be great. Leopard 1 is a damn. It's interesting. Like the Leopard 2 gets a lot of the glory in the headlines these days, but I'm an old fashioned kind of sort. I like the Leopard 1. I think the Leopard 1 is a damn sexy looking vehicle, especially with all like the L1A5 with like all the upgrade packages on it. Yeah, I think that looks great. But then you could get the S tank. Yeah, that would be cool. And chieftains. Yeah, chieftains and centurions. I think the big one, like as much as I would love to get some, as much as I would love to have Abrams, as much as I would love to have, Soviet armor and some of the weird or different sort of European stuff that cropped up around that time as well. I think the British tanks of that era are just great. Like having fucking Saracens for like your APCs and stuff, and having your centurions and your chieftains. Yeah, that'd be so cool. Yeah, that would be so cool, man. Yeah, so I look, I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for Warlord to make it happen, and then when it does happen, I think that'll be a big seller. Yeah, yeah, I think that'll be a really, really big seller, because it's really, really easy to sell that game. Do you know how you sell that game? You go, it's Command and Conquer Generals, a tabletop game, and people go, I'm in. Because do you want to know how I know that would sell? People are still making Command and Conquer Generals content on YouTube to this day. Like, to this day. Even though that game has been dead for like 15 years. Yeah, yeah. And yeah, you'd have it'd be so cool just to try all the different things out. Try like the Cold War stuff out, the early Cold War stuff out, and then at the same time it'd be great to I'd love to do some like modern I'd love to do some ultra modern warfare stuff, but I don't know how you could I think you'd have to do before 2022, because drone warfare would be really impossible to really replicate on the battlefield in a game, in a tabletop game. It would be like both sides just take your drone token and chuck it over there. Yeah. So yeah, everything before 2022, before the drone revolution, I think would be good. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, just where all the grenades drop drones, and it's like roll a dice at the beginning of each turn. On a 6, your guy dies. Why? Oh yeah, one of the 1,000 drones buzzing around the battlefield just dropped a grenade on him and hit him. I mean, we're laughing, but it's kind of bad, obviously. We're laughing from like a game point of view, not from a real life point of view. Yeah, yeah. Massacre, it exists? No. Team Yankee? Yeah, no, Team Yankee does it, but like what I was saying is, rather than having to learn a whole new game, I would love it if there was just like, hey, here are the bolt action rules with modern units. That would be great. Yeah, it's more from a learning point of view. Yes, I could go and learn Team Yankee. Yes, I've always been Team Yankee curious. But if I could be selfish, I would do it via bolt action Modern Warfare. Just because it would be easier for me to learn it. Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. What do we got next? What have we got next here? We've got Double Bluff. Thank you for renewing your channel membership. Yes. Thank you for renewing your channel membership, sir. Thank you for continuing to do your part. We've also got Artillery Dread. Thank you for the 12-month member flex. X-Force, baby. Yes. Thank you, man. Thanks for supporting the channel for a full year. You're an absolute Giga Chad, mate. Any ideas for dwarf terrain for my Royal Clan Old World? Ooh. Your best bet's probably some 3D printed stuff. Probably find it on things like Etsy and whatnot. If you're going to... So it depends on what kind of dwarf terrain you want. Like, obviously, dwarves are well known for, like, sort of fighting in their, fighting in mountains. But typically, the thing is, like, dwarves kind of fight in two environments. Either they're fighting in the deep mines to protect them from, like, Skaven and stuff. Or they're fighting out on open field. And the reason why you have these sort of two very different ways of dwarven fighting is because if you're trying to like actually assault a dwarf hold, it's like basically impossible, because that's why dwarven holds only really ever fall if like an earthquake splits one open and everything gets fucked. Otherwise they're basically impenetrable, because it's like there's one door and it's made of like the thickest stone ever, and it's protected by all of the anti-magical shit you could come up with. Do you know what I mean? So, and even if you somehow do break down the small door, relatively small door to the dwarven hold, then it's just a choke point. It's just an unfathomably impenetrable choke point. I know, like, obviously people might say, but look at like Total War Warhammer. Yeah, Total Warhammer has to have it so you can actually assault dwarven holds. Otherwise, the game would be pointless, right? So it's like, typically dwarves are either fighting in relatively small groups. You know, we're talking dozens in the mines, because it'll literally be like a bunch of miners, maybe and some iron breakers, basically fighting to in a narrow tunnel to stop like a bunch of Skaven or Squigs or something to get them. Or you've got them fighting basically when they go to war. So if the dwarves like have to go and aid, let's say there is a hold that is like under siege, because obviously you can always try and siege them out. But if there's like a hold that's like under siege, the dwarves will march out, and maybe they'll have to fight on the road, or maybe they'll have to fight a few pitched battles to get to the siege they're trying to relieve, or maybe when they get there they'll have to fight outside the dwarven hold. And then what typically happens is, the reinforcing dwarf army will arrive, the enemy will turn to like fight them, and then the dwarves in the hold will sally forth. So yeah, so it's one of those things where it's like, that dwarves will generally fight out in the open, which is how we often see them fight in the game of Old World, or they will fight basically in a tunnel this fucking wide. So yeah, it's one of those where you can kind of go, it's kind of up to you what kind of terrain you want to go for. You can go for inside, like you can try and have like a rocky battle map, like a stone battle map, and have like stone pillars everywhere, very Mines of Moria-esque. Or you could go for just a traditional sort of pitch battle kind of thing. Yeah. So it's one of those. I've always thought, like, because dwarves also have like, they do have like settled, like if you read like Gotrek and Felix, There's one when they're trying to like sneak into Barak Var, I think it is, and they're with some dwarves, and they call it like the Druk or something, and it's just an above ground settlement of the dwarves, which then has tunnels which lead underground. So there's all sorts, yeah. So really, the point I'm saying is, you don't have to constrain yourself too much with old world terrain for dwarves. You can have them fighting out in the open, and it's fine. But I'll have a look here. Warhammer Fantasy Dwarf terrain. Yeah, in the Battle School Pass books, they have an above ground set once they're building the hold too. Yeah. There you go. I mean, I've Googled dwarf terrain, and it's come up with all sorts of shit on Etsy. Yeah. Make sure it's all okay for me to show off. Yeah. So there's also, there's all sorts of bits you can go for. Like, you've got like the entrance to the hold here. This is what I'm talking about. You've got like some of the underground bits maybe, but that would be kind of difficult to fight around. You've just got to think like you're going to be fighting in big square formations. You don't want your board to be too densely populated. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So, so there you go. That's just my general idle musings on the whole thing. There you are. Hope that helps, Artillery Dread. General idle musings. Basically, you've got pretty much free reign. Especially if you're a royal clan, because royal clans, I feel like they would be like striding forth to honor oaths and grudges and all that kind of shit. Yeah. Glad to hear. Have you ever done any old battle ports or plan to in the future? I've done loads of old battle ports, just none this year. But I'm planning on doing some more. Yeah. I basically no-lifed Old World in many ways for like the first couple of for the first 18 months. And then towards the end of last year, I did so much Old World content, people would tease me about being an Old World channel. And then this year, basically, there's just been other things. I kind of, I come to games quite seasonally. Like, I'll play a game pretty relentlessly for like, 3 to 6 months, and then not touch it for 3 to 6 months, and then come back to it. Play another game. I like to rotate my games in and out because it helps me stay fresh on them. Yeah. We haven't missed the beef yet. Don't worry, Grintendo. Don't worry. Azalea's Experiment. You haven't missed the beef or the hype. Azalea's Experiment. Thank you for super chat, man. Damn you, Mordian. Having trouble finding a way to acquire bot action or K47 stuff where I live in Canada. Well, the affiliate link I have down in the description below, not to shamelessly plug, there is an option for US and the rest of the world. But if you are looking for stuff from Canada specifically, I think that you do have the guys from Lords of War Games and Hobbies who have it. So if you're like, yes, Morgan, I'd love that, but for some reason it's not an option, or you want to buy Canadian for whatever reason it may be, then you've got these guys. So these are the guys that do the YouTube channel stuff. And they do say like they ship to QC, which is where you are, according to your super chat. So these guys do have some stuff on here. Obviously, it's in Canadian dollars, so it's a little bit pricier than the pound value. But my understanding is it generally is what it would be in pounds is the correct translation over into Canadian dollars. I don't think there's much GW price gouging going on, and they've got a reasonable selection of stuff here. They've got starter armies for a lot of the factions. They've got some good walkers for things like the Brits and the Japanese. So there's a reasonable selection of stuff here. Yeah. Reasonable selection of stuff. They're sold out on the old Totem Core, but I'm not sure. Oh, they sold out. Let's see, they've even sold out on a few things, which is kind of cool to see. Love to see it in some ways, you know. So obviously they've had a good run of stuff, and they've still got a good run left over. So yeah, definitely worth checking these guys out if you're in Canada. There you are. Question about the price of the Festering Growth book after pre-order period. Will it change? I think it would only change in line with any normal price rises that would be happening. I don't think it'll be changing randomly. I don't think it's a grace period. Yeah. So yeah, there we are. All right. So let's have a look here. We've got Azaleas, I hope that helps, man. I hope that helps. Tiki, my boy. Banzai! Thank you for the super chat, man. Spicy Tiki take. Tabletop war games without good looking terrain / tables or good / varied terrain rules. It's just a glorified board game. 50-50. 50-50. For me, I've always been a little hesitant to jump on the beef wagon that is 40k is now a board game. Because maybe it's cope and denial, but I feel like it's just not quite there yet. But I definitely don't think that beef has no merit. And I was actually heavily persuaded into the 40k is becoming a board game camp recently by a fantastic video put out by Mini Wargaming. If you've not watched it, you really should do. I think I actually have a stream highlight which will be coming out about this, a beef highlight. But basically, I think it was Josh on. There was a discussion between Josh and Matt and one of the other ones. I can't remember. I last time I couldn't remember who Josh's name was, and I could remember. Yeah, anyway, 3 of them, and basically, they were having this discussion, and there was a little element of like they were trying to be playing devil's advocate and stuff like that, so on and so forth. But one of the points that I thought Josh made, which was very, very, very insightful, and I don't think it actually got the credit it deserved, but I thought this was a fantastic point, and really, really, like I said, persuaded me towards the camp of 40k is becoming a board game, which is they were trying to define what is a board game versus a war game, and basically there was this. The sort of go-to thing that was being said was, well, you could just sort of know. You can just sort of tell. You can just sort of tell. But what Josh said was, to me, a board game is a tabletop game which has to be played on like a specific kind of board, and if you try and change that board state from what it should be, the game basically falls apart and doesn't work properly. And he said, based on the way 40k boards are now so standardized, yes, there are there are like 6 different variants of like GW terrain, for example, but essentially you have to play on the boards that are designed for the game. If you don't, the game falls apart really quickly. And I was like, wow, like that is so true. Now, I don't think 40k is a board game, but that is certainly a true statement. And that certainly certainly pushed me closer towards 40k as a board game than other arguments I've heard in the past. Yeah. Hey, Justin, get it. We still got don't worry, Bruce. We still got plenty of beef and hype. Yeah. So yeah, I thought that was really interesting. And I think that's a very true statement. Like if you try and play modern 40k on not one of the approved board layouts, it will fall apart incredibly quickly. Someone's going to get tabled, shot off the board. And I know this, not just from a theorycraft point of view, but I put my money where my mouth is. Remember, I did a bunch of narrative battle reports middle of last year, where Simon and I tried to play the game at 1500 points, and we tried to play on 6x4, and we tried to have more open immersive terrain. And basically, the reason we stopped doing those is because we realized like we were barely even playing the game. We were having to like massage. We were really, really having to like massage the game into like making it work this way. Like, oh, don't worry, I won't shoot your unit over there, because even though I know if I would kill the unit, it'll be over by turn 3. We want to try and have this game go to like turn 6, so it'll be a good show for the viewers and everything. And we did a couple of those, and we were, by the end of the second, we did 2, and then I think either myself or Simon went on a holiday, and we had a little thought, and we came back and had a good discussion. We were like, yeah, we're really at that point, we're kind of like not playing the game, we're creating a show. And whilst there is some merit to doing that, that's not what we like to do. We like to play the game and let the dice fall where they may. Yeah. So yeah, there you are. So yeah, it's definitely yeah, I think one important definition of a board game is they require boards with discrete spaces, squares or hexagons, for example, whereas war games are free-form movement with a tape measure. That's an interesting point. Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting point. But I'm sure there are board games where you can move wherever you want, maybe. I can't think of the top of my head now, but maybe that's a good point. But Battletech, I suppose, uses grids for movements. Yeah. 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 It's a bit of a blurred line, that. It's a blurry line in general. Yeah. But I don't know if 40k is a board game. But I certainly no longer class 40k as a war game. It's in limbo for me. It's between the two. And for myself, the number one thing I would say is that the reason I don't class 40k as a board game anymore is because the game does not try and use mechanics to simulate something happening on the board. The game has mechanics that just serve mechanics in the game. So the way line of sight works, the way cover works, it's very abstract. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I no longer class 40k is too the 40k rules are too abstract for me to count it as a war game anymore. Yeah. It's not trying to simulate anything, it's just trying to service game mechanics. Yeah, and a great example of this is the fixed to hit values. There's no logical explanation for why a Space Marine would always find it as easy to hit a guardsman as he would to hit a Custodes. There's no logical explanation for that. Like in you know, that's just an abstract mechanic. That's an abstraction that services the game's mechanics. Yeah. Yeah. All right. No, this is not me saying nice before we give it. I do have some nice things to say. What have we got next? Pigeon Tony, thank you for the gifted membership, man. Thank you for your support, bro. Matthew Sinclair, 36 months. Triple X Force, baby. Yes. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Ooh. Added a mage, couple of archers, and a great forest spirit baggage train to my wood elves, and a banner, some SMG dudes, mortars, AT rifles, another BA6 and the T26, and a big old flag for my KMT, plus a bunch of trucks. Nice! Hey, they're the Temu trucks, aren't they? They're like £3 each. I recognize them. They're a staple of the bolt action community. Yeah, I don't have those. I don't have those for my bolt action armies yet, but I think if I was to do, I like to have the, I've got the plastic Studebakers for my US and for my Soviets. But I think if I was to do like, I think if I was to do my do like a Chinese army, I probably would do something like that, or even for my Japanese. Do you know what I mean? Because they do look like they're more suited to that area of the world. Yeah, 80p each. It's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, I thought they were £3, but no, even cheaper than that. It looks great, man. I do love your Chinese army. I really, really do. I think it just adds so much to the... it just has so much flavor. And what I mean is the two having some having like the mixture of like Soviet stuff and like Chinese uniforms and all that kind of stuff really, really adds to the to the army. I'd love for you to have like a Panzer 1 or a Panzer 2 chucked in there as well, but I'm not sure how you could swing it. But a few Panzer 1s, because they did get some I think they did get some Panzer 1s. Yeah. But yeah, for now this does look very, very cool. Yeah. It was very early on they had them. Hey, that's cool. Hey, the Wood Elves are looking excellent, man. Looking absolutely excellent. And you will be pleased to know I have some old world hype today, Matthew Sinclair. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Cool. Nice. Beautiful, man. We'll try and get to the old world hype sooner rather than later. Sir Newbie, thank you for super chat, man. Some dwarf terrain stream discussion, also old world table. Let's have a look. Talk about dwarf terrain. Here's some I've done. Also old world table layout. Nice. I mean, that's perfect, right? Just have a couple of entrances to the hold or something. Yeah, that's a cool board. That's a classic sort of old world style board there, yeah. That's great. Love that. Love that, man. Nice. Excellent work, Sir Newbie. Damn fine looking stuff. Oh, we've got another one here. Damn fine looking stuff. Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool. Nice. All right. What we got next? Zetro! Thank you for the super chat, man. Where's the beef? Right, let me have a look. What's this? You guys are hankering for beef. I'm trying to give you something other than beef. I'm trying to give you something other than beef, goddammit.
It certainly is a big bun.
It's a very big bun.
Big, fluffy bun.
It's a very big, fluffy bun.
Where's the beef?
Some hamburger places give you a lot less beef on a lot of bun.
Where's the beef?
At Wendy's, we serve a hamburger we modestly call a single. And Wendy's single has more beef than the Whopper or Big Mac. At Wendy's, you get more beef and less bun.
Hey, where's the beef?
I don't think there's anybody back there.
You want something better. Your
Where's the
Wendy's kind of
beef?
cool.
It's coming. It's coming soon. I'm trying. Look, it's so funny how people complain about beef and then, like, let me show you some of them. So I always like to be led by the community, and I always like to check in with the community. And look at the poll I did today. So I said I still got a decent backlog of content where I can do 2 videos a day for the week, but most of it's kind of salty. Do you guys still want double content each day if it means one video is going to be beef, or have people had enough beef? 67% of people were like, beef. The silent majority are beef lovers. 100%. The majority of the comments here are actually, no, it's all right. No, the comments have balanced out a little bit. At first, people were complaining a lot about it, but they seem to have balanced out a little bit now. I like to have my beef salty anyway. Double down the salt. I agree with a lot of the beef and love to hear a good argument prepared with some cheeky humor. Nice. This guy, I'm missing the bat reps. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I mean, like, seriously. Literally every week we have bat reps. There you go. And maybe not every week, actually, to be fair. But he's probably talking about, to be fair to him, he is probably talking about 10th edition bat reports. Psst, who makes those anymore? All right. People are hungry. All right, I've got a couple more super chats, and then we'll get into the beef. All right. Starbucks Meg, thank you for the super chat, man. How are you, sir? I know you said no beef today. I didn't say no beef today. I just said I had things other than beef today. Well, get that steak hot plate out. You've seen the pricing for those towel suits? £6-7. Cool models, though. That was one of the pieces of beef I wanted to talk about. Don't worry, it's written down. We've got beef. We've got beef. Don't worry. And we've got pricing beef. But the thing is, like, pricing beef is like it's a day ending in Y. As Varak put it, someone said, is there going to be more price increases? And he said, does a bear shit in the woods? And it's like, so true. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Don't worry. We will be getting to pricing beef. Yeah. The price increase is the evergreen beef. There's always 2 videos you get to make twice a year as a 40k YouTuber. You get to make 2 price beef videos. Yeah. We've got Ozroth, my boy. Ozroth, thank you so much for the 13-month member flex. X-Force, baby! My K-47 Soviet starter I'll be shipped. Yes, baby! Ah! Right, that 1 minute. That does actually require a celebratory song. I think what you mean, Ozroth, is our K-47 Soviet starter box is shipped. Not my. Who's this my? There's no I in Soviet. The people's box. It's got to be like this, actually, for Soviets. That's more of a hell dive. For Soviets, it's more of a... You got to look to the side. There you go. All right. There you go. Oswald, that's absolutely awesome, man. I love to hear it.
You heard me? I said creep.
And I love to hear it. And, dude, I'm super jealous. I'm going to have to... If Warlord started sending them out, I'm going to have to, like, message them, like, could I have a Soviet starter set, please? Oh, man. Revan went to the restroom and suddenly Soviet Anthem. What happened? Ozroth is getting a Soviet starter set finally. They're finally getting shipped out, which is good. Yeah, it is good. There you are. Okay. Yeah, I really want those new Ursus, man. No one else wants me to have those Ursus. Let's be clear here. But I want the new Ursus. What do we got next? James Bates Plastic. Thank you for 21 months, man. X-Force, baby. Thank you for your support, bro. Great stream. Small old world update and stream discussion. Dude, thank you, man. Let's take a look. Oh, here you go. This is all the parts for 62 King Skeleton Spearmen, 36 Skeleton Archers, all mold lines removed, ready for assembly. It was tedious as hell, but a tax that must be paid. It'll be worth it in the end. Then it's just 36 horsemen, 9 chariots, constructs, and characters to go. 07, mate. You're an absolute bloody psychopath. Why are you removing mold lines from fucking skeletons, bro? If there's any mold lines on, you know what that means? That's just bone. Oh, man. On a serious note, that's very impressive. I'm liking the baggies of bones. Yeah. That's cool, man. Absolute madman. I love it. I love it, man. Excellent stuff, bro. Amazing. Nice. Joe, K47 is a vibes game. Proceeds to bring a ton of Ursus and curbs onto tournament. It's a vibes game. It's a vibes game. But not for me. OCD on full display. I love it, man. All right. We've got Cosmic Drew. Thank you, super chat, man. The bans will continue until the beef is stopped. Look, I'm sorry, Cosmic, but the people demand the beef. I have tried again. I have gone to the people and I have said, here is hype. And they've gone, no, beef, I say, beef. Cosmic, they demand the beef and I can only store them for so long. Starbucks Meg, how posable are the Mark 1s and 2s? For which army? For the Soviets, like the Mark 1 and Mark 2 power armor for them, 0 posability, basically. Like a little bit, but not really. For the British robots, a little bit. But, for the British, a little bit, but they'll be way more posable when the plastic ones come out. So, yeah, they're somewhat like you just... right now, they're a little bit difficult to build, so it's more of a case of you just get them together however you can. When the plastic ones come out, you'll have a lot more posability going on. Yeah. Another one was this Mordian pulling the Pontius Pilate card now? Yes. I gave the people the choice. They chose the beef. The beef sire. Yeah. We know when we're getting the plastic ones, Dexter. I know you're teasing. I can't remember what it is, though. Is it Q3? I think or Q2. I think we're getting it at the end of Q2. So, yeah. It's still like 4 months away, but yeah. Simple Logic. Thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Yes. Thank you so much for the gifted membership, man. Thank you for the support. All right. I've caught up. All super chats have been done. For now. Thank you very much to everyone who has gone above and beyond and who has supported the stream so far. I now have... Chat, you have a choice. There is beef. Jared Man, did I miss your super chat? Maybe. 1 minute. It might have been on the back end. Oh, I did. Sorry. Jared Man, thank you for super chat, man. Can one of the AI musicians make a Bertie's Got Your Back song? Ooh. Oh, that's a good shout. Well, the beacons have been lit. Anyone who's in the stream who likes making a bit of AI music, A song called Bertie's Got Your Back would be really, really good. Yeah. Would be really, really good. Squawk, I'm already working on a Bertie's Got Your Back song. Oh, fair enough. Squawk's on it. Squawk's on it. All right, there we go. Nice. And Snow PC, 2. And don't worry. If 2 people are working on a song, that's a good thing. We just get 2 songs, and that's awesome. You know? There you go. Yeah. Sometimes like people worry about, oh, well, so-and-so is making this song, so should I make it? Getting 2 songs is great. Like, it doesn't matter. We'll enjoy them both. Yeah. I don't think Squawk will be doing it AI, though. That's the thing. Squawk will be doing it by like a real human, would be my understanding, because he's not a big fan of AI. If Squawk is doing it via AI, I will permaban him, because it will be the ultimate hypocrisy. I did it to Narrow. I'll do it to Squawk. All right. So, do you want beef or hype? Chat. Do you want beef or hype? Cake or death? Beef or hype? It's not K-47 hype. It's fucking Warhammer hype. I think we need a poll for this. It's too close to call. Let's start a poll. Any polls a goal? What do you want first? Beef, hype. Here you go. It's not 40k hype. I said Warhammer hype. I didn't say 40k hype. All right. Azaleas, thank you for the super chat, man. Hype. Oh, we got some lobbying. As a democratic society, we of course respect the hype, and we respect the lobbying, I should say. We respect the right of voters and of course the right of the lobbyists. There we go. As is the case in any democratic society. Can I change my vote? Unfortunately not, Snow Peace T. Like, you voted. This election is rigged. All right, well, the lobbying will beat the public vote, but the public vote seems to be in line with the public vote seems to be somewhat in line with the lobbyists. Oh wait, Snow Beast T's come in with it now. Snow Beast T, he's lobbied for beef. And unfortunately, I can't get into that. No, I can. It's all right. This election is being held in the UK. So, unfortunately, that does mean you are going to require voter ID. Woo! Little political. I know I normally never do, but any opportunity to rib the Americans, I'll take it. All right, what have we got here? We've got Joe. Joe coming in. He's lobbying for beef. And then we've got Anthony Williams. Beef. Oh my God. Okay, it's popping off. We've got Spriggs is on. Oh, I've got to do this one at a time. We've got a big shout out to Azaleas for supporting the hype. A big shout out to Snow Peace T for supporting the beef. A big shout out to Joe for supporting beef. Thank you so much for super chat, man. Anthony Williams, thank you for jumping on the beef train as well. 07, mate. Thank you for the support. And we've got Jenny Bratz. Thank you for the super chat. Hype. I love democracy. Thank you, Jenny. Appreciate it. And we've got Spriggs coming in with a big bit of support. And it's Spriggs. Thank you so much for the tenor, mate. Really appreciate it, man. Hype or bust. Well, We'll see. It's definitely. Oh my God! It's close. There's a lot. It's close, man. Spriggs, thank you so much. Azaleus Experiment, thank you for another 10, dude. Amazing. The lobbying will continue. Hype. Thank you, bro. Jared Man, thank you for the super chat. Beef, team beef. All right. And then we've got Sparrow. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. I vote third party. That's right. Throw your vote away on an independent. You know what? I do have an independent one. I'm just saying, I do. Oh my God, it's got out of control. Ozroth coming in with a $5 for hype. Thank you, man. Cosmic Drew saying thank you for super chat. Hype and ban the beefers. I'll get the hobby update in a little bit, mate. Dude, thank you for support, man. Peter Butchins, vote right, vote hype. Vote for change, vote for hype. There you go. Thank you, Peter. And then we've got Glenn Lee. Glenn Lee, thank you for pudding, which I imagine that's for the hype, right? Pudding. Oh my God. All right, let me have a look here. Dude, thank you for the generous support. And then Poetic Terror coming in with a triple Baneblade and change. Beef. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's insane, Poetic Terror. I think that has swung it over to the beefs. I have to say, I think it has swung it over to the beefs. Poetic Terror, I think he's done it with that massive lobbying. Fucking 07, mate. You're an absolute fucking hero. Thank you for your generosity, sir. And we've got Tiki is voting for Spriggs. Spriggs is the independent candidate. Amazing, man. And we've got Javo doing 16 months coming in for the hype. Right, let me add it up. Right. The public vote is 50-50. I'm going to add up the beef versus the hype lobbying. And fortunately, my back end currency converts it all to the same. So it will be a true number as well. All right, so let's have a look. So beef, we've got... One minute. And then 5. We're doing this in dollars, by the way, because that's what it converts it to.
Jaffa, Cree. Kelmakol. Kritak. You heard me. I said Cree.
And Atomic Tyranny, thank you for more beef lobbying, man. Appreciate it. Okay, so the amount of lobbying support for beef was $66.37. Remember that, chat. 66.37. Now, for hype. There's lots of individual votes for hype, but will they beat the big beef of Poetic Terror? And I'll count the Memoflex as $2, so that's about right. So after taking into account all of the hype lobbying, they got $47.58 worth of lobbying. So, as per the tenets of democracy, the beefs have it. The beefs have it, and not only that, but the beefs also have the popular vote as well. There you go. There you are. It was a close fought lobbying. It was a close fought election. But, you know, big beef Big Beef has Big Beef has crushed the little guy again. There you go. Oh no, Cosmic! Cosmic, the polls have closed. No, a last minute hype injection. Cosmic, thank you for the Baneblade, man. Hype, and let's ban the beef lobbyers and show some worm. If I wanted beef, I'd talk politics. Show the worm off. I'll have to see if this makes a difference, Cosmic. 1 minute. Oh! Oh, it would have made the difference, Cosmic. It would have done. Literally, the hypes would have won it by $1. But then Rolando Ratas has come in with another $2.69, and he's turned it back over to the beef party. Oh my God, the beef party. The hype party, they're demanding a recount. They're lobbying for a recount. And we've got Tiki coming in with a banzai, with triple banzai. Thank you so much, Tiki, for 10 votes for the hype party. And Ozrod, thank you for the Baneblade. The Baneblade. Oh my God. He's coming in with the with the hype party as well. And then we've got Azalea's Experiment. Thank you for the double Baneblade. Maybe I can tip the balance. Azalea's, which way did you vote first? 1 minute.
When it comes to fighting crime,
he voted hype first. Oh my God. He voted hype first. I think the hype party might have this now. They might have it. Big shout out to Azalea's, man. Big shout out to Azalea's. The recount is happening. Oh my God. Of course. Of course. Oh my God. Big Beef is pulling out the big bucks. And Poetic Terror just came in here with the Death Strike chat, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Poetic Terror, he just laid down a Death Strike chat for Big Beef. Big Beef Party. The Grand Old Beefers. That's what we've gone for, the gobs. The Grand Old Beefers. And, oh my God, Poetic Terror, you absolute insane mad lad. You fucking crazy mental bastard. I love you, man. Dude, from the bottom of my heart, man. From the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you so much for the incredible support. Everyone in chat, beefers and hypers, we've got to respect. We've got to respect the Death Strike. Get 07's going down in the chat. What an absolute fucking hero. Thank you so much, Poetic Terror. I raise my glass to you, sir. You're an officer and a gentleman and a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, and a goddamn hero. Oh my God. I think the beefers have got it, boys. I think they have. He has demanded that I ban Cosmic as well. So sorry, Cosmic. No, I'm joking. Oh. Oh no. Oh.
Glory for the first man to die! Judge!
The hype party. They've just pulled out a Hypey Sanders. They've once again called upon the financial support of the people. And they have demanded the hype prevails. I would like to point out that these topics are not mutually exclusive. It's just a case of which topic we talk about first. So, oh my God. Oh my God. Right, I need to say some thank yous here. It's gone out of hand. It's gone out of hand. The big hype, big beef, the battle of the lobbyists. Right, where were we? A vote for beef is a vote for prosperity. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. This is actually so funny. Big. It turns out, literally, politics is just a team game. The internal politics of the MG community. The beef pie versus the hype pie. Oh my God. Oh, you guys are amazing, man. Oh my fucking God. I can't actually breathe. Oh my God. Right, I've got to go through and say me thank yous. The ironic thing is no one's going to get any hype or any beef for the next few minutes. Because now I've got to go and thank everyone. Caught up on all the super chats. And now we've got a whole bunch more super chats. So no one's getting either for like 20 minutes. Oh my God. All right. Oh my God. Welcome to the true third pie victory. Oh my God. Amazing. Thank you to everyone. This has honestly been probably the funniest, in the best possible way, the best, funniest possible fucking stream. Like, oh my God. Like, it's I fucking love this community, man. And I don't just mean that from, like, obviously from you guys have been incredibly generous. I just mean from, like, the absolute memes of it. Yeah, you guys are amazing. Where the fuck were we even up to, man? We had, I'm going to go back through and make sure I've not missed anyone. We had Ozroth, who voted for hype. Cosmic, who voted for hype. And Peter Butchin's vote right, vote hype. Glenn Lee, who voted for hype. Poetic Terror, who voted for beef. Tiki votes Spriggs. Javo hype. And Tropic Tyranny beef. And then it started getting out of hands. Okay, then it started getting out of hand. Okay, this is where we're up to. Alright, this is where we're up to. So, I know some of you have done dash tracks. I'm just going to go through them in order so I don't miss them. Alright? So, Cosmic Drew, thank you for the Baneblade, man. Hype and let's ban the beef lobbyists. Show some work. If I want to talk beef, I talk politics. I mean, the internal politics of the MG community is apparently more interesting than the politics of real life. I love it. Dude, thank you so much, Cosmic, for the incredible support, man. All right. Dude, we've also got Rolando Rattus. Thank you for the support for Beef, man. Tiki, thank you for the hype for Cosmic. Thank you for the super chat. Ozroth, thank you for the Beanblade, the Mammoth Chap. Thank you that for hype, mate. Azalea Experiment, thank you for the Triple Beanblade. Thank you for the very generous super chat, man. Maybe I could tip the balance, bro. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, man. Really, really, really fucking appreciate it, dude. Thank you. There we go. There we are. Cosmic coming in again with another super chat for hype. Thank you, bro. Macon coming in with a super chat. Recount for beef. Recount for beef. Oh, my cat's come in. Hello, you. Have you heard there's beef up here and you want some beef? Oh, there you go. Oh. There you are. I had to grab her quickly. She doesn't like being picked up too much, so I don't hold on to her for too long. Yeah? The commissar has come to find... The cat literally heard me saying beef over and over again and was like, beef? Food? You alright? Actually, you're softly purring, so you're not too bothered. But that might be just a purr to make yourself feel better. Do I put you down? Okay.
Another glorious day in the Corps.
There you go.
Day in the Marine Corps is like a day
Doing
on
slow
the
blink,
farm.
so you're pretty relaxed, but you don't like being out. Also, you don't like it being on stream. So shout out.
I love the Corps.
I don't want to hurt your ears, do I? No. Oh, she's purring now, guys, properly. She always she doesn't like being picked up, but then when she's picked up, she's pretty okay with it. It's just the process of getting picked up is what she doesn't like. Yeah? Yeah. If you see the eyes going like that, it means they're very relaxed. They're not like squinty, angry eyes. They're squinty, relaxed eyes. Yeah. Yeah. She does have resting bitch face a little bit, though. But she's literally purring away at my arms. Tail's not twitching. Relaxed eyes. She's absolutely fine. If she wasn't okay, I'd put her down. I'm very careful with my Kit Kats. Yeah. It's quite relaxed, actually, aren't you? Yeah, you're not pulling away too much or anything. Your claws are basically just lodged in my jumper for protocol rather than anything else, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah. All right. I think we're reaching the end of your patience now, aren't we? Yeah. Yeah? Okay. There you go. Yeah, she doesn't like being picked up, but when she's being cuddled, she's totally okay with it. But then the moment she knows she's getting put down, it's like instinct goes escape, and she runs for it. So it's just one of the things that she's just got a bit of a funny personality. Yeah. All right, where were we? Recount for beef. I know the perfect solution for how we can solve this beef v hype dilemma. Okay. Next we've got, but we'll get to it in a second after my thank yous. Poetic Terror! You absolute mad lad. Poetic Terror, he came in with the first of the beef strikes. Oh my god, man. Thank you so much for the support. Beef and Ban Cosmic. Deus Cluck. Deus Cluck. Deus Cluck. Dude, from the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose, thank you for being an absolute mad lad. Thank you for the incredible support. And thank you for just blowing this silly beefy hype thing up in the best possible way, bro. Thank you, man. Seriously. I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, and a beef taster extraordinaire. There we are. There we are. That wasn't the only dash chat. We have got some more coming in here. Jenny Bratz, thank you for the super chat. Hype, stop big beef. Fight for the little guy, stop big beef. Thank you. We've got Tim Bob, thank you for the super chat. Hype, team hype. Dude, thank you, man. I don't know. I'm actually not sure who won it in the end, but I've got the perfect democratic solution. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh my god. Frank Tower, give me a second. I'm catching up. Jawat, thank you for the 5 months, man. This argument counts as beef. Give hype a turn. Is the beef of Beef v Hype actually beef? Because then Beef have had their beef, right? I'm joking. Simple logic. Hype is like sugar. It's not nourishing. We need beef. For the nutritional value, we need the beef. Of course, that makes sense. Dustin Polos. Wait, more you sly dog. The vote is the beef. I didn't even think about it, but yeah, I think you and Jarrott were on the same page there. Dustin Polos, thank you so much, man. Next, we've got, we need to say a massive, mega, bunker busting, giga chadding, motherfucking thank you to Peter Butchins, who came in with the Death Strike chat, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Thank you so much, Peter Butchins, for the incredible support. I can't believe you jumped on the Death Strike hype train, man. Holy fuck, bro. 07, you magnificent, crazy, beautiful bastard. And thank you so much for the awesome support. From the bottom of my heart, man. From the depths of my soul, thank you 1,000 times. Thank you. Thank you, mate. And we've got Glenn Lee, who also came in with another Death Strike for Cosmic and the Hype. Oh my God, Glenn Lee just dropping Death Strikes like hype, hype, hype. Oh my God, this is when it started getting crazy, isn't it? It's when it started getting crazy, man. Glenn Lee, thank you so much for the Death Strike, bro. And I mean, you've heard me say it before, man, but I say it again, and I mean it sincerely. From the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose, thank you so much for your incredible generosity. And people just thank you for the fun times too, Peter. It's my pleasure, man. I mean, I love streaming, and it's not even, you know, obviously I'm incredibly grateful for the money. Of course I am. I'm not going to be churlish about that. Of course I am, but it's the fucking hilarity, the funness of the situation, just the laughter, the good times, you know, that's why I love doing it, you know, of course. And I mean that wholeheartedly. We've got Poetic Terror coming in again with another Death Strike. Oh my God. We stand on principle in the beef capital. Oh, thank you, Poetic Terror, for your incredible support, your steadfast resolve in the name of all things beef, gravy, and savory. There we go, man. There we are. Dude, you've heard me say 1,000 times, thank you, but I will say it 1,000 times again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really, really, really am very grateful. Really appreciate the support, man. We've got Snow Peace T. Thank you for super chat. Meme in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. I'm loving all of the stuff that's going on in chat. We've got Jenny saying it's rigged. Snow Peace T. Hype beef civil war. Beefcake. Joe, vote beef party. A steak in every pan. Lower stakes, higher standards. No more flip-flopping. Real opportunities for all. Medium taxes. Well done infrastructure. Don't be a chicken. Vote for beef. That's so good. Oh my God. That's so good. Oh, amazing. I've been cancelled by the hype party. All hail beef. You've been placed in timeout by the owner of this video or moderator. We've had 2 beef strikes. I honestly don't know who timed you out. Probably Cosmic, right? I will continue to nuke until I get my beef. Oh my God. You just dash over the hype. The betrayal was me answered. I had to give them a chance. All right. Let's have a look. We've got Sanuvi. Thank you for the Death Strike chat, baby. As Karl once said, beefcake. Beefcake. There we go, man. Oh my God. Oh my god. Sir Newbie, thank you so much, man, for the beefcake. Thank you so much for the incredible fucking support. Fuck me, man. Vote beef! Vote beef for a more savory tomorrow. Vote for beef. A vote for beef is a vote for a more salty society. There we are, man. Thank you, Sir Newbie. I love it, man. Simple Logic, thank you for the super chat. You better treat Mrs. Morning to a steak dinner this. I will do. Yeah. Me and Mrs. Morning are actually on a bit of a health kick at the moment, but when we say health kick, we just mean we're eating really fresh. Like, we're just trying to basically cut all, like, the fast food slop and stuff. Like, it should only ever be, like, a treat, and even then it's not really a treat. We should get it if, like, it's the only, like, option because we're on, like, doing a journey or something like that. So we're trying to be better. So a nice steak dinner, actually, in a funny sort of way, I think it feeds into this sort of health kick that we're going for. Because we're not going health as in, like, eating veg or anything like that. We are doing that, but it's more about, like, eating fresh. And there's a nice steakhouse near us where where we like to go, which does very, very nice fresh steaks. So, yeah, I'll definitely take Mrs. Morden out for a treat. Yeah. Next we've got Entropic Activity. Big beef boys! Big beef boys! Amazing, man. Thank you so much for the support, bro. Cosmic Drew. Thank you for super chat. I'll accept my ban with honor. I'd rather die for hype than live for the beef. It's been on, lads. I'm going to be lurking. I may be some time. I love that. Home of Hunger, thank you for super chat, man. Bot Action and K47 lists in stream discussion for inspection with Law. I'll come back round to it. I got all the big super chats to do, and then I've got to do your update, and I've got to do Cosmic's stream discussion thing as well. So yeah, there we go. Willario, 28 months, man. Willario, patron Saint Willario speaking. Quiet. We must let the Saint Willario speak. I'd like the hype, sir. Hey, a vote. A spiritual vote for the hype. Amazing. Joe, thank you for support, man. The B political movement has been good. Add post description. I showed it off before, mate. It was amazing. I love it. Poetic Terror, thank you for another dead strike. Another dead strike. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Poetic Terror, thank you so much for the dead strike chat, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Another one. Poetic Terror, you're a crazy bastard, mate. But seriously, thank you so much for your very, very generous support. You've gone above and beyond the Call of Duty, sir. Thank you for more than doing your part. Hype for Cosmic. Stay in chat, good man. Cosmic, your death sentence has been commuted. And Poetic Terror has switched sides to hype. Switch side to hype. So there we go. I have a solution, though. I have a solution. A fair and balanced solution. Which all will accept. All right. We've got John Shepard. Thanks for super chat, man. The 0 Hour Facebook group loads in file section. John, I don't really use Facebook anymore, mate. But I don't really use any social media. I uninstalled Instagram and stuff. The only thing I use now is WhatsApp to communicate with people. That's it. And obviously I work on YouTube, but that's it, man. Yeah, I've had a bit of an awakening recently. I'm just cutting all that shit out. Yeah, but John, I appreciate the heads up though. Thank you. All right, a couple of bits in stream discussion. We've got to have a look here. And then we will resolve this beef versus hype dilemma as wargamers. Okay? All right. It's ready to start painting. I'm going dark red and classic grey and black. Also, this beef is so old and stale, I had to stew it, Tim. Really get some new topic or just full send it and become a political stream. I will never become a political stream. No. That is... not unless the people demanded it. And even then, I would be extremely, extremely resistant to it, and I would rather not. Yeah. I enjoy doing this job. It's not even a job. I enjoy doing this mad thing called YouTube. And I feel like politics just makes me miserable. And if I became a political streamer, I would not enjoy doing this anymore. Yeah. So I'd rather not. That's crazy, man. The tiki tapes are real. They're not real. What the fuck is this? You pickling something cosmic. Just trying to eat some octopus, sir. Oh, man. There we go. And then we've got the stuff coming in here from Newt. In 1941, a member of the Schwangau local government in the Saxony region, headquartered in Dresden, established the Grünkorps, a Waffen-SS branch dedicated to countering guerrilla fights in the newly acquired Balkan territories. During the summer of 1943, the infamous Battle of Kursk occurred. The Corps were 20 miles west of the battlefield. At its conclusion, assisting a Tiger I crew who had been wounded before the battle began and subsequently were able to participate. Upon discovering the result of the battle, the Corps invited Tiger to join them as they were ordered to return to Dresden for an awards ceremony spoke by the unit's founder to be held in the early months of 1944. On that day, 1944, the Corps discovered they had been played. Their loyalty to Hitler and the fatherland had been used against them. That Dresden was gone and its place a hideous hole in reality. Several members of the Corps had spent the week up to the bombing, holidaying with their families, and now were left as walking dead. SS Obersturmführer Kracht was appalled when he discovered that his beloved unit's fatherly founder had been a member of the new Republic government, in hiding before they overthrew the righteous saviours of Germany. He kept the facade of loyalty to his commanders. However, like all his unit, he could not abide this injustice. When the Greenvolt revealed the Stahl troop and frame armour, Kracht stole 3 suits and, along with what was left of the unit, disappeared into the countryside. Exactly 3 months after the disappearance of the Corps, a squad of Stahl troop and clad soldiers stealthed their way into Dresden's exclusive zone. After many days, found the 12 walking dead men they used to call brothers. Now operating as the Volk der Waren, people of the true government, SS Obersturmführer and his subordinates work in the same manner as the people they once suppressed, tackling one platoon at a time until one day they'll overthrow the treacherous Greenvolt traitors or die trying. Hey, that's kind of cool. So you went for a sort of SS holdout style list. So I'm guessing this is the bolt action version of the list. Fair enough. Looks like a fair 1250 point bolt action list. Got a Tiger and a Stummel for an armored platoon. A couple of Hanemags with a couple of squads in. I mean, you're very, very, very low on units. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think for bolt action, you really want 10 dice minimum. You want 10 dice minimum. Truth be told, I think you would be better off with splitting some of these squads down, perhaps. Yeah, and maybe going like in some trucks or something. Like from a fluff point of view, it's great, right? Maybe going for like regular on the Tiger. From a fluff point of view, it's great, but from a gameplay point of view, you'll find yourself very, very limited on dice for bot action. Now, ironically, that won't really be a problem in Conflict 47. So, Assault Platoon, Style Troop and Officer, Totem Corps, and then you've got your SS Squad, Sniper Team, Half Track, and Tiger 1, Stummel. Yeah, so what's funny is your list is actually totally okay for your list is totally okay for K47, but for bot action, you just don't have enough dice. But you know how you've trimmed these squads down here? That's kind of what you want to think about doing for your bot action list. And yeah, you just want to try and have you want to try and aim for 10 dice, even if it means you end up with a regular tank and maybe the squads are a little bit less loaded up. Because the thing is, you'll just get pinned to shit if you're not careful. Yeah, and 200 plus points for a squad of regulars is a lot of points. I don't spend that many points on veterans. Veterans are worth spending points on. Yeah. Yeah. So my advice is your K47 list is fine, but your bot action list needs more dice. There you go. But I love the idea of taking the bot action army and then just adding in a bit of K47, bish bash bosh, job done. Yeah, I like that, man. For sure. All right. What have we got here? Wayne Day, thanks for super chat. Without doing the hype train on the Sour and the Beef, any updates on yours, Sour and that kind of stuff? No updates yet. Don't worry. We will let you know when the updates are coming. It will be. We're going to be knocking things. We've got a few of the projects we're working on, but we'll let you know. Don't worry, man. Rex here, thank you for the super chat. Song request, Tuba Night, Boss Battle Theme, Cinematic Orchard Remix by Aurora or Australis Music. Dude, we're not taking song requests tonight. It's not a hobby stream, mate. Thank you for the support, but no song requests today, bro. Super Onyx Fire, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, GW, for forgetting my 50mm base, giving me 3 extra 90mm bases in my Combat Patrol. I thought they loved these. Maybe they should pay attention making them. Dude, GW, quality control has gone down the shitter. Absolutely gone down the shitter. And it's obvious why. They're entering their late stage evolution of capitalism. It's not just about making as much money now. It's about making as much money whilst cutting as many corners as possible. Yeah. That's why the quality is absolutely shocking. Yeah, and continues to degrade. Yeah. It's on purpose. They've worked out, they've done a spreadsheet, and the spreadsheet says less quality equals more money. All right. Now, we need to resolve the hype v beef. We will do this as wargamers. One minute. All right. Here we are. In my hands, I hold 2 dice. 1 Old World, 1 Warhammer 40k. Both are official Games Workshop dice. This is one of the official Old World dice. This is one of the official Deathcore of Krieg dice. The Old World dice represents Team Hype. For that is where the hype resides. The 40k dice represents Team Beef. For that is where the beef resides. We have a dice tray. 1 minute. We have a dice tray. Whichever dice rolls highest, we will do that topic first. This is how we as wargamers resolve things. A roll-off. The 40k has to reroll. No command point rerolls. No command point rerolls. That's what it is. You can pay for rerolls. How many pence? I mean, I'd rather not. Look, I'm not going to stop you guys from lobbying for rerolls, but like, I'm trying to do this the right way, because we'll just be here like, another Death Strike reroll, another Death Strike reroll. So, no. I think we have, We have to be gentlemanly about this. There you go. All right. We're giving them a good shake.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
May the best dice win. Hey, I told you, to be a tournament player, you need a little luck. Right. Third party victory. We'll try again. We'll try again. That was hilarious, actually. All right. The beef has it with a 5 to a 2. The beef has it. There we go. Ave Imperator. May Imperial Justice account in all balance. There we are. There you are. All right. I think that was the fairest way to resolve the situation. But I do want to say a huge, huge thank you to everyone who supported the stream on both sides for Team Beef and for Team Hype. And don't worry, we will do the beef first, and then we will do the hype. All right, so it's not like pick between which topic. It's just you get to whichever one was coming first. Yeah. Now, you guys, the first bit of beef is actually you guys beefing me because I quickly need to go for a wee, but it's only a quick wee. It's not a full break, so I'll only be like 30 seconds, and then we'll get into it. All right. All right. So, there we go. Yes, nobody sees textbook democracy. Polls don't matter. Lobby causes a ruckus. In the end, it's a roll of the dice. Exactly, man. Exactly. Toilet dice confirmed. Stop. Stop the roll. Stop the roll. All right. Let's get into this. Okay. Yeah. Gentlemen, there has been some beef. Now, this beef is the beef that keeps on giving. It is seasonal beef, reliable beef, beef that comes around twice a year, every year. I am, of course, talking about the Games Workshop price increases. Now, there are two price increase topics we need to talk about today. The first one is actual price increases and figures that have happened. And the second one are speculative increases. Ones which are going to happen in the future, but we don't know the exact numbers yet. So we'll get into the actual price increases at the moment that we know of, the numbers that we know of. And then we'll talk about the future and all that kind of stuff. Now, I will big shout out here to Chapter Master Varak, because he's got a new channel. I'm not actually subscribed yet. I should be. He's got a new channel called Varak Clips, and I've actually been enjoying the clips that have been put on there. They're quite good, and they're just like shorter videos which just cover a particularly, like a short sort of niche sort of topic. And in this topic, Varak talks about. I'll link this video down into the. I didn't do it with the screen. I just paused it on the. On where the prices popped up. But let's be honest, man. It doesn't matter at what point I pause it. I don't think it's going to make Varak look any better. Woo! Now, Varak, I'll link the video that he's got down in chat in a moment. It's only a short one. It's only like 6 minutes long, and there's a few different bits that sort of get covered in here. And what he shows off on screen, which I haven't seen anywhere else, so I actually think this is pretty good, is he shows off the prices of the things that are coming out with the new Red Corsairs stuff, and also the new combat patrols, and the Tyranid Prime with like Lash Whip and the new Tau Empire stuff, and so on and so forth. And having a look at some of the specific numbers that are in here is quite interesting, because there are some which are quote unquote normal, but then there are others which are real like head scratchers. In fact, I'm going to go full screen, so I think that means you guys can see the price. made it worse. It should be okay though. There's this Twin Lance one that I want to show off, but when I talk about it, I'll show you guys the price, and I'll turn the side chat off for a second. But there's some prices in here which are normal, and I'm doing air quotes because they're only normal within the GW bubble, but they are still ridiculous in terms of like actual $/pound value. But we've just all become so used to the prices that GW demands that they don't seem outrageous. But then also there's some in here, like I said, which really are which are just ridiculous. So, for example, the new combat patrols, they're quote unquote normal. Red Corsairs, Night Lords, Eldari Corsairs, combat patrol Kroot. They're all £105, which I think is exactly what everyone expected them to be, because that's the price of a combat patrol these days. Now, I did review these combat patrols, and I was like, they're kind of okay. Like a lot of people, I was more, because I'm trying to be less pure salt, and I'm trying to find the goodness in things. All right. I'm trying harder. Okay. But a lot of people are not happy with these combat patrols. For example, like I thought the Night Lords one was fine, but one of the big beefs that people have with the Night Lord ones is that it's got like a rhino in it. And what people are, they're basically saying like rhinos are such an old kit that GW including one of those, and then also including like a character, really, when you actually sort of take those out of the equation, what are you actually paying £105 for? You're paying it for a squad of legionaries and a squad of chosen. because the characters. This is something that a lot of people don't realize, but there's a reason why the characters are so expensive, and it's not because the characters are worth £27. The characters are so expensive because that makes it look like on paper you get a better saving when you buy a combat patrol. That's why are there always characters in combat patrols? Why is it like, oh well, this combat patrol I'm saving like 30 quid, but you're not actually saving 30 quid because that character would only be costing you like a tenner, but GW inflates the price to make it look like the combat patrol is actually a better saving than it is. And what's funny is you kind of see this when GW did like the Krieg like artillery platoon, there was no overpriced named character in that, and people were saying, oh, there's not enough pound saving, and I was like, yeah, but you guys are starting to, people were missing the woods for the trees with that one. It's like that's what you're actually getting an accurate account of what your thing is actually worth when you take out the bullshit overpriced, one sprue, this big character. So the combat patrols bit, the reason why people are a bit beefy with the combat patrols is because there seems to be an element of like shrinkflation with some of them. Like the Night Lords one, you are basically getting 10 legionaries and 5 chosen, and that's really all you're really getting. I don't necessarily agree with that, because I do think rhinos are a very useful product, and I do think that everyone needs rhinos. If you're collecting Marines, you need a couple of rhinos. But I suppose that the thing is that if you are somewhat hobby savvy, there's the saying rhinos are free, right? And there is an element that rhinos are not exactly they're not rhinos are not exactly expensive to get outside of buying them new in box. I mean, I don't suspect many people are buying them new in box. Yeah, you can get them if you want to buy them. You can get them from Temu, for God's sake. But if you go on eBay and search for secondhand rhinos, you could still buy rhinos between 10 and 15 quid secondhand, or offer, or you could ask someone, "Hey mate, do you have a spare rhino?" They'd probably give you one. Yeah, so it's one of those things where people are not super happy with that, but that's not really a price increase. The one I'm actually okay with most of the combat patrols. The one that actually I think is terrible is the Red Corsairs one, because that one is very clearly padded out with that one's got a rhino in it, I believe, and it's got 10 beastmen in it, and it's very clear that the beastmen are the stocking filler. Like I don't believe in the rhino argument. I think rhinos are good transports. I think they're a good bread and butter unit, and these you can never go wrong with a cheeky rhino armored fist squad. But the beastmen are a joke. Like, they're obviously a joke, and they're obviously not particularly popular. They're obviously incredibly niche, and them being chucked in the Red Corsairs is very obviously GW basically clearing out old stock and attaching it to a hype product. It reminds me, it actually reminds me of The Big Short, when they're explaining the CDOs and how they get ranked as like AAA, but if you actually look at them, there's like maybe a thin veneer of like AAA mortgages in there, but the rest of them are like dog shit. And this is what the Red Corsairs Combat Patrol reminds me of. Like, it's got the AAA rating of hey, look at the new Red Corsairs, but when you actually get in it, it's full of zero verification dog shit. Right? So yeah, so the price is, I think generally though, one of the grumblings that Varak has in this, and I think this is well reflected in the community in general, is that 40k is just so expensive these days, and there seems to be an element of shrinkflation, and there seems to be an element with every combat patrol. I think it's undeniable that not in every case, but there is a general trend of each combat patrol that comes out is worse than the last one, is less value for money than the last one, or there's some kind of big filler item then the last one. And I think that's absolutely true. And so GW is basically, this is not necessarily a price increase, but you are getting less value for your money. They are basically stat padding things with overpriced characters and basically overpriced dedicated transports. Yeah. So it's more like shrinkflation rather than price increases. Now, where some of I think the prices get a little egregious, and what's kind of interesting is when you see the difference between some of the characters. So, for example, the Red Corsair's Reeve Captain is £27. But then you've got like the name characters being like £29. I think Karl is a name character as well. So, why are there certain characters which are £27 and certain characters are £29? Why there's one down here that you guys can't see. I'll just turn that off for a second. The named characters, generally speaking, seem to be more expensive. And there definitely seems to be, I suspect, an element of GW basically tacking on a named character tax. Why is that £2 more? Because they fucking said so. Yeah. So I don't think it's a particularly bigger model. Especially with like Prince Uriel and especially not with if you say it might be a bigger model, I don't think you can claim the squat character is a bigger model. So yeah, I don't think so, unfortunately. The big one for me though, which is a real joke, obviously, is the Tyranid Primal Lash Whip. I mean, there is absolutely zero reason to buy this model. Yeah. There's absolutely zero reason to buy this model. Just take a Tyranid warrior and convert it. It's very obvious. Like, you could buy you are basically buying a single Tyranid warrior. That's what you're paying £27 for a single Tyranid warrior. So for me, that's just obviously like a joke. Like, this character should not be £27. This character should be, even adjusted for today's prices, should be £12. Obviously, should be. So it's just a silly one. But the one that's got people really, really up in arms. So all of this stuff is like fairly par for the course. But what stands out, and again, it's par for the course because we've got used to this bullshit, but it's still not okay. But even with GW's, like, even with becoming almost inured to the bullshit, GW has managed to once again go beyond the pale, which is with the Twin Lance, the Tau Empire stuff. So this is the two new named battlesuit characters. It is literally 2 battlesuits. That's all it is. And they want £67 for 2 battlesuits. Now, that is absolutely egregious. And to give you like an example of like how just silly, how silly this is. Let's have a look here. If you buy a box of 3 Crisis battlesuits, which also come with a whole bunch of drones, it will cost you £54. So you're getting 1 less battlesuit for about 20% more, roughly speaking. I'm actually curious about Crisis Suit Commanders now. Enforcer. It'll be Enforcer Battlesuit, won't it? Or Commander. I'm going to have to go on the Tau bit. I mean, to be fair, the Tau Empire Commander on his own is 40 quid for one model, but that's not really a good thing. That just makes him also a terrible, terrible deal. Yeah. That just makes him a terrible deal. But like, I think that what this kind of stuff does is you just end up seeing, you start looking like, oh, what about this versus this? You just start realizing how expensive this all is. I mean, we're getting up to we're nearly £20 per battlesuit now. I mean, guys, I don't mean to alarm you, but I mean, okay, it was probably a couple of decades ago, which is a long time, I suppose. But you used to be able to buy a battle suit for £6 for one battle suit. Now, even if you adjust for inflation, £54 probably isn't right. But we're talking about the twin blade guys here. For those that want to see the models that we're talking about, we can find them fairly quickly. Here you go, the twin lance. So they are basically just 2 crisis battle suits and 2 drones. That's what we're talking about here. Yeah. And it's just getting to the point. If we go back to this, I think it's just getting. I think every day that goes by, I think it's getting to the point where things are just getting too expensive for Warhammer. I do think people are being priced out every day. I mean, why would you buy the twin lance when you could just convert to crisis battle suits? It wouldn't be that hard to do. Yeah. It wouldn't be that hard to do. And then people are saying the Red Corsairs dice are too expensive as well. £19.50. And the Red Corsairs upgrades and transfers. I mean, let's have a look at that. I'm sure we'll be able to find... How many dice do you get in the Red Corsairs dice? I mean, yeah, it's obviously... Okay, so... I'm not actually... So the Red Corsairs dice, a lot of people have been up in arms about this. I'm actually going to not be up in arms about this. Because £1 per dice is fairly normal. And then GW charging, £3.50 on top of that. That's actually somewhat reasonable GW-flation. Yeah. Like I'm not actually against that. That's fine. The upgrade and transfers though. They want £21. Now, bear in mind, if you're in America, that's probably going to be $35 to $40. This is what you're getting for $35 to $40. I mean, you're paying. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15 shoulder pads, a couple of chainsaws. The only difference is this one has a glove. This one doesn't have a glove. I mean, this is just 5 head swaps. And they're basically just like bare heads. And what's funny is about these heads is the number one differentiating thing is they've got like the eye makeup on. But that's not part of the model. That just gets painted on. Yeah, it'll be 2 of those sprues, right? I don't think so, no. You can also press gang on space to join your crew. These upgrades can be used with Curse Terminator Squad and Legionnaires kit to give them some Red Corsairs flavor. Transfer sheet includes 248 high-quality waterslide markers for decorate your parties. Take a look at them with upgrades and get inspired to paint all of your Red Corsairs. Yeah, so no, this is just one sprue, one transfer sheet. Yeah. Are they upgraded to the image with us? No, this should be a tenner. Like, this should absolutely be a tenner. I mean, if they go, oh, but the transfers, it's like 248 transfers. That's what's up in the cost. Okay, don't give me the transfers. Sell them separately. Because I'm going to need way more of this than I'm going to need of this. I'm going to need like 2 or 3 of these. I'm only going to need 1 of these. So sell me this separately to this. And then I can get 1 of these and I can get 2 of these. A tenner, it should be in the kit. That's true. It should be in the kit. But these are upgrade sprues for non-Red Corsair kits. Yeah. Yeah. So like the thing is that they're just, I think people are so so sensitive to the price increases now. And I did say this a little while ago that I think GW has actually, they have crossed a line. I don't know if they realize they've crossed a line, but they have crossed a line. Because back in the day, whenever price increases used to happen, there would be a lot of like gnashing of teeth. But eventually everyone would settle down and just go, it's GW, what are you going to do about it? GW prices, but actually now people don't say that. The number one thing you hear from this is, I have been priced out. You know, that's it. People don't simmer down about it anymore. They just go, no, I'm priced out now. Now, as we said, there was another thing. Oh yeah, the big thing that I noticed actually, which I've not seen anyone else talk about, is the Viper. So they want £38.50 for the Viper. And they want £38.50 for the, £37.50 for the Sky Reavers. Now, I'm pretty certain Sky Reavers are a 5-man squad, and I'm pretty certain the Viper is the size of a Sentinel. This is like, so, you know, other people are talking about, you know, the combat patrols, and I agree with a lot of it, right? And the Twin Lance, obviously, 67 quid for that is ridiculous. Like, it obviously is, right? But for me, the big one is actually the sort of, the one that I think stands out to me the most is £38.50 for the Viper, because at the end of the day, it's a Sentinel equivalent. You know, if we go over to, I want to go over to the store. If we go over to the store and go to guard, you know, this is a Sentinel equivalent. Sentinels, okay, they're kind of expensive at £29.50, but this is what the Viper should cost. This is what the Viper should cost. It's a light scout vehicle. This is what we pay for these. You know, I wish we didn't, but now we're looking at. But now we're looking at what? £38.50. That's a £9 jump. That's a £9 jump. I find that very, very alarming. I'm kind of curious to see about, you know, and maybe I'm being a little naive here, but, you know, we've got a 6-man command squad here. We've got, let me have a look, you know, we're looking at 5-man squad sizes now. I might have gone past it. Obviously, Rough Rider Cavalry, they're different. But 6-man command squad was £29.50. I'm pretty certain Engineers, £29.50. Captain command squad, okay, that's kind of old, £25. I won't even really count it. Scions, £29.50. You know, Gaunt's Go is ridiculous, obviously. Like, literally ridiculous. But normally, for a 5-man squad, I would, you know, 5-man human-sized squad, I would expect to pay £29.50. But we're paying £37.50. That's an £8 jump. Yeah. That's an £8 jump. Now, someone in the chat is saying that Eldar has been ridiculously overpriced for a little while now. Let's actually take a look at this. You know, maybe I'm in my little guard bubble, but I mean, this is ridiculous. Yeah, £40 for 5 Howling Banshees. It should be £29.50. Why are these £29.50 and these are £40? Oh, because these are the newer ones. What? So my kit gets repackaged and I get a 33% increase. No, thank you. You get 10 witches for 30 quid. It is getting to the point now where you almost don't want new stuff because the new stuff just is so much more expensive. It's crazy. Incubi aren't that new and they're fucking 40 quid. That's mental. I mean, Wraiths are, yeah. Harlequins, 6 for £29.50. Wraiths are a bit of a joke. So yeah, we're getting to this. It's just getting the £37.50 for 5 jump pack guys is horrendous. This here is £160. it should be Combat Patrol priced. Even then it would be overpriced, but it should be combat. It should very obviously be Combat Patrol priced. Oh, what, you're giving me 20 infantry, 2 characters, and a shithead boat? £23. 23 models for 160 quid. It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, Raider for 40 quid is wild. Yeah. Venom's at £27. It's about the size of Viper. Yeah, exactly. The Venom and the Viper are very similarly sized. They should be the same price. But the Venom's what? Venom's 27 quid. I mean, this thing is literally going to be the same size as the Viper. It's crazy, man. Well, exactly 1, 2, 3, 1, AB. Who's going to be crazy enough to pay that for so few models? Now, one of the he's a pirate shed. That's why you get the markup, because it's you got to pay the fencing fees, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Anyway, the point is, these are the prices that have been announced, and this is in many ways, this is indicative. This is very indicative. This is the direction it's going in. Now, obviously, it's always the prices are always going up, but I think, £38.50 for a Viper, £6-7 for 2 crisis suits, basically. This is not going in a year or two's time. This will be normal, because I would expect. This is basically a shadow price increase. And then what will come later is the other price increases that will bring us into line with these prices. It will not be long before you are paying £37.50 for a Venom. Well, it'll be 2 or 3 years. And this leads me on to the second half of the beef. This leads to the second half of the beef, which is, we've talked about the actual price increases. Now we get to the speculative price increases. There is going to be 2 price increases this year. There are 2 price increases every year. And one of those price increases is going to come either before or basically on the launch of 11th edition. The reason why GW will do that is because for new people, they won't see a price increase. That'll just be the price, that the first price that they encounter. Old people will complain about the price increase. New players will not realize, because they don't realize it's gone up basically with the launch of the game. Yeah. So there will be more price increases. We are going to see everything will go up another 3 to 5% 2 times this year. Now that's going to happen. There's no doubt. If you're lucky, it'll only happen 1 time, but it'll probably happen 2 times. Once with the launch of the edition, and once before the launch edition, once before Christmas. Yeah. That's probably what will happen. Now, and when that happens, I mean, a Combat Patrol, the thing is, when things go up like by percentage, they go up more each time. Obviously, right? So if you increase something by 5% when it's worth a tenner, and then you increase it by 5% when it's worth 20 quid, it goes up more the second time. Right? Makes sense. So it's exponential, exactly. So when these prices are going to go up again, I mean, £105 for a Combat Patrol. If we get 2 more price increases, we're going to be looking at £115, £120 for a Combat Patrol.
All guardsmen, follow me to glory!
Yeah. It's crazy. And the thing is, the quality of the Combat Patrols is going down, and the price of the Combat Patrols is going up. So it's a double whammy. There's two factors at play here. It's not just price go up. If price go up, quality go up, fine. Not great, but fine. But price go up, quality go down, there's a much bigger gap there than might be first seen in a 3% to 5% price increase. Yeah. Now, here's one thing, though. Do you want to know what's kind of funny? I wasn't originally going to cover this topic. Because it has got to the, I'll give you my genuine reaction when I first heard about this. All right, prices have gone up. Oh no! Anyway, now that might seem like a real shithead thing for me to say, but these price increases only affect you if you let them. No, that doesn't mean you need to go and get a 5-finger discount before anyone gets the wrong end of the stick. Yeah. Does a dog piss in the park? Does a bear shit in the woods? You know? Like, is water wet? The GW price increases are always going to go up. But you know what's kind of funny? I actually don't get upset by these anymore. I barely even register them. Because I haven't bought anything new in box from GW in about 3 years now. I basically made a decision. I made a video about this. I said I'm not buying anything new from Games Workshop. I said this at the beginning of 10th edition when they legendsed several £100 worth of my models, and then over the course of 10th edition, they've legended cumulatively probably over £1,000 worth of models. Probably way more. Yeah. Does the Pope shit in his hat? Exactly. These price increases do not affect me. And I know this is quite a selfish point of view to have, but I mean to try and share this point of view with you guys and maybe get some of you guys to think this way as well. These price increases only affect you if you let them. There are so many third-party alternatives. If GW puts the price up on Cadian Guardsmen or Deathcore of Krieg, it literally doesn't affect me. If I need any more infantry, I will get them from Wargames Atlantic. Or I will get them from eBay. Like, or 3D print them. I have a 3D printer. Like, they just do not affect me. And and because they do not affect me, they have no power over me. And this today was, when I saw this, it was quite a light bulb moment. It was quite I don't know what you call it. It was kind of trippy. Because I saw all this beef going on. I saw all these people getting very upset by this. And I was just like, wait. No, I'm okay. I'm not upset by this. I'm not angry about this. I've left this behind. I've transcended it. Why? What? Like, I'm actually having to try to get pissed off about this. And it's more effort to try to get pissed off about it than it's worth. Now, obviously, I know that I am in a very privileged position because I started playing Warhammer and my Imperial Guard 22 years ago. So I bought all of my models during cheaper times. Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, it is amazingly, I think cathartic is the word. It is amazingly cathartic to not be troubled by this. You know? It's amazingly cathartic. Like, oh no, they've made the new Sentinel. It's going to go up to £38.50. If I need a new Sentinel, I'll 3D print it. Or I'll buy a 3D printed one. Or I'll get an old one off eBay. You know? I don't need the new one. I get the old one. Yeah. Now so So it sounds kind of fucked up, and I appreciate it's fucked up. Like I said, I'm very aware of the privileged position I'm in. You're not talking about beef now. It's spiritual. It is spiritual. I said I have transcended the beef. I have transcended it. And it actually feels great. It genuinely feels great to leave it behind. It does. Squirrel Sean, price hikes don't really bother me. I'm not going to buy third party to play GW games. GW games really aren't that good. If I can't afford or don't want GW models, I just play something else entirely. I mean, that's true. I mean, there is an element of it. I do try and not bloody shill and ball wash Warlord constantly, but there is an element of the fact like, oh no. Anyway. There's an element of that. Do you know what I mean? I've discovered beef mana. Yeah, like, it just doesn't... This, like I said, this only has as much power over you as you let it. And at this point, there are so many viable alternatives to buying models from GW that... And I know this is going to come across badly, but fuck it, we do it live. If you buy this stuff now for the price that they are demanding, I actually, especially if you buy it new in box from GW, I actually have zero sympathy for you. And you might be like, oh, but Mordian, in my local area, there's only a local GW. Okay, obviously there's always exceptions that prove the rule. You guys know. I talk a lot of shit, but I'm actually pretty reasonable. But we're talking about, you know, those small exceptions do not make up. You can't extrapolate those out to explain it completely. Do you know what I mean? That's like that's an individual thing. You know, if you are someone who is buying this new in box from Games Workshop, and you're just forking over your money again and again and again, and you oh, I don't like these price increases, but you keep on buying it. Like I have no sympathy for you. I'm sorry. You are causing the problem. I'm not causing the problem. Like George Carlin said, I, who did not vote, you voted. You're part of the problem. You caused it to happen. I, on the hand, who did not vote, who did not partake in the system, I am blameless. Yeah. Yeah. I am blameless. Yeah. I vote with my wallet, and I have not chosen to place any votes or give GW any of my votes in a goodly while. Yeah. Now, just Apollos, there's an element of Imperial Guard privilege here. There are so many more, so much better quality third-party minis for us than some armies. Just Apollos, you're absolutely right. And I have no sympathy for those people who do not collect Guard, obviously. Why would you have sympathy for someone who has made the conscious decision to collect not the Guard? That's a them problem. They could have collected the Emperor's True Finest. They should have collected the Emperor's True Finest. And yet they chose heresy. And yet they chose weakness. I have not a single solitary crumb of sympathy for those who choose heresy over his Imperial Guard, the Infantry Corps. Oh no! All these Tau players having to spend £67 on 2 battle suits. If you didn't want to get purged, you shouldn't have chosen Xenos. There you are. Oh no! My heretic combat patrol has got Beastman in it filling it out. Shouldn't have been a heretic. Yeah. Now, moving on though. Just touching on it one more time. I do want to stress it was a really profound moment when I was like, oh no, price increases. Oh, well, I don't care. It was quite a profound moment, and I don't know if I really conveyed it properly, but it was a genuine, like, for me, like, milestone moment when people look back and say, you know, when did you realize that you were sort of just beyond the beef? When did you realize you'd kind of like transcended it and you were no longer letting it like ruin your hobby? This will be the moment I will look back on and I will say, when all this went beginning of 2026, when they announced all this bullshit, that was when I knew I was actually GW. That's when I knew GW no longer had any power over me. Yeah. Over me and my hobby, obviously. Yeah. So it was quite a profound moment for me. I wanted to share it. And it wasn't that I felt good, like, how I've left GW behind. It wasn't that. It wasn't a sense of vindictive bitterness. It wasn't that. It was just, oh, okay. And it wasn't like jaded apathy or anything like that. It was genuinely like, okay, like, cool. Doesn't affect me. I'm all right. Yeah. It didn't necessarily feel good. It didn't necessarily feel, it wasn't that there was this like spike of joy. It was just that there was just this absence of hate. Yeah. But one thing, talking of speculative and price increases and whatnot, 11th edition starter box. Varak mentioned something in his video, which I'll link now before I forget. And he was like, it made him worried for the 11th edition starter box. And I agree. I think the 11th edition starter box is going to be 200 plus quid. I did happen across something interesting, though. I'll get to that in a second, actually. I think the 11th edition starter box will be 200. I think it will be a minimum of £200. There's no doubt in my mind it will be £200. Give or, you know, if it's £195, I still count that as 200. Do you know what I mean? Like we're not, let us not split hairs. But I think it will be $300. Yeah. I think it'll be £200, $300. And I think that's the minimum. I think it could be as high as 250. And the reason why I believe it could be as high as 250 is because if you look at the contents of the rumored contents of the 11th edition Combat Patrol, not Combat Patrol, starter box, there are a lot of characters in there. I think Auspex Tactics actually did a video on this, so let's bring this up. Big shout out to Auspex. We love Auspex. He's a good lad. Let's have a look here. I'm just going to find it now. He does release a lot of videos, so I have to go back like 3 weeks. There we go. No.
So let's take a...
So here you go. So this is the Auspex video on it. Again, I'll link that down in chat. Not that he really needs a plug from me, obviously, but it's just a polite etiquette thing to do. So there you go. Oh yeah, and Varak also revealed this as well. So if you look at the contents for this, it has 3 new Gravis guys, 5 new Vanguard veterans, 10 new intercessors, and then it's got like a land speeder. And then there's 4 characters in there. And if you look at the Orc side, a couple of vehicles, grots. By the way, buy all the old grots you can, because the new grots are going to be hyper expensive. You know they are. They're going to charge you 30. They're going to charge you £30+ for grots. Right now, I think they're actually cheap. They're going to charge ridiculous prices for them. New boys, but they're the new. They're the shitty boys that come with some shooters and some sluggers and choppers. The old boys will be going away with the launch of 11, so buy them now whilst you can, for sure. But again, look, there's 5 characters here. So I strongly believe that this box could easily break £250, because we know that Games Workshop charges so much for characters. And why does Games Workshop charge so much for characters? So that they can say you're getting a massive saving when you're not. I mean, GW would probably release a box set. I mean, think about this. How much would this box be here? If it was just this box here, of 80 Marines, a vehicle, and 4 characters, how much would that be? Well, we were looking at that's more models than the Terminatus Crux Terminatus box that came out for what, £160, £180, I think it was. So that box had 15 Terminators and 3 characters, and that was £180. This box has got 18 models in it, all of which are going to be new, and a vehicle and 4 characters. So unless there's a massive, like, that alone would be probably a £200 box set on its own, that one half. Then you've got the other half, which let's say would be the same amount. I mean, if this was released as Christmas box sets, you'd be expected to pay £200 for these. Yeah. So if we assume this is basically £200 box sets, and then you've got the rules and all the other gaming accoutrement on top as well, assuming this box is going to be £200 is extremely lenient. Yeah. That's why I'm saying, like, I think this is going to be well above a £200 box set. If it's £195 to £200, I will be pleasantly surprised. But I think there's a reason they're stacking these things full of characters, because that allows them to say it's got more savings than it does. Or maybe they're stacking them full of characters to try and keep the cost down in some way. I don't know. But yeah. But I have one last thing to mention. And I feel like I'm going a little insane with this one, guys. So I kind of need chat to confirm or deny something here. But do you guys remember last week when we looked at Saturnine and it was like £220 the GW website, right? I swear to God, because we said it was £220, didn't we? Well, I looked at it again. And I don't know if I'm going mad, but it's now only £200. So I can't decide whether I said it would probably go up to £200, because this box set would have come out. Because it started off at 170, didn't it? It must have been, it started off at 170, 180. It went up to 200. And then maybe last week we were saying speculatively it'll go up to 220. Or, because this would have been like 18 months or a year. This would have been a year later after this came out. 11th would come out. I tried Wayback Machine, didn't come up with anything. The page hadn't been archived. So I could be wrong, but I thought it was worth mentioning because I was like, have they put the price of the Saturnine box down? Like they shadow dropped it, but that can't be true. But my point is, if you look at this box set, this is £200. This has 6 Terminators in it, 30 regular infantry, 2 characters, 2 vehicles. Right? If we look at this, we're looking at 30, 40, 50 infantry, 3 vehicles, and 9 characters. So the contents of this box are going to be significantly more than the contents of this box. So why would the starter box be less than £200? And remember, Horus Heresy models are generally cheaper than 40k models. Like Tactical Marines are like, you can get 20 Tactical Marines for like £50 versus 10 Intercessors for £40. You know what I mean? So they're already cheaper. These models are already cheaper. Yeah. So it's one of those where like price increases are going to be bad. There's going to be more the price increases the shadow increases they've done recently are bad. We're going to get more price increases on top of that. Taking that all into account, it's like, holy shit, what are they going to... And taking that into account, combining that with the information that we have on the new starter box, which is confirmed at this point. And it's like, how much are they going to charge for the starter box? And my big question... is this. Are we getting there? Are we getting there? Are we getting to the point where GW is reaching the absolute limit or is going past the limit of what people are willing to pay? It's got to be close, right? You can't keep putting prices up indefinitely. No matter what people say, you can't do it. Several years ago, I was priced out. Every day that goes by, more people say they're getting priced out. Surely, the mythical moment is here. Are we going to see GW finally cross the line like an Eisenhorn? Are they going to cross the line? I guess we'll find out in 3 or so months. Yeah. All right. So that was the beef. I feel like that was pretty beefy. But let me know your thoughts down in the comment section below and down in live chat. Yeah. The bar's in hell and people are still digging. Yeah. I feel I just don't know who's still buying it. I find it remarkable. Yeah. All right. What have we got here? Azalea's Experiment. Thank you for super chat, man. The problem with your argumentation, Molly, is that you're speaking to a community that spent hundreds of dollars on a joke election. Very true. Very, very, very true. But my life for memes, right? I feel like weirdly that's different. Oh man. Yeah, weirdly that's different. But it's a good point. It's a very good point. Would I have more beef? Just yes, DM me. Is it beef I can share? Please, the people have demanded beef, but we do need to have some hype now. So let me. Is it breaking beef with him? Do I get to break the beef? That'd be the best bit. Let's do some super chats, and then we'll get to the wood imp. We'll get to some super chats, some hype, and then some wood imp beef. I think. All right, I think that's the best way of doing it. Superonics Fire, thank you for the 4 months. Never mind, found the base. I'll let GW off. Of course. I'll let GW off. Of course, I'll buy more boxes. Superonics Fire. Hey, man, if you want to buy more, you want to buy more. Yeah, that's fair. Macon, thank you for the 6 months. 1 CP for 40k reroll in case of failure. You didn't need to, but no CP rerolls were allowed. Only in the event of a tie. Spartan, thank you for the 3 months, man. Managed to get a full tilt group going at my LGS. Amazing. Amazing. That's awesome, man. Even if it's just like a bit of fun. A full tilt, a proper jousting tournament is really, really cool. I love that. But Mountain, thank you for the super chat. Even Warhammer Man Studios is complaining about prices, and that guy rides UW's dick like he's employed to do so. I don't know who Warhammer Man Studios is. I'm gonna have to have a look. More Warhammer price increases. Games Workshop inflation hitting Corsair's release hard. Interesting. He seems to... let's have a look. So I've not seen the channel before. I'm not going to lambast him in any way, shape, or form. I'm just curious to see someone saying he's a big fan of GW, and he's not been a big fan recently. So let's have a look. More Warhammer price increases. Games Workshop inflation hitting Corsair release hard. Can Warhammer exist without FOMO? Games Workshop never stops for limited time only. Yep, I've been complaining about that as well. This is crazy. Watch the rush. Games Workshop was doing too much Warhammer. 4 times combat control and more. Games Workshop doing too much. Never enough Warhammer and too much at the same time. So he definitely seems... rising prices and shrinking model count. Yeah. So I don't know. I got to be fair to this guy. He seems nicely balanced. I'm actually looking at his channel, and I actually like the look of it. Like he's talking, some positive stuff and some negative stuff. Yeah. Yeah, like, I mean, it actually seems to, I don't know, man. He doesn't seem to be that much of a dick rider. I think he seems to be fairly balanced. He seems to be noting when hype things come out. And he seems to be noting when things are bullshit. Yeah. I mean, Foot Games Workshop. So, yeah, I don't know. I think this guy's fairly balanced. Oh, yeah. I think he's fairly balanced. Yeah. Just reading the title. Oh, yeah. There you go. His title's usually a little baity compared to what it says in them. Well, I don't think I can possibly comment on that one. What's the problem with that? I'm talking about title page to myself. Yeah. But the thing is, it's the nature of the game. Like, here's the thing. I've always... I have long maintained this stance. I wish I didn't have to be clickbaity. But it is genuinely the nature of the game. The nature of the beast. If there was mucho evidence that, inflammatory, hypey, beefy titles weren't necessary, I would be the first to be like, cool, don't need to do this anymore. Of course. I mean, I apply the same, in many ways, I apply the same logic to the paywalling thing. I don't paywall anything because I don't, that's sort of like a personal stance that I have against that. But because I don't, it's not necessary, so I don't do it. But yeah, it's I wish I didn't have to clickbait, and I can say that sincerely. But it's part of the game, and if you have to do it, you might as well lean into it and have a bit of fun with it. So there you go. If I see X situation is crazy, title free unsubbing. I try and always have the titles like on topic rather than like vague. Like, oh my god, ... This is crazy, ... Like, I try not to do that. I try to be like, this price increase is bollocks. Or Age of Sigmar is dying. Like, and so the topic is there. It's just in a clickbaity sort of way. Yeah. I try. Yeah. Clickbait. I used to respect this channel. Yeah, no, I don't do the vague titles. I don't do vague titles. My titles are clickbaity but on point. Yeah, I think that's the balance. I think that's the sort of necessary evil. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Hype and beef is one thing, but never lie to your audience, never promise something that you're not delivering. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, this feels illegal. Yeah, all that. Yeah. Nothing like that. Yeah, nothing like that. What have we got here? Bruce Oakman, thank you for the super chat, man. These prices are bullshit, but given I immigrated to the UK from Australia, part of me is still okay with the prices because, well, porn out for Oz. Yeah. I mean, you know what's kind of interesting, Bruce Oakman? Conflict 47, I think this is mostly due to Cornate Games championing it, but Conflict 47 has been doing gangbusters in Australia because Warlord Games doesn't do the markup that GW does. They just go, this is the pound value, this is what it is to Australian dollars, that's what we charge. And I'm like, that's really cool. Yeah. So, Bruce Oakman, the prices have been, people always say, oh, GW price too much, It's not actually true. GW prices have not always been too much. They genuinely haven't been. They are out of control now, and it kind of goes back to what we were saying before. It's the exponentialness of it. It's that, you know, if you go up 5%, twice a year every year, then the 5% increase from time to time gets bigger and bigger and bigger each time. It's not a flat increase; it's a percentage increase, so it's exponential. That's the issue. They have to bring the prices down at some point. You cannot just have prices going up constantly. It isn't feasible. You just can't. It's not for a frankly luxury product like this. Yeah. Like you just it's, you know, even like people say, oh, you compare price to food. Yeah, but food prices, what's interesting is, so Mrs. Morden and I are pretty pretty savvy shoppers. Sometimes we spend a bit more, sometimes we spend a bit less, but when it comes to our weekly shop, we've always managed to basically keep it the same price each week for years, decades. Well, for a decade. We've been together a long time. But how long have we been living together? Basically 11 years now. So we've always managed to keep our weekly shop to roughly the same price. Sometimes it goes up because, oh, well, we need to buy like toilet roll this week. Sometimes it's a bit less because we don't need things like that. But it pretty much stays the same. And the reason we've been able to do that is because we aren't loyal to any one supermarket. You know, right now we shop at Tesco because we really, really savagely take advantage of the club card stuff. And that just influences our shop. Like, if that's not on club card, we just don't get it. And if there's something, and we also don't mind going to a couple of different shops to get things. Like, we know the cat food is cheaper at the actual pet store. So rather than buying at the supermarket, we buy it at the pet store, for example. And all this kind of stuff, like, oh, we know that we can get this bit. So we're just, we're just careful. And so because of this, we've basically managed to maintain our food bills at basically the same amount, give or take some erroneous expenses for, things that come up over so often, for, nearly a decade. And price increase has gone up, but we've not experienced it because we've just taken a little bit. It's not even that much. We've taken a natural amount of effort. We've just not been lazy about it to make sure that if a shop starts putting the price up, we just don't go there anymore. Like, we went away from Tesco for a bit. We were on Aldi and Lidl for a bit. And then when the club card was giving some really good deals, we went back over there and everything. And when, if Tesco, but I've been noticing Tesco's not, the club cards, they've not been doing as many club card deals recently. So we'll probably go back to something like Aldi. We just have no loyalty. Whichever shop has you know, roughly the best prices, that's where we'll go. Yeah, there's just I have no issue with that. Yeah. So it's one of those things where like people say, oh, the price always goes up with like inflation. No, it doesn't. Because there are other market forces that you can take advantage of. And this is one of the things that I think, you know, games, people say, oh, the GW price must always go up. The line will always go up. No, it doesn't. Because there are now other market forces, aka other game systems, which means you don't need to accept the other game systems or other providers. Like if GW wants to charge me for that much for infantry, I just won't buy it from them. I'll get it from somewhere else. Yeah. Like, so there is no such thing as company loyalty anymore. Company loyalty is, if you believe in company loyalty, you have been psyoped by a company's marketing department. It's that simple. Companies do not deserve your loyalty. Companies earn your loyalty. If a company does not do things which are deserving of your loyalty, you just move to somewhere else, to another company. Yeah. Yeah. Like, do you want to know? Do you want to know one of the most ridiculous comments that I get all the time? Every single time I do a beef video, you know, like you guys love the meme of I used to respect the channel. Do you want to know one of the other ridiculous comments I get whenever I do a beef video? Well, maybe you shouldn't talk shit about GW. They're paying your wage after all. You fucking idiots. GW isn't paying my wage. Warlord Games is. No. No, I haven't. To be clear, Warlord Games doesn't send me a paycheck at all either. I've got the affiliate link. That's it. It was just too good a joke to pass up, you know. But no, GW doesn't pay my wage. Oh, it's like I cover more than just Warhammer. Like, oh, because I cover Warhammer, I have to shut the fuck up. No. What a fucking stupid take. Like, honestly, anyone, that is such a low IQ mouth breather take that every time I see it, it actually does anger me because of its sheer idiocy. Yeah. Yeah. What do we got next? Snowpiece T, thank you for super chat, man. Have you talked about the custom heroes rules? Sentinel Commander sounds so sweet. I haven't looked at the custom hero rules because they're not for match play. They're not for match play. It's that simple. Yeah. I mean, I just don't play Crusade, so it's not for me. I don't. To me, Crusade is almost an example. Is an example of game design failure. The fact that Crusade has to exist is a bit of an example of game design failure. Yeah. Ben Hall, thank you for super chat, man. Australian prices compared to Britain. I know. Yeah. Well, dude, we're getting to the point where we're all paying bloody Australia prices. That's the crazy thing, man. Michael Gibson, I'm actually selling a Krieg army. Thank you for super chat, man. I'm actually selling a Krieg army on eBay so I can go visit my old lady while she's in Korea before we both get out and get to go to one last military ball. Am I allowed to post the eBay bid link in stream discussion? If not, I understand. It's if you put it in stream discussion, that's totally fine, man. Yeah, put it there. There's probably a buy and sell. You can put it in. You know what? It's on topic for stream. You can put it in. Yeah, it's fine. But as long as people don't make a habit of it, I don't really mind one-offs here and there. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, no problem, mate. Just put it there, and then just to put note to mods. I asked Mordian on stream, and he said it was okay. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, no, Michael, no problem. Hopefully, you might get a few nibbles from the community, but if not, it is what it is. You know. Yeah. Kilak Nelak, thank you for super chat, man. As a tower player who wishes for battle suits to be strongest edition, the Twin Lance may still have been worth it to me if I could trust their rules to stay the same past edition change. Great point. Great point. Why would, yeah, here's another thing. Why would you spend something, why would you spend so much on those guys when the new edition is around the corner and they just might be terrible? Like, how many people, like, got burned by Dreer? Dreer is an extreme example, but how many people got burned by Dreer? GW hyping him up, saying all these things about him, and then we all got to see his rules. It's like, oh, he's shit. Now, obviously, we've seen the rules for the Twin Blades, and they seem good. Very good. But we have no idea if they're going to, how long they're going to be good for. Yeah. Yeah. No idea. Yeah, great point, Kilak Nelak. Alpha Lilac, thank you for super chat. Where is the most impactful place to support you? YouTube is fine. YouTube or Patreon. I do have a tipping link, but honestly, YouTube or Patreon is absolutely fine. Thank you for the support. Bandersnatch, thank you for super chat. As an Aussie, third party or second hand are the only sensible options with GW stuff. K47 is far cheaper to field an army. Also, nod K47 update and discussion. Well, you see, Bandersnatch, that's not entirely true, is it? Because the most economical place for an Aussie to get Warhammer is from Forgery World. Just over that sea. Past Taiwan. Yeah, that's the best place. Let's have a look here. Waiting on transfer paper to print nod logos and playing with Tiberian base ideas. Looking around at my collection at the Chaos Space Marine, Traitor Guard, and 30k Traitor Legions. Mordian, are we the baddies? Hey, that's a cool army. That's a really cool army. I like that. Brotherhood of Nod themed army is nice. Yeah. Very much reminds me of Tiberian Sun. Cain lives in death. The technology of peace. Peace through power. Yeah, it's a good colour scheme, that, mate. Yeah, it's a really good colour scheme. It's cool seeing... I do like that a lot of Conflict 47 armies are being painted in, like, non-historical colours. I do like that. It's funny, because for me, all my Warhammer armies are painted in non-historical colours. So for K47, I was like, I want to paint something a bit more drab. But... for a lot of other people, for a lot of other Guard players, it's the other way around. Yeah. Seth. Just Seth. Yeah. Kane's giving me this special mission. Yeah. All right. Alpha Lilac, thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for doing your part. All right. Is it time? Let me have a look at something here. Oh, I heard about this. Yeah. I wasn't sure if I was going to cover it because I didn't really know if it was GW's fault. So this is like maybe beef. But yeah, we'll come back to it. Maybe. We've got to do hype first. We've got to do hype. We can't do back-to-back beef. We have to do hype. Okay. Now the good news is I do have some hype for you. There you go. All right. Let's have a look here. So we had some good beef. We need some hype. And then maybe some more beef. All right. Let me have a little looky here. Yep, I've got everything I need here. Okay. So, I actually have... Gentlemen, I actually have... some hype! Hype! Hype train, baby! Yes! We all too often don't get hype for 40k. Well, this isn't 40k to be fair. But for Warhammer, these days and for Games Workshop, but I have some actual like unreserved hype that I want to share with you guys. Now, it's not for 40k, but I'll take my Warhammer wins where I can get them. And this is actually for Warhammer the Old World. And I don't mean to alarm you, but I actually have hype for Cathay. Now, for those of you that aren't in the Old World bubble, Cathay's a bit of a controversial subject. And in fact, they were one of the reasons why I actually went off Old World a little bit. So let me give you a quick potted history of Old World. The game came out and it was hype. GW tried to make it not hype by legending half the factions on launch, the day before launch, but the community went, fuck you GW, it's our game, and basically unlegends them all. Great. Then everyone played for about 12 months and the game was super hype. And then GW released something called the Match Play Guide and Cathay at the same time. Match Play Guide was basically, hey, do you want to play 40k missions standing on circles? No. And hey, here's this faction which is unbelievably overpowered to the point where every major tournament was basically won by them for 6 months. So these two things coming out at the same time, unfortunately, put a bit of a damper on Old World. And I really loved Old World. You guys know I did. I really, really, really loved it. And for several points, I was genuinely tempted to turn this channel to an Old World only channel because I was getting so sick of the 40k beef. But the Match Play Guide plus the Cathay debacle really did... It put me off a little bit. Like, I was like, I left. I obviously haven't left 40k. But the reason I play Old World is to palate cleanse from the bullshit going on in 40k. And now it feels like this bullshit is bloody following me here to Old World. And I don't like it. I don't like the fact that, we're seeing when they release a new box, you get half the models. Now, sure, you might say, yes, Mordian, but the old Marauders were wank. And I can kind of see it, but I've played these games before. There's always an excuse for GW to give you less models for the same price. GW should just give you... those goddamn Marauder sprues had paid off themselves ages ago. GW should have just given us 40 of the new Marauders for the same price. That should like... Oh, that's unreasonable. No, it's not. They are a £7 billion company. It is not unreasonable to expect that from them. And then they did some like FOMO bullshit and all this kind of stuff. And I was getting a little annoyed. So I actually went cool on Old World. I was like, well, I like going to Old World tournaments because it's a much more social affair. But now whenever I go to an Old World tournament, everyone's having to cheese it because Cathay's basically created an arms race. And it's and now all these like negative things, negative vibes and waves are coming into the game, and everyone's complaining about it. Everything's been soured, and it's all a bit bollocks. It put me off a little bit. It put me off. So whilst I still love Old World, you guys may have noticed I basically haven't played any Old World in like 3 months. But we're back, baby. We are back. And I'm amazed to say I feel like we're actually back with Cathay. And I never thought I'd say that, but it definitely seems like the Old World team has managed to right the ship. And I've always said I am actually, contrary to what people may think, especially with how sometimes I love to, it seems like I indulge in the beef a bit too much. But contrary to what people think, I actually just want to enjoy my wargaming. I just want to be hype. I wish every day was a hype day. I really wish, I wish every Warhammer day was a hype day. And so, and I also am actually quite reasonable. Like, I don't mind if GW, maybe is a little cheeky with the price here and there. I'm willing to sort of swallow the marketing bullshit. Oh, well, the models are twice as good, so we'll give you half as many. But that doesn't really make sense because, it's the same amount of plastic. Anyway, but the point is, I'm willing to go along with it if I feel like the rest of the game is going in the right direction. And for a little while there, it looked like the game wasn't going in the right direction. For a little while there, it looked like Corpo GW was starting, like a Garwold, they were starting to like infect and take over and puppet the old world. And I think they turned the franchise around. Because they've done a big second wave of Cathay releases. And I have to say, I unequivocally, unreservedly like it. I actually think it's a 10 out of 10 release, and I have zero complaints with it. And I very rarely get to say that these days. Very rarely indeed. But let's take a look. So we've got a few different articles here on Warhammer Community. So we've got three here. So Sunday pre-orders. Defenders of the Great Bastion, Army Reinforcements. This is the army as a whole. We'll get into that in a little bit in a second. I just want to keep that picture to one side because I want to come back to it. Now, one of the other where I actually want to start is with art and lore. Yay! Art, like I always say, for a little while there, I said I wasn't a lore guy. It turns out I'm actually a massive lore guy. Just that 40k lore has just been not doing it for me. But I looked down at some of the previews of this for this new book, The Breach of the Great Bastion, and I have to say, it looks nice. I can get on board with it. Like, so firstly, we've got this first picture here, which it's really cool. You can see the peasant levies desperately trying to hold the line against the invading Kurgan. You know, I wonder if we can get like a closer look at that. Look at that. That's proper old world lore. It's not like some of the weird, like almost feels like AI art that GW puts out for 40k. It's like everyone here in the guard book, the fucking recon detachment, that fucking shitty bit of art there. This is actually a proper bit of art. Like, you know, this is the kind of art that I'd pore over and I'd like look at it and I'd be like, okay, yeah, you know, this guy's going to stab this guy. I'd look for the stories within the art. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And then you've got the archers up here, like firing away. There's a mage back here. You know, there's a leader of the peasants here. Like, this is cool. They're fighting over steps. You know, this is really, you can see the arrows pin cushioning the shields and furs of the marauders. This guy's got like a cut scalp. Like, it's really, really good. So straight away, I like that. No, we've got some interesting lore bits here as well. With the armies of the undead marching across the border princes and the hordes of chaos rampaging throughout the northern reaches of the empire, they say the relative peace of the old world has been well and truly shattered. Now, I really liked this because when Old World first, it's a little bit of an advancing of the storyline, which I'm okay. I am okay with storylines advancing if it has meaningful consequences, which I think they can absolutely get away with in Old World, because obviously we know the ending of the story, so they don't have to worry about, oh, what if we make a change that fucks up the end of the story? No, it's okay. If you fuck up the end times, no one will really mind. So I really like that we're actually seeing lore advances in the Old World, because it's a tangible, living, breathing world, and you can point to a map and say, hey, this has happened. That's great. Like, hey, this place got raided. I can see that. And you know, if there's a town that gets burned down, well, this was 300 years ago. So if that town is then mentioned again in Warhammer Fantasy Battles 300 years later, well, it got rebuilt, right? So that's really good. So I like this for that point of view. I also like the idea that this might start opening the doorway to Legends armies coming back. Like, oh, the world's heating up again. Well, maybe that means the Vampire Counts will come out from sleeping. Maybe that will mean the Skaven will rise up to take an opportunity of the chaos. Maybe Dark Elves will come back. You know, I like this, because it's, to me, maybe it's a throwaway line, but it gives me hope that maybe if the world is heating up, more factions will start taking part in that world. Recently, we've seen the armies of Grand Cathay undertake a great voyage from their homeland to the shores of Westerland in aid of their Western allies. But what of Grand Cathay itself? How does it fare when the armies of the ruinous powers are on the march, and how does it defend itself against its enemies? The new release of Grand Cathay really helped to flesh the faction out, adding as they do regiments of peasant levy, crane gunner teams, iron hail gunners, and even astromancers of the Celestial Court, with these all being regular fixtures of the armies that defend the Grand Cathay against its multifarious enemies. We were presented with the ideal opportunity to delve more deeply into the history of the Celestial Dragon's realm. Love it. More lore, delve deeper. You cannot give me too much lore. You cannot go too deep on the lore. You cannot be too impactful with it. I love it. This was very exciting since the release. And also what I love about this is it doesn't feel like... I really like the tone of this article because it doesn't feel... Like, one of the things that annoys me about so many of the 40k articles is all these, like, little quippy Marvel humor jokes in there. And little asterisks that go down to the bottom and say, oh, well, don't tell him we said this and all this kind of bollocks. Like, fuck that. Like, fuck the Marvel humor. Like, just give me a good article, not a silly quippy one. So, and I like this, yeah. This is very exciting. Since the release of the faction, we've been asked all manner of questions about it from fans eager to find out more. With all the action taking place in the old world, we hadn't planned to set any Arcane Journals in Grand Cathay itself. But the moment we saw the new miniatures, the inspiration for the Arcane Journal, the breach of the Great Bastion struck. That's kind of, I kind of like that. Hey, we hadn't originally planned. Do you know what? I really like that. That kind of goes to show that Old World has done more than they expected. Think about that. We hadn't planned on doing all this shit for Cathay, but Old World completely fucking blew up, and now we're doing shit we never realized or never thought we'd do. Love that. Yeah, that's a little side comment, you know, backhanded comment, like, but in a good way, like, oh, we weren't expecting to do this, but it's a great opportunity to do so. Yeah. In this supplement, we explore more of the history of this fascinating nation and its relationship with its Western allies, including a detailed timeline that lists the major events that have shaped Grand Cathay since the time of the Old Ones, which again is awesome because Cathay is actually, you know, a new faction, and you know, in the past it only got very vague lore mentions. So this is, you know, I fully endorse this, fully welcome it. There are also sections exploring the northern, western, and imperial provinces, describing the major cities and landmarks, and an exploration of celestial magic, which delves into how the dragons manipulate the elemental winds, or as they are known in the west, the winds of magic. We learn about the role of Astromantic Court and the purposes of the mysterious Woozing Compass, a magical device of great power that resides in the celestial pass itself, and through which the dragons are able to discern and manipulate the flow of magic into the world of legend. I mean, that sounds a little too far, but okay, whatever. But you've got to understand, like, these things are, you know, it's a Grand Cathay journal. It's going to be a bit of a hype piece for them. Grand Cathay will take its licks in other places, probably. Finally, Arcane Journal, the breaching of the great... Wait, is this another... Okay, yeah. Finally, the Arcane Journal, the breach of the gate, touches on the many threats that assail Grand Cathay. These include the raiders and reavers that trouble the fleets of Yin Yin, the Sea Dragon, and the savage tribes that come from the Western Mountains, crossing the Warpstone Desert to battle the forces of Zhao Ming, the Iron Dragon. To the south, the troublesome armies of the Monkey King constantly beset Li Dao and Fire Dragon, and of course, there's the ever-present threat of chaos in the northern provinces. That's kind of cool. I kind of would love to know more about the Monkey King. That sounds kind of cool. Yeah, and maybe setting up another faction, Ind. And I love this. Yeah. Again, look at this artwork. Look at that. It's a bit of a funny one, but one thing I always judge Warhammer artwork on is how good would it be as a desktop background. Is the artwork worthy of becoming a desktop background? And I look at that and I'm like, yes. I could absolutely see myself or someone else having that as a desktop background. Like, you can see this firing against the bastion, melting it to shreds. The dragons burning. How do you fight a bastion this big with fucking dragons? Obviously, the best bit as well, all the balloons getting absolutely twatted. This balloon's getting burnt to shit. This balloon's getting burnt to shit. This balloon's getting the shit torn out of it by a dragon. You see the dragon off the top there. Yeah, love that. Yeah, I tell you what, I bet there's a whole bunch of people seeing this artwork and giving a big fucking cheer. Yeah, I know I am. Yeah. This leads into the narrative section in which we learn the events immediately prior to the Arcane Journal, Dawn of the Storm Dragon, and gain insight into how armies of the Northern Province deal with the hordes of Kurgan marauders and hosts of Chaos Warriors and knights that constantly assail the Great Bastion. More importantly, we discover that on the rare occasions where these enemies are able to breach Grand Cathay's defenses and march boldly across the lands of the Cesar Dragon, they do not do so unopposed. If you're a fan of Grand Cathay or just want to know more about the history of this most ancient realm, Arcane Journal, The Breaching of the Great Bastion, offers plenty of valuable insight. I mean, I love that. Yeah, it's obviously it's a bit of a... Cathay does need to take a few licks, because right now they are a bit of a Mary Sue faction. They haven't really got any tragic losses to their name. So we do need a little bit of... We need a, you know... They need to take some hard knocks to get some hard edges. And so hopefully there's a few of them in this... I hope this isn't just another, and then Cathay beat everyone again. Like, I hope that's not the case. But, yeah, this should be equal part. This should be about the breaching of the Great Bastion. It should be about when Cathay gets a bloody nose. Yeah. Yeah. But overall, so I love this lore, this artwork, and then we'll close a couple of these bits down here. Now, we then get to look at some of the new units. And again, I'll tell you this. Grand Cathay, with its original launch, I think it is a tragic shame. So many cool-looking units were massively overshadowed by the balloon drama and the cannon drama. There are so many beautiful models in the Cathay army. Like, the Jade Warriors are really cool. The Cathayan Sentinel is absolutely gorgeous. The Jade Lancers are also really cool. But all of this got overshadowed by Balloon Gate. It did. And what I really hope to see with this, and the problem is, not only did it get overshadowed by Balloon Gate, but there was the knock-on effect that Cathay started making Old World look shit. This was a really big problem. Because not only did Cathay look shit, but it started making the whole game look shit for two reasons. One, at tournaments they were so prevalent because it was just a sea of balloon after balloon after balloon. And then two, everyone else had to start bringing non-vibe armies and actually bring hard as nails armies, really efficient armies, which didn't, armies stopped looking like armies because people were forced to do that in order to be able to have a snowball's chance in hell of keeping up with Cathay. And so Cathay's main crime against the old world was not that they were broken, it's that they started taking a game that was vibes and looked great and started making the game as a whole look like shit. They started having a 40k like effect on the game. And what I'm really hoping is Cathay have been quite significantly nerfed now. And also their roster has been sufficiently fleshed out where we can now get Cathay to be a vibe faction. Where people are like, okay, we've taken a nerf and we've now got enough options where even if I know some of these other units are a bit shit, like I can take them and I can be a vibes Cathay player. And then other people will be able to go back to being vibes players as well. Because there's nothing wrong with like 10 or even 20% of like the old world player base being cutthroat. There's nothing wrong with a minority of it being cutthroat. But the problem is it started infecting every layer of the game. That was Cathay's great crime. So what I'm really hoping for with this is, like I said, they turn the franchise around and the Cathay players can be like, okay, we can now do old world properly. Yeah. Yeah. And I have to say, I do really like the look of these guys. And also the rules that are coming out for them don't seem I mean, I'm not seeing anything that seems particularly ridiculous with any of this stuff. So, you've got the peasants. And the peasants can be equipped with bows or with spears. Now, the peasants get war bows. So they're not long bows, they're not short bows, they're war bows. So that to me is fine. War bows are not particularly scary weapon, unless there's something I'm unaware of. People are saying some of the rules have been leaked and whatnot. But a bunch of knobheads running around with war bows, probably with zero or next to no armor, doesn't really worry me at all. I'm sure they'll be perfectly good as skirmishing bowmen. Fine. Okay, sure, whatever. Don't mind. What's interesting as well is they do have they do get some special spears. So they get unique long spears that allow them to strike first in combat and fight at an extra rank. So fight an extra rank, all spears get that. Strikes first means that you fight at like initiative 10 or something. So you don't actually strike first. You just strike at initiative 10. Now, again, that might be like, oh, stupid bullshit, Cathay. Spears, I actually think that all spears should have this rule. If I actually hope this is a test for... I hope this is a test for all spears, and that this gets rolled out with Cathay first and then becomes something that all spears get. Because spears at the moment aren't really worth it. Halberds over spears pretty much 9 times out of 10. Because all spears do is give you a bunch of extra really shit attacks. Like, oh, you're getting a... And these guys are weapon skill 2 apparently as well. So it's like, oh, excellent. I get to strike first with my weapon skill 2, strength 3, no AP attacks. Okie croaky. Yeah, they're not really a problem. So I like the peasant levies, but and I would love to take shitloads of these spears, and I probably will do. But yeah, they don't worry me at all. They actually are a great cheap unit. I think the meta way of playing them will absolutely be bowmen, small units of bowmen. I think the vibes way of playing them will be big spear blocks. Big spear blocks. Yeah. I like that. James, weird how peasants get long warbows. I mean, not really. There's no real precedent for troop quality and bow. I mean, you've got goblins which get short bows, and you've got goblins are basically greenskin peasants. They get short bows, and you've got Bretonian peasants which get long bows, and then you've got high elf peasants, which are the high elf archers are militia, and they get long bows as well. So to me, there's no real precedent on peasants having a certain type of bow. Short bows and long bows or lesser bows, Mordian? I think there's a little element of getting caught up in the specific wording. I think back in the day, bows were just called bows. Right? And it's an old world thing that bows got called war bows. But a war bow is just a bow. It's the in-between one, right? Like if the term war bow didn't exist and these guys have been given bows, no one will be batting an eyelid. Like Empire archers are equipped with war bows. And they're literally... Empire archers are huntsmen. And they are equipped with war bows. It's just, I think the only reason they're called war bows is just so it doesn't go short bow, long bow. It goes short bow, war bow, long bow. It's like to make sure there's like 2 words in each one. I think that's it. Yeah. So I wouldn't get too wrapped up in it. I think it's more of a terminology. It's more just of an in-game terminology than an actual reflection of the bow, the in-law bow, as it makes sense. Yeah. No, of course there's a difference between a short bow and a long bow. Of course there's. But what I'm saying is, like, back in 6th edition. Back in Fantasy, bows were just called bows. The bows, so short bows, 18-inch range, strength. 18-inch range, war bows, 24-inch range, long bows, 30-inch range, right? But they were called short bows, bows, and long bows. All they've done is put the word war in front. That's all it is. In Old World, there is not short bow, war bow, long bow. That doesn't exist. There is just short bow, war bow, and long bow. And war bow is just the in-between one. And it's just the fact that they've stuck the word war in front of it. I wouldn't get hung up on that in any way, shape, or form. Don't. It's just a catch-all term they've stuck in. Yeah, it's not a, oh, these are war bows, which are better than regular bows. They're just not, the war bow is just a bow. In an Old World, basically. Yeah. So the same stats as the longbow. No. A short bow is an 18-inch range. A war bow has a 24-inch range. And a longbow has a 30-inch range. Yeah. That's it. That's it. That's all it means. They've not got anything special. It's just a bow. It's the normal intermediate bow. Yeah. Back in Fantasy, we would have just called it a bow. In Old World, they decided to stick the war part in front of it. And that's it. So it's a medium bow. Yeah, exactly. Basically. Crane gunners. So these guys look fine to me, by the way. Crane gunner teams bear long-range, powerful crane guns. The strength of 6 and AP of 2 and armor bear 2. These guns can punch a large hole through in the heaviest armor, protected by the unique shields and guns themselves, with 3+ save against air attacks that originate within their front arc. So these guys are absolutely fine to me. They're just Scavenger's ales. It's just yeah, they're just Jazales. That's it. They're fine. Anyone who's used Scavenger's ales will tell you they look scarier on paper than they are in real life. Yeah. Iron Hail Gunners, by contrast, carry short-range Iron Hail guns. These broad-barreled weapons have lower strength and AP, but able to produce a truly staggering number of hits, with each successful to hit roll causing not 1 but D3 hits on the target enemy unit. With the ability to operate in open order as skirmishers, even small units can prove very effective, guarding against the advance of fast-moving and lightly armored enemies intent on flanking your army. Again, these guys are absolutely fine. These are just Cathayan brigands. They're just Cathayan brigands. If you go and look at Arcane Journal for Bretonians, you go to Bretonian Exiles, you look at brigands, they literally have blunderbusses which do exactly the same thing. Yeah. Like, so these things are only strength 3, AP -1. They're fine. Yeah, they're absolutely fine. So the problem, I do feel quite strongly like Games Workshop has actually learned the lesson from the first Cathay wave, because I feel like if these guys had come out with the first wave of Cathay, they'd be strength 4. They'd be something ridiculous like range 18, strength 4, AP -2, D3 plus 1 shots. Yeah. And these guys would be like 2 shots. Do you know what I mean? These guys would be like 2 shots. And for some reason, these bows would be special Cathayan bows that were like AP -1 all the time, strength +1. Do you know what I mean? The only special bit is let's make the peasant spears a bit less shit. And like I said, I wish that was a rule that all spears got. So I hope it's in that all spears do eventually get. Yeah. So all of this stuff which is coming out to me seems, based on what we've seen, it seems very reasonable. I'd love to know the ballistic skill of the crane gun and the iron hail gun people. And maybe the ballistic skill of the bows guys, maybe the ballistic skill 3, but weapon skill 2, something like that. But based on these gun stats alone, I don't really have much of a problem with these weapons. Yeah. Not massively. Not on derpy, shitty little, like, infantry. Yeah. Ballistic skill. If these guys are a ballistic skill 3 and these are a ballistic skill 3, then there's really no problems with them. If these weapons are on the balloon, I think the problem is that the balloon just had 2 good weapon skill and could like move and shoot without penalty and all this kind of stuff. The fact that these guys are, the fact that these weapons are mounted on toughness 3 infantry with ballistic skill 3 makes them totally reasonable. You know, totally reasonable. This is what I'm talking about, guys. This Cathay release, it feels like the old world is healing. It feels like they got it right with this. It feels like I might want to play Cathay. Yeah. Like that's like, and I never ever thought I'd say that, but you know, I'm looking at this and going, I would be okay with playing Cathay. This is what I've been waiting for. And I have no issue with voting with my wallet. And I always say you should vote with your wallet positively and negatively. You should vote with your wallet negatively, as in, I'm going to withhold funds from this particular product because I do not believe that it should get my money. The only way I can communicate this to the company outside of, you know, maybe emailing them or something, is to basically go, I'm not spending money on this. And if enough people do that, then the product will not do well. And that is a sign to the company they need to do better. Right? And then if a company, but then you vote with your wallet positively and you go, this is a good release. I want to show my support to this release, and I want to send a message to the company that this is the right way of doing something. Right? This is the correct way of doing something. Please, here is my money, and take this money as a sign that you are going in the right direction. If you then fuck up, I will withdraw my money again. I won't ask for a refund, but I'll stop giving you my money. But I will continue to hand over my money to you if you continue down the path that you are showing. And this is what I'm talking about with this. Like, I would happily drop a little bit of money on this new Cathay release to show GW I am supporting this product. I am voting with my wallet on this. I have no issue with that whatsoever. Yeah. And then we've got some Master of the Elemental Winds here. Let's have a look. A Humble Astromancer could be level 1 or 2, whilst the Supreme Astromancer could be level 3 or 4. That's fine. They know Battle Magic, Elemental, High Magic, and Illusion. That's fine. Or the Law of Yin or the Law of Yang. Wider range of spells. This is all. There's no special treatment going on here. It feels very similar to like Orcs and Goblins, you know, where they get like and Chaos, where they get different special laws they can touch upon. Mastery of the Elemental Winds. The Dragon has mastery of the Elemental Winds magic. Once per turn, a wizard within your army that has this special rule, and that was instructed to one or more friendly wizards that have also has special rule, may apply +1 casting roll. So is that one wizard gets to do it? So it's not both wizards get to do it, or is it everyone? It's once per turn. Once per turn, one wizard that has a friend nearby can get +1 to the casting roll. Again, totally fine. Totally okay. Like, if you're playing Orcs and Goblins and you've got lots of your mates around, you can get a +1 to casting value. Tzeentch can get +1 to casting value. This is actually quite toned down. Yeah, it's actually quite toned down. This is great. This is great. And I will say this again and again and again. This is what Old World is all about. This is the Old World healing. This one release right here has restored my faith. Now, as 50%. All I need for them to get my faith back 100% is to release a new mission book which has none of the 40k standing on circles in it. I'm like, hey, here's King of the Hill. If you control the hill at the end of the game, you win the game. Here's how you determine who controls it. For example. Hey, you're trying to outflank your opponent? You have to try and march units off the board. Do like a breakthrough kind of mission. Great. Have some attacker defender missions. Yeah. Like if what all Old World needs now is some vibes based fucking missions, and it will be 100% back in business. And I tell you how like sincere I am about this. I know that some of these boxes models are going to be expensive. It's going to be £50 for 20, isn't it? On some of these models. That's because they're new ones. I will accept that if they keep on this path. Remember, wargamers as a whole generally don't have an issue, and I include myself in this, with spending the money. It's about feeling like you're getting your money's worth and you're not being taken advantage of. If GW makes a good game and does a good release, I do not mind spending GW prices on that. Especially considering I feel like GW prices for Old World are relatively much lower anyway. Like if we look at some Old World prices, but we'll look at Cathay, to be fair. Like, you know, you got the Grand Cathay Battalion, you're looking at, what's this? 50 miniatures for £115. I mean, I don't mean to alarm anyone, but this is basically triple the miniatures for a tenner more than a GW Combat Patrol. Yeah, that's okay. Jade Lancers are good. Jade Warriors, I mean, I don't know if they're good or bad, but I like them as a good core option. We know the cannons are good. Yeah, this is a good battalion. All killer. This is all killer, no filler. Core, good. Riders, good. Artillery, good. Is it a bit more than a Combat Patrol? Yes. But is it overall actually cheaper? Yeah. Than buying a Combat Patrol? Yes. That's good. I'm okay with that. You know? Cathayan Sentinel. Is it 80 quid? Yes. Am I going to get maybe one as like a Bane Blade for my army? Yes. Okay. And yeah, look, no characters. So you can actually buy a couple of these things. Yeah, awesome. Also, look at this. Limited edition FOMO box set. Is it £160? Is it £180? Is it fuck? It's £130. That's actually all right. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit more here. Okay, it says 53 models here for a little bit more, but I'm getting a couple of characters in there, and I can see that these guys are basically like 2 models each because of it's 2 infantry on one base, so I can count those as like 2. So let's add another 8 onto that. Okay, yeah, 61. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's all right. And what this kind of shows me as well. And I don't know if this is true, but it looks like you get 30 peasants in this box set. So to me, that kind of says, hey, they're going to sell the peasants in boxes of 30. Well, you know what? I'm totally okay if, like if we look at Cathay standalone stuff, Jade Warriors, 20 blokes, £54.50. Little expensive. But if they sell me the peasants, 30 blokes, for £54.50, and they're new GW models, so they're going to be they're going to be fiddly as fuck, but they're going to have that high quality finish. Yeah, that's actually decent. That's actually like, all right. Look at Jade Lancers. Okay, £54.50 for 10 Jade Lancers. Or I can get 12 Empire Knights, which, let's be honest, they're cool, but they are ancient as fuck, right? For the same price. I don't mind getting 2 less knights if I'm getting like actually double the quality for the same price. See, wargamers are reasonable. There's a few outliers here. I'm not a massive fan of the lantern being 100 quid. Weirdly, I'm kind of okay with the dragon because this is a special character and you're getting 2 models in one, and this is basically like the equivalent of like buying a Primarch, and I've actually seen this thing. It is fucking massive. It's like Angron size. You might not think of it. It actually is really big. I'm actually okay with that. Like I'm willing to be reasonable. I'm very, very willing to be reasonable. GW, I'm willing to meet you halfway. This is the kind of release that makes me want to meet you halfway. Yeah. So, yeah, and here's the thing. £129 is really reasonable, especially when you consider you can get it from Wayland Games for 103. Like, now we're starting to look at, like, hey, this is kind of like Warlord Game Starter army price. Huh. Now, yeah, I know I'm not getting a full army, but, you know, that's all right. It's like conflict. This is like a Conflict 47 box. Okay, yeah, I'm all right with that. I am okay with that. This is what I mean. Like, this is the level of cost that we should. And this, the thing is, this is all new GW. There's no longer this whole, well, it's cheaper because they're chucking in a bunch of bollocks models in there from like 30 years ago. No. Old World is showing us how it should be. And Old World is showing us the level of piss taking that's happening in 40k. Yeah. So that's why I support Old World, and I have no issue with you know, supporting a product like this. And that's why I am unreservedly giving this a 10 out of 10, and I am unreservedly saying hype. I like it. Now, you know, I haven't seen the full rules for this, so maybe I'll end up with some egg on my face. I am just going basically off what the GW propaganda machine is saying. But this, to me, gets 2 thumbs up. This is the right vibe. This is the right direction. This is restoring vibes to the Old World, and I like it. This is the kind of army which will make me go out, get a full peasant army of Cathay, get my shit pushed in game after game after game, and I'm going to be like, absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Yeah. So yeah. Guys, I told you I actually had some hype for you. And I think that was actually full-blown hype. Unreserved, full-blown, proper hype. What do you think? I'm excited for it. And you know what, guys? It might not be 40k. But regardless of game system, it's been a hot minute since I've been able to be excited about anything that GW puts out. Yeah. So that's why I want to make a big deal out of it. Now, there is one fly in the ointment. I'll tell you what, I'll give it a 9 out of 10. There is one fly in the ointment. It is a FOMO box. I just wish it wasn't a FOMO box. I truly think that box set that we've seen there, it would be so good if it just came out as an additional battalion. Because I actually think for a lot of people, buying the battalion box set and then buying that box set would make, you know, if that was permanently on sale, GW would just sell one of each of those to every new Cathay player. And that would probably get them up to like a 2,000 point army or near one of each of those, and then maybe like a dragon. And that would get people up to 2,000 points. And that would be a really, really good place. And it's the same thing I said with the, when they did the Marauder thing. Like, have the Chaos Battalion, have the Marauder Battalion. Don't have the Marauder Battalion on like FOMO. And you just sell those like hotcakes constantly. Yeah, GW is really, I cannot express this enough. I really think they're actually hurting themselves with this FOMO. They've gone too deep into the FOMO to the point where now they do it out of habit without realizing it's actually not good for them now. They're actually it sounds crazy. I believe they're losing money on FOMO in the long term. If the double Dawn box was still available for the Guard, if the Artillery Platoon was still available for the Krieg, if the Krieg Combat Patrol was still available, if the old, you know, all of these things that they did FOMO for the Guard, if none of them were FOMO, they'd have sold them like fucking hotcakes continuously. Yeah. I'm now of the belief that not even that long term, like I'm talking like, instead of thinking in terms of like a month, if they thought in terms of like a year or two. Yeah. But I'm not going to let that sully the hype. Yeah. It's a 9 out of 10 release. If they just didn't fucking FOMO it, it would have been 10 out of 10. Yeah. All right. It's not. Yeah, Jenny. It's nice to see you do good things. Yeah, exactly. But more, you think of GW executives, think of the yachts. They need money too. Yeah. Nah. Tim Bob, thank you for super chat, man. Have you seen any of this Morningstar stuff? Interesting discussion. I have seen I have seen a lot of the Morningstar stuff. I don't know if they've done another video recently. No, I have seen it. Yeah, it's very, very good. It's very, very good, but I have seen it and we have shown it off on stream as well. It's very awesome. Yeah. It's very, very awesome. All right. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the next part of it. Yeah. Alan Glow, if they just released the back catalogue of Old World Minis, they're pretty funny. I know, man. I know. If they just took everything that's out of Legends and just put it into, you know, the Legends factions, just put it into the game, it'd be amazing. Yeah, I really, they need to get dark. They need to get all those other factions back. Just, it's obvious. God, think of how much money they'd make on Skaven. Yeah. Get cross compatibility back. They already make the Skaven models. They don't even need to make any new ones. Just go, oh yeah, Skaven's now a supported faction. Boom, done. Yeah. All right, now I do apparently have more beef, but I need a drink. So before I do, let me okay. Let's have a look. So, let's have a look here. Squiffis, yeah, I've had to hold a small group together in my area, but it's basically the only way I can play LOL. The Garage Bunker upgrade's coming soon. What, for keeping Old World around? Yeah. You've got to, you're the community hub for Old World, Good Fist. Arise. Right, I'm going to grab a drink, have a piss, and then we're going to have a look at one more bit of beef. And then I did have one specific topic I wanted to talk about, but it's neither beef nor hype. It's just like I thought it'd be a fun topic to go through on stream. So if you guys are okay with the stream maybe going on a bit longer, and because I could do it as a pre-recorded one, but I thought it'd be good to do it as a on-stream one. And I wanted to go through every single Warhammer 40k starter box, like edition launch box, and compare them over the years and give them a smash or pass and get some reactions from chat whilst we're doing it. I thought it'd be a nice fun topic, neither beefy nor not beefy, because I think all of them have been pretty good. You know, I think even, you know, Leviathan's been great and everything. So yeah, I thought that'd be a good one to maybe end the stream with. So because I like to try and end the streams on a positive note, not a negative note. Yeah. So if you guys are up for that, we'll do the beef, any super chats that come in as well, and then do that as a nice little fun topic to wrap the stream up on. Yeah. There you go. And people can you know, we can rate them out of 10, and yeah, I just thought it'd be fun, and if people like it, maybe we could do it for Warhammer Fantasy / the Old World as well. You know, maybe in a future stream, or maybe even for maybe even for other games. Although I'm not sure. Unfortunately, I don't think AOS has been around long enough, and the first edition didn't even have a launch box. I'm not sure. So I'd probably just do it for those two games for the time being. Yeah. But anyway, I'll be back in a moment. I heard a rumor that Tabletop Tactics have put out a War Machine battle report. That can't be true. No. No, they haven't. I was going to say that would be insane. Someone said it in chat. Do you see someone put? I'm going to have to Google to search it, see what comes up. No, it's no. No, I don't think anyone big's done one. People have been doing more War Machine stuff though, which is cool to see. But yeah. No, I think that must have been bullshit. Unless it was on there on demand or something. Let's have a look here. All right, so apparently we might have some beef. Ladies, gentlemen, small furry creature from the Alpha Centauri. I think we might have some beef! Beef! We might have some beef. So, I heard about this in the chit and chat that happens around the proverbial internet water cooler. But it kind of, I have to admit, it kind of flew under my radar because I was like, oh, well, I wasn't really planning on attending anyway. But apparently, Games Workshop has released a bunch of tickets for a bunch of their tournaments. And they want like £180 for a ticket. But I need to look into this. So apparently you have to pay the cost of the ticket and then you have to pay the cost to get into the venue. So it's the UKGE, UK Games Expo, and that has a £54 cost. And then you have to pay the cost to go to the Games Workshop event. So let's have a little look here, dig into this a little bit and see what info there is. So this is on Warhammer Community. Tickets on sale now for 6 Warhammer Opens and more events this spring. Warhammer Open tickets on sale now. Last week we revealed the locations for this spring and summer's Warhammer Open event, and as of today, tickets are now on sale for all of them. Whether you're an avid tournament player, a dedicated hobbyist, or somewhere in between, there's plenty to do at this year's premier official Warhammer events. That also includes the upcoming Warhammer Open in Maastricht. There are still a few tickets left for its tournaments, and some of the instructional hobby events with painted blah 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 blah. Warhammer fans in North America look forward to Dallas and Edmonton. Okay, let's have a look here. Up. So this is the Warhammer Open stuff. Okay, don't care about that. Upcoming events at Warhammer World. Okay, don't care about that. March to Battle. Interesting. Okay, don't care about that. Oh, I do care. But okay, so wait, where? Wait, is it this one? Okay, tickets available now. May 29, 31, 2026. Tickets available now. So make sure I'm not going to dox myself 1 second. No, it's where it is, not where I am. That's fine. Okay, so let's purchase a ticket. UK Games Expo. Okay, yeah, don't worry. I'll bring it. How do I actually buy a fucking ticket for this thing, man? Look, I followed that link. And it's like, well, okay. I tell you what, it's not easy. 1 minute, buy tickets. Okay, again, I'm just going to be careful here. Oh, yeah, there you go. There you go, look. 3-day adult ticket. Show entry ticket for 1 adult for Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So that's your ticket for entry to the UK Games Expo. Right. So you have to get entry to the UK Games Expo. And then once you're there, you can buy your tickets for the grand tournament. And that's £125. Wow. I mean, it's a 3-day, 8-round tournament. But who the fuck wants to play 3-day, 8-round event if you're not going to try and win the entire thing? I mean, bro, imagine you're some poor fucker who's like 0 and 8. Jesus, man. Jesus. Also, why is the Kill Team one £40 cheaper? Weird. Why is the Kill Team one just 40 quid cheaper? Strange. Alright, I'll fucking find out more. Whether you're a casual player of 140k, a Grizzle Tournament veteran, or a superb hobbyist, itching to show off your most anticipated models, the Warhammer Open Birmingham is the perfect weekend of gaming to hone your skills, make new friends, and reconnect with old ones. This fucking wanky bollocks. There's an 8-round, 3-day tournament being held for the first time at the UK Game Expo, and it's been carefully crafted. Fucking hell, I hope it's been handcrafted. I hope I get a fucking tuggy every fucking match for 125 quid. Different gaming skill and player focus. There's path to victory no matter what type of player you are. All of those looking to have a great time with amazing models and roll handful of dice on our beautifully crafted war-torn battlefields, the first millennium. Welcome. To be fair, the terrain probably will be better. It won't be like grey ruins. Yeah, fair. Your ticket also includes one of our amazing exclusive swag boxes. Inside the collector box, you will find an array of goodies, including event store, coupon, metal dice, battle notebook, pen, event stickers, and more. Oh, sick, bro. It's all right. It's worth £125. I'm going to get a notebook and pen made in China. And some stickers. Fuck yeah, man. That'll be worth it. Because, you know, you're not going to get any miniatures worth shit. Because if you were going to get miniatures, they'd put them at the front. Saying, oh, you'll get some miniatures. You'll get some fucking miniatures. And you can see how many have sold. So they started with 320 and they've sold 242. I mean, it's not sold out, has it? But what? It's only been... When did this come out? Oh, wait. It's been out a hot minute. Ooh, that's not good. Yeah, if it had only come out today... and it had sold already that many tickets, I'd say that's going all right. But this has been out for a week. Oof. 242 remaining. Yes, they've sold 78. Yeah. It's been about a week, Serie A. It's been about a week. You know. That's it's been a weekend. People buy things on the weekend. It's been a weekend. plus time on top of that. I mean, 27th was Friday. 27th, 28th, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. So it's been 6 days. It's been 6 days. Check the AOS tickets sold. Oh, God, no, man. Oh, my God. $142 remaining of 150. No, guys. AOS is really popular in my area. Everyone who says AOS is dying is just a chud. It's not like there's increasingly mountains of evidence to say that maybe AOS isn't doing very well. Fucking hellfire. Fucking hell, man. And here's the thing, I don't want AOS to fail. Okay? I don't want AOS to fail. Okay? But burying our heads in the sand and going, no, it's doing well. It's really doing well. Fuck you. The nasty man on the internet said that my game's not doing very well, but I've not been able to find an opponent in 3 months because 4th edition sucks a bag of dicks, but it's doing really well, honestly, guys. Like, that doesn't help anyone. I want AOS to be the best possible war game it could be, but at some point, guys, we've got to admit that if GW can't fucking sell, if GW can't sell 10 tickets to their premiere AOS event, at what point do we say maybe we need to take some long, hard looks at things? You know, it's flying off the shelf. Yeah, it's flying off GW's warehouse shelves and into fucking vape shops and car dealers who can't shift it for love nor money. That's what's happening. And you might be like, oh, it's unfair. This is an unfair comparison because they're asking £135 per ticket. No, man, like, no, I get it. That is bullshit. I'm on your side. I'm on your fucking side. That is bullshit. It's obviously a bullshit price. That's bullshit for 40k, let alone Age of Sigmar. Well, this Kill Team fucking thing. Kill Team's done alright. Fair play to them. They've sold 33 of 60. I mean, it's not great. They've not sold half the tickets. I mean, I am going to make a bit of a disparaging comment. But it is, I am going to make a jokey, disparaging comment about AOS. It is probably some highly effective, obscure, cruel, and unusual punishment and torture to lock someone into a gaming hall for 3 days and make them play Age of Sigmar. Fuck waterboarding. Make the fucking prisoners do that. Yeah. Like, this is... Bro, Age of Sigmar has been outsold by Warhammer Underworlds, which I'm pretty certain is a dead game. They found more people to play fucking Underworlds than they found to play AOS. Actually insanity. Actual insanity. Yeah, GW is like screaming down the phone to the UK Games Expo, being like, take remaining off! Take remaining off! Just take that off! Yeah, but this isn't really to shit on... I mean, it's obviously too much. You're asking £180 for you're asking £180 for a tournament ticket. It's obviously stupid. It's we know that we're obviously having a bit of fun and we're taking the piss a little bit, right? Obviously, but It was always going to be ridiculously. It was never going to sell out. The fact they got 80. Do you know what? Do you want to know something though? I wonder how many people have bought those tickets. I wonder if how many people have bought those tickets realize they need the event pass as well. I bet there's a lot of people who have just bought their tournament ticket and don't realize that they need to spend £54 on the day. Yeah. Yeah, think about that. How many, once word spreads that you need to spend £54, another 54 quid on top of that as well, how many people do you think are going to refund? Yeah, now add travel, hotel, and food in the NEC of all places. Yeah, it's super expensive. Parking, £25 a day, supposedly. Obviously, we don't know if that's true, but we'll let the rumors fund the beef, of course. Yeah. Yeah. I watched a stream earlier that went over this. People were originally led to believe that the tourney ticket included entry to the show, but later thought it didn't, so some have asked for a refund. Yeah, I heard that as well. Yeah, great point, Mike P. I think it was actually even on, and I could be wrong on this, but I actually think it was on the Warhammer community article. It mentioned something, and then they had to remove that from the article. I'm sure I saw there was a post on Reddit about it. I wonder if I can find it. Give me a second. I don't know if I'll be able to find it, like, truth be told. But I feel like that was a thing. But I know it was. I remember seeing the article and also seeing, like, the proof. But I don't know if I'll be able to find it again, in like 30 seconds whilst trying to, whilst do it on stream, Yeah, I definitely can't see it. Oh, here you go. 1 minute. I found it. Fuck yeah. Here we go. So, big shout out to the Warhammer competitive subreddit. I actually have said that this is actually one of the better subreddits in general. There's an element of, obviously it's there's still an element of there being keyboard warriors and everything, of course. But generally speaking, I find these guys who frequent this subreddit to be really reasonable on the level with some half decent takes. And so this came out like 4 days ago. PSA for anyone, public service announced that anyone buying GW Birmingham tickets, you have to buy an event ticket and a convention pass, taking total price to a staggering £179. Don't get caught out and only buy one. Yeah, don't get sucked into Birmingham. Let it bomb, honestly. That price is taking the piss. Newport is 125, but you aren't being bent over for an extra 54 quid for the convention ticket. Let me remind you, this is an 8-round, 3-day event. You aren't going to have time to go and look around the convention. You paid £54 just to walk through the door. Great point. If it was a 2-day event, if it was £85 on a 2-day event, at least you can have the 3rd day to look around. But you can't even do that. Absolutely massive miss by the event team here. Just tickets alone almost covers 3 UK TC super major tickets at 65 quid each. They're up to £75 now. After you add hotels, food, fuel, travel expenses, you'll probably look at close to £500 for the whole weekend, if not more. Hey, it's been like this ever since the Expo has held events. We used to have 7-round War Machine and Horde events that we used to have to pay the same in event tickets for. It's never going to change. Yeah, and where's War... Okay, where's War Machine now, mate? Great point. Hey, it's always been like this. It's always been like this. We used to have to do this back in the day for War Machine. Yeah, where's War Machine now, mate? Great fucking point, you fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. I went to Games Day 1995. It's one of the most magical, formative experiences of my childhood. I went to Warhammer Fest 2023. It was an absolute shit show. I vowed never to another official GW event ever again. I mean, to be fair, there's like 28 years difference there. Yeah, maybe you had to pay for the second one. No, the difference second one was a pile of shite. Absolutely based Redditor. Absolutely based Redditor. Yeah. The problem with rosy glasses is that red flags just look like flags. Fuck off, you sanctimonious. Oh, let me have a... Oh, look at me with my little sayings. My quippy little sayings. Oh, look. My quippy little sayings. My quippy little sayings. Fuck off, you fucking Redditor fucking twat. At Games Day 95, they displayed the entire Ultra chapter. At Warhammer Fest, they had 3/4 of the convention space devoted to mobile gotcha games. Sometimes you remember things being better in the past because they actually were better. Fucking too right. Fucking too right. Do you know what? It's exactly the same revelation I had. I'm like, oh, 4th edition and Midhammer can't be as good as I remember it being. It must be rose-tinted glasses. Oh, wait, no. Those old editions, I remember them being better because they were better. Those old models being better were better because they were easier to fucking build. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and you can't even, like, I actually had to click through about 7 different clicks before I even got to the tickets, man. I can't find where to buy tickets from. Yeah. This isn't true. They said you could get into both in the article. That's what I thought, but they removed all mention of this, and now it says you have to buy both. Seems you are right. Yeah. I think what they're trying to say is that the taunt ticket, you can only get into the taunt. You need the full UK GT ticket to get into the rest of the convention. Yeah. Yeah, literally right there. Yeah. Kind of curious what this idiot said. Yeah. Anyway. Long story short, it's absolutely fucked. It's absolutely fucked, man. So the original article was like they didn't differentiate between the two. Do you want to know something? How much do you bet that the reason the original article didn't mention it is because the GW event team hadn't checked? Like, oh yeah, we'll just put our tickets on £125. That's, yeah, sorted. And then they found out, like the rest of us, that you need to buy the event pass as well. And they're like, oh no. Oh no. I bet you no one checked. I bet you they just didn't, they just fucking didn't check, man. Quality control. If I were a betting man, I don't think there's any way they would have been like, well, yeah, of course we'll charge £125 for the 3-day event, and then they'll have to spend 50-odd quid on top of that. Yeah. I bet 102% with a 2% margin for error. Yeah, them thinking the event pass was bundled in might explain the exorbitant price. Yeah, maybe. It's funny how they haven't, like, lowered the price though, isn't it? Probably can't. Now people have bought it, like, fuck. Can't lower it. Yeah. Siri Aid. Goated comment. How to make a super major and RTT. Yeah, super major RTT. 3 days. 8 rounds. 8 players. Actually. Wait. If only 8 people bought the Age of Sigmar tickets, does that mean it's £125 round robin? Oh my god. And it's one of those people you have to play yourself? They're going to have one of the TOs step in. It's a goddamn... Yeah. Imagine the prize support. Yeah, fucking good point. I'm signing up to the AOS one, man. I'll fucking knock out a goddamn Stormcast army. Everyone, automatic top 8, baby. Yeah, getting that metadata. Woo. That's amazing. It's a fucking £125 3-day round robin. Fucking hell. Fucking hell, man. I'm tempted. I'll keep an eye on this. I'm going to keep an eye on it. And I might buy an event pass. Just to, on the day, just to basically go round. And just see how fucking bad it is. Like, can you imagine, like, the table space that they've had to, like... The fucking table space that they've had to, like reserve. And just to see, basically, like, this huge Warhammer gaming hall. And then basically, like not even half of it filled up. That'd be it. Now that's a beef video right there. We can get you a press pass. We're going. What date is it again? What date is it?
You heard me. I said Cree.
May. I might be out of the country. I should be back in time, though. I should be back in time. Yeah. I should be back in time. Yeah. Like, here's the thing, though. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's another layer of this beef. This is the first major event that GW has run since Warhammer Fest 2023. So Warhammer Fest 2023 was such a shit show. They basically stopped doing events. They've had 3 years to reevaluate, to lock the fuck in, and to nail it. And they fucked it. Consider that. This is the first time that GW has done something like this in 3 years. Their opportunity to show we're back, we're better than ever, we are the industry leaders, we are the hot shit, we are the hot tamales, and they fucked it so hard. The organizer of Warfest got sacked for its performance. Bro, you got to give me evidence on that one. That's amazing if that's true. That was, they literally, the dude that organized it and, like, it was the preview for fucking 10th edition got fucking fired. Insane. This is a guys, this is a $7 billion, £7 billion company. And this is the shit. This is the best they can do. What the fuck is going on? This is amateur hour. This is fucking amateur hour, man. Jesus, man. I'm not trying to be a dickhead here. And maybe I'm conflating things that shouldn't be conflated and corroborating things that shouldn't be corroborated and collating things that shouldn't be collated. But, boys, like, at some point, I'm going to need to see something consistent from GW that gives me faith that they can do anything properly. Like, Like, what the fuck is going on with this company? Like, I'm getting like worried now. Okay, I'm getting worried. Like, like they just keep fucking up constantly. This is exactly the same shit that has been going through the video games industry. Big companies just fucking it and fucking it and fucking it until suddenly, suddenly all those people that have been diehard fans just fucking walk away. Beef, man. Yeah. I am worried. I don't give a fuck what that line says. I don't give a fuck what the fucking stonks go. I don't give a fuck what that says, man. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, GTV modernized. Modernized have nothing and stand for nothing. Yep, Cosmic, agree. This is bonkers, man. Fuck me. You know what? I'm just going to say it. I will be more surprised if 11th edition actually launches well than if it doesn't. I do not think at this point we can like assume that 11th... Everyone who's just assuming 11th edition is going to be good. I don't think we can assume that. You know what I mean? This is getting like at every level, this is getting bad now. The last reveals show they did, the audio was fucked. Or maybe that's the time before, to be fair. And then we've got this fucking event show can't be run worth dick. They can't even run we've got narrative campaign books that don't go anywhere, that don't mean anything. Like, at what point are we, oh, don't worry, the next one will be all right. Don't worry, the next one will be all right. Don't worry, like, at what point, man? Oh, the real show is hilarious. We got the audio from a dude in the hall with a phone. Yeah. Yeah. The lights turning off mid-reveal. Was that the last one? I didn't see. I didn't watch the last reveals, and I didn't care. Yeah. They may have little skill at their job, but their personality, more comes to political views, seems such a good fit. I think that I maintain the stance that I think there are individuals in GW who might have agendas and political views, but I think as a whole, that they are a loud minority within the company. But I think as a whole, it's more just the company just being normal greedy corpo bullshit. Yeah. That's the revealed Underworlds, whatever it is. Wrong names and models. What? Wait, is this the last? Did I miss some beef? Wait, have I missed beef from the last reveal show? Because the last one I watched was when the last one I watched was when the audio sounded like a Dalek having sex with a trombone. And then there was one after that. There's been one like this. I missed the first one of this year. I didn't even look at it. I didn't even look at it. I didn't even know what it was. What was it bad? Or are you talking about Warhammer Quest? Because we might be talking about the same thing, Woodham. You missed so much beef from the last reveals. I missed beef from the last. More beef? I'm actually missing. I put out a beef video a day, and I'm missing beefs. Oh my god. There's actually more than one beef incident a day. It's like fucking Pacific Rim, boys. The instances are getting closer and closer and closer together until eventually we will get a double event. You! Stop talking. You. No, you, shut up. You, keep talking. Pointing to the GW Shell, shut up. GW Shell, shut up. Whatever, keep talking. Your doctor says no beef. Hey, for a hot minute there, Karl, you were joining in on that beef. You know, I got you for a second. But on a serious note, like, at some point, I stopped watching it and went to bed early and didn't even have work the next day. That's how bad it was. Jesus, man. Anyway, bringing it all... We're slightly going off topic here, but, like, bringing this all together now, like... Like, at some point, GW, you need to show me that you've still got it. You know what I mean? At some point, you've got to show me you've still got it. Oh, my days. So, this... It's the immortal scene. There's been another fuck-up. Oh my god, man. Yeah, Lodex, I expect you to fuck up nowadays. My mates are on GW broadly, but yeah, I'll be loaning my festering Europes to all of them to see what conflict can do. Nice. But yeah, like, crazy, man. I mean, I know this is just like one tournament and everything, and you know, I'm not trying to blow it out of proportion. Like, this is, but it is fucking tragic that they can't. I mean, I think that sums it all up. They sold more Warhammer Underworld tickets than AOS tickets. I think that sums everything up. And, you know, this is not like, again, it's not like this is on its own. This is particularly like, this is just like, it's like a little beef cutlet. Do you know what I mean? It's like a little beef slider. Do you know what I mean? That's what it is. But this is another point on the graph. Like, it's another point on the graph. It's another instance. It's another, like, moment where you mark it down and you go, okay, well, this is another example of another fuck up by Games Workshop. Now, yeah, this will be a different team to somewhere else, blah 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 blah, of course, but like, it's getting like I need like literally anyone to do a good job here. I'll tell you what, the one good bit of news I've seen has been some of the new Cathay stuff. It seems like SDS has got their shit back together, which is good, okay? I'm still not happy with some of the FOMO shit they've been doing, but it looks better. But, you know, literally, they can't even, guys, they can't even do a 40k release properly. Think about that. The last fucking Maelstrom release, what fucking happened with that? Oh, yeah, forgot to put the sprues in. You had one job. Games Workshop, you have one job to sell us the models. You can't even do that. This is the one thing we didn't want to happen. Yeah, it's mental, man. It is mental. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, like, yeah. Anyway, it's another point on the graph. It's another fuck up. Another day. Another GW beef. At this point, like, it's quicker to name the things they've got right than the things that they have got wrong. Yeah. And at this point, I will be pleasantly surprised if 11th edition is decent. Pleasantly surprised. Because nearly nothing else that this company does at this point is showing me that they've got it anymore. Yeah. Nothing. Like, I don't want it to fail. Of course I don't want it to fail. You know, I want it to succeed. But yeah, it'll be a pleasant surprise, and I'll be happy if it happens. But I'm not expecting it at this point. I am preparing. I kid you not. As someone who does wargaming for a living, do you want to know what this is the final note? Do you want to know what my current stance is? My current approach this is? I am hoping for the best, but I'm preparing for the worst. I have never done that before with a Warhammer edition. Not even 6th and 7th. It's crazy. Right. Right, that's it. Yeah. 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 Macon, Horus Heresy, failed. Lord of the Rings, failed. Warcry, dead. Underworld, dead. Kill Team, surprisingly quiet. Blood Bowl, controversial. AOS, dying. Yep. Yeah, man. Even Old World was shaky there for a fucking moment. Even fucking Old World was shaky for a moment. It's only this last release that has given me any fucking faith back in it. Crazy. Yeah. Let's see what happens. All right. That was some good fucking beef, that was. Holy shit, that was some good beef. Can we get a worm palate cleanser? Of course we can, Cosmic. There you are. Let's have a look. We've got some super chats coming in here. So, Newbie, thank you for super chat, man. I have 4 boxes of old clan rats. Box of storm vermin, screaming bell, 2 warp cannons, and 2 doom wheels. All still sealed. I've still used the AOS Skaven too. Nice. That's all right. Yeah. Like, the moment that Skaven come back to Old World, you are fucking ready. You are ready. You are absolutely ready. Yeah. I love that, man. Anthony Williams, what's Warlord doing at the Expo this year? That's a great point, actually. I want to search. Events. Miniatures, probably. 1 minute. What if we just go events and then search? Maybe they're not there. You think they would be, though? I can't see anything. They are there, they just don't have taunt on? Oh, fair enough. I couldn't find anything, but maybe it's demo stands or something. I would be very surprised if they weren't there, do you know what I mean? Ah, there you go. Yeah, they just got a stand. Yeah. Maybe they'll do a big announcement. That's where they announced Conflict last year, isn't it, Woodham? Yeah. So I think they're just doing more showing off that dead game, K47. Yes, so dead. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, man. I'm like, well, I'm just curious at this point. Like, no, like honestly, I'm just curious. I kind of want to know where it's gonna go, you know. Like, I just want to know, like Warhammer and Games Workshop. Like, I kind of like, the waiting is killing me. Like, one way or another, I hope it succeeds. You know, I'm very sincere in that hope. But I'm really curious to see how it's going to go with 11th. I can't wait. It's like waiting to go over the top in World War One. I just want to get it over with. I just want to know if it's going to flop or not. You know, I really do. And I really hope it doesn't. But, yeah, I think we'd be seeing leaks if, like Horse Heresy, it was really bad. Remember, Horse Heresy only leaked a couple of days beforehand, Syriade. The whole fuck Pardo drama only leaked a couple of days beforehand. And it's so funny how, you know, everyone started like shit. You know, everyone's like shitting on the guy for leaking it and for being like ruthless. But it actually turned out that leaker was a fucking hero. That leaker was a fucking hero. So I leaked about a month before. Fair enough. I didn't think it was quite that long. I thought it was a few days. Yeah, that leak was how fucked it was. Yeah, and how it must have been like. Looking back at it now, it must have been like he must have been like fuck Pardo for like not telling everyone what was coming down the pipeline, because they did loads of play testing for it and everything, didn't they? Yeah. And this guy was like, fuck you, Pardo, for like saying everything was going to be great and it wasn't. Yeah. But I think the thing is, like, that wasn't really, I don't think that was fair on Pardo. I don't know much about the guy, but I think that was fair on him because he doesn't work at GW, and like at the end of the day, you don't know how much information that he actually had. He probably didn't have that much. He probably, yeah, he doesn't, yeah, he probably was just a convenient scapegoat in many ways for GW. It's a bit of a warning, isn't it? Don't jump in the bed with GW. You might get burned. Yeah. So, I mean, I think, I don't know, but I think if we knew it was going to be bad, I think we'd already know. I think if we knew, not saying it's going one way or another, but if the information was out there, I think we'd all be hearing stuff about it, and I think we'd be hearing about it from Valrak. You know, I think the fact that we haven't heard anything means there's not been any leaks yet. Yeah. I'd love to know. But even if I couldn't give anything away, like Valrak wouldn't. Even if you swore me to secrecy, I'm like, you can't say anything. You can't even like hint at it. I would love to just know what was coming so that I can like mentally prepare myself for the shitstorm. Like, I didn't break the trust the starter box, you know, but just it's not even on a professional level, just on a personal level. I just want to know what fucking shit show is coming down the pipe, or what glorious product is coming down the pipe. You know, I just want to know, boys. I promise I won't say anything. I won't even tell people that you've told me. I just love to. The suspense is killing me. So the moment you fucking know, please. Tim, you can't know your face leak at all. Cosmic, I'm a master of deception. I knew what was in the, or I can't say exact time frames, but I knew for a certain period of time what was in the starter box, but I couldn't share because I had been told it in secrecy, and as a professional, in a professional courtesy and personal courtesy, I didn't leak it because I would never have known if it hadn't been shared with me. Yeah. This was before it's all come out. So I never gave anything away. I didn't say anything to you guys, but I know what it's going to be. Yeah. Yeah. So I can keep the secret. Yeah. I read it in your eyes. Just I feel there are no leaks because the edition hasn't even been written yet. You know what? I think he's right. Yeah. I think there won't be a rule book in the Starbucks. I think there will be a code for a rule book in the Starbucks. Just one code, not one for two people. Just one code. And you'll have to buy the GW app to get access to the core rules. Oh, you guys all wanted full digital rules, did you? Here you are. No. Wait. You know? Oh, you know it. You know it, man. Yeah. Oh, that'll be a rule book, all right. And it'll be fucked beyond all recognition in Day Zero patch. Yeah. Yeah. Just wait, because that's exactly what happened. Yeah, I reckon. I've no idea. I've guessed that. I'm like a magpie. I'm just following pattern recognition at this point, you know. Yeah, 100% full digital behind a subscription. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Other super chats. What have we got here? Chicken Detonator, thank you for super chat, man. The Battle of Tor Anrock in stream discussion. Let's have a look, bro. Come on, let's get some goddamn Chicken Detonator goodness going on here. I need it. I'm ready for it. Okay. Okay. Read the battle before the spoiler. Okay. Right. 07, sir. The cloister secures the road to Citadel of Myrmidia. Below is a painting of the battle, some images, and the bat rep. Read the bat rep before the spoiler. Yes! I love it! I mean, I'm not entirely certain why you're beating the shit out of Ukraine, but sure, okay. AI art strikes again. But on a serious note, that looks cool, doesn't it? Yeah. That looks cool, man. Deus Cluck! Deus Cluck! That guy's been... I wonder what that guy... That's the guy who's been blown off his feet by the cannon strike and stuff. That's cool. I love seeing the different regiments fighting it out. There we are, boys. Drive them, men. Drive them. Ooh, Swordmasters versus Pikemen. But it looks like you've got the numbers, but they've got the skill. Handgunners with shields. Okay. Ah, the old bitch doing good work there. The cast iron bitch. That's cool. Seeing some Sea Guard. Nice. I have to say, even though your opponent's army isn't painted, it's actually really cool to see someone who is clearly OG as fuck because they're on the little bases. Yeah, respect that. Obviously, I respect your army way more because yours is fully painted. Of course. I'm loving the little bits of smoke you've been like popping down. That's really cool. Yeah, I like that. All right, let's read the battle report. To the most noble and redoubted Sir Madlarkin, Templar of the Sacred Comb, Talonstrike Exemplar, and Feathersworn Brother of our Holy Cloister. From Mr. Lackey, humbly sworn captain of the 4th Whispering Pikes, written beneath the shadow of Tor Anrock. My honoured lord and brother in arms, by quill, by the grace of Providence, I set down the tale of our contest at the Tower of Tor Anrock, that thou might know how dearly the Southern Road was purchased, and with what valour it was won. Yes! Stairs clock! We came upon the field at first light, the great tower rising like a spear of pale stone at the mountain's root. There we formed our line, along the gentle rise of a hill, placing our beloved bombard, the Iron Crow, upon firm ground. Its blackened moor stared toward the elven ranks as though it hungered for their bright helms. Glenlee's penitent Ashbeaks took station upon the leftward slope, a stout detachment guarding the flank of the gun with their handgunners, primed and smoking slow matches alight. Dustin Polo stood at my side, bearing high our battle standard, its sacred device snapping in the wind, a sight to stiffen the spine of any wavering soul. Upon our right, somewhat parted from our line by scrub and uneven ground, stood a regiment of veteran halberdiers clad in glittering full plate. Their visors were shut and their discipline was iron fast, yet I confess I knew not the name of the captain who led them. The battle opened with solemn thunder. Our men adjusted their ranks, pikes lowered in practiced harmony, and then the Iron Crow spoke. With dreadful voice it cast its iron shot into the elven spearmen, felling several in an instant and breaking their fair alignment. Long did we contend thus in cautious manoeuvre, each side seeking advantage in ground and angle, neither willing to commit over hastily beneath the tower's watchful gaze. Yet the true trial came unlooked for. From the woods upon my left there emerged a company of elven greatswords, their blades tall and cruel, and with them a witch of fell aspect, whose presence seemed to sour the very air. Their aim was plain, to sweep upon the hill, silence the bombard, and roll our line from flank to heart. I gave the order without hesitation. The force whispering pikes advanced, boots striking earth in steady cadence, and we interposed ourselves betwixt the foe and the Iron Crow. The clash was savage beyond telling. Steel rang upon steel, pike shafts splintered, the witch's sorcery shrieked through our ranks like winter wind through bare branches. In the press, I saw Dustin Polo struck and cast down, sorely wounded, yet not slain, praise be. Around me, brave brothers fell, nearly half our regiment lay upon that blood-soaked grass, ere the struggle turned. But it did, our pikes bit deep, thrusting again and again into elven front. Their greatswords faltered beneath the unyielding hedge of iron, and as their losses mounted, they wavered. Then, with a final concerted push, we scattered them before us, the witch fleeing, shrieking into the trees. Deus Cluck! Deus Cluck! Even as we drew breath, ill tidings came from the right. A company of our handgunners had been driven from the field by a charge of elven heavy cavalry, their bright lances flashing in cruel arcs. For a moment, it seemed the road might yet be lost. But there the veterans showed their mettle. Under the command of that unknown captain, they advanced across the field with implacable stride, halberds levelled, armour gleaming like a wall of silver. They secured the passageway that wound northwards, where the elven Northern Sea Guard, led by their general and their prince, barred the path. What followed shall be sung in our halls. The clash was terrible and close. The Sea Guard fought fiercely beneath their lord's banner, yet the veterans met them stroke for stroke. I saw, even at a distance, their captain break through the press and engage the elven prince in single combat. Before the eyes of both hosts, they traded blows, and then by skill, or by divine favour, the captain struck true. The prince fell, and with him, the courage of his guard. Half the regiment was felled where they stood. Elven blood ran bright across the roadstones, and the way was cleared for the cloister to press northward toward the citadel of Myrmidia, where we shall join our strength to thine. In memory of their steadfast valour and securing that vital passage, the veterans have earned a new and rightful name, the Road Wardens of the Yoked Host. Let it be known in all musters and chronicles. We now gather our wounded, tend to the fallen, and set our march in order. Dustin Paulus lives, though he shall bear the scar proudly. The force whispering pikes stand diminished, yet unbroken. We await with eager hearts the thunder of thy cavalry, that together we might bring upon the dwarves of Barak-Var and carry our holy endeavour, bring ruin upon the dwarves of Barak-Var, and carry our holy endeavour across the world's edge mountains. May thy land strike true, noble Mad Larkin, and may dawn ever rise at thy back as it did upon the hill of Tor Anrock. In brotherhood and steel, Mr. Lackey, captain of the fourth whispering pikes, servant of the cloister Saint Chicken. Deus Cluck! Deus Cluck! Yes! I love it, man. Oh, I want to see what the spoiler is now. Let's have a look here. Also, 2 names need to be chosen for the champion and captain of the veteran regiments for their successes. Hey, that's cool, man. Let's have a look here. So are these the veterans? Nice. These are the so that's the Whispering Pikes. And these were the new ones, weren't they? Yeah, marching forth, taking the fight to the enemy. Yeah. That's cool, man. I think you should pick. I think it's. I appreciate the offer, but I think it's right that you pick. Like, it's you've done all the other ones up until now. I think if anyone who hasn't got a regiment named after them, put your hand up in chat. And obviously not everyone will get chosen, but Chicken Detonator can pick out some names. Obviously, you've been doing it off people who have been, like, long-term or frequent participants in the stream. So put your hand up in chat, and if you're someone that has been around a little while but hasn't been named yet, Chicken Detonator might pick you out. I think that's the best way of doing it. I think that's the fairest way of doing it as well. Yeah. Yeah. There you are. And then you could, yeah. I think that's the like that. It feels right, you know, coming from Chicken Detonator.
Infantry, sir.
Yeah.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
And if you get picked, be happy. If you don't get picked, don't be upset. Like, it's at Chicken Detonator's discretion. And you know, it'll just be, you know, just be someone who he notices and who thinks it would make a good, you know, just would do it. You know what I mean? Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I've been trapped in the jar for months. Nothing upsets me anymore. It's cool, man. I'm gonna start naming my guys. You've inspired me. I wanna get on this fucking hype train, you know? Yeah. There we are. We've got that was great, Chicken Detonator. I'm so fucking glad that you got the victory as well. Yeah. I'm so fucking glad that you got the victory, man. I really wanted you to. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool, man. Now we need to beat those damn dwarves. Yeah. 100%. What do we got next? Chicken Detonator. Again, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Yes. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships, man. Thank you for all of the amazing stories. I am fully committed and locked into this narrative campaign now, or this regiment narrative now. Dude, amazing. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. And thank you for all of your effort that you've been putting into this thing, man. It is absolutely 1,000 out of 10. Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. All right. We've also got Denzel Wenzel. Hobby update on my army. Time to paint squids. Have a wonderful stream. Picture stream discussion. Have a wonderful night, MG. Let's have a look. Paint squigs. Sorry. Hey, you've got both of the gobbos done now. Hey, they're pretty cool, man. I do like those squigs. Like, I've got a bunch of the old metalies, but I have to admit, the new plastic ones look fantastic as well. Yeah, really good. Nice, man. Well, good luck with it, and I hope the painting goes well. Home of Hunger, thank you for the super chat, man. Got a call for aid stream discussion and a K47. Thank you. Let me have a look. Home of Hunger, are you mute in the Discord? I think you are. But I want to make sure. Yeah. Okay, I can see what. Yeah, it's the same message there. Okay, cool. Right, let me just get it from stream discussion so I'm not flipping between channels. I'm looking to make a master Empire of Japan list for K47 and be able to fend off everyone else. I'll probably fail. Need the community to send me lists from Skew to Sweaty to Fluffy, whatever list you desire, so I can figure out how to beat them. Thank you all. I mean, there's going to be well, I don't know if it's going to be big, but there's going to be a Japan update sooner rather than later, like post-Festung Europa. So it's one of those where you might get a whole bunch of information now, but it might not be as helpful in a few weeks or a month or however long it might be. So it might be worth not worrying about it, right? Like maybe the best advice, like sooner you say. I mean, I think it'll be sooner rather than later. My understanding is Festung Europa, and then the balance patches are coming every 3 months. So when was the last balance patch? We can probably actually find it out. So the last balance patch was December 2025. The last FAQ. So this one is going to be... we're in March now, and every 3 months. So, I mean, I don't think Warlord's keeping to a specific, like, super strict timetable. But I would expect it's going to be in March. So, yeah, I think it's going to be March, maybe April. But, yeah, I mean, I think... yeah, I think it's not going to be that far away. I'm assuming Roman battles at the same time. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be at exactly the same time, but I think they'll be pretty close. Like, I did have an email from Warlord about this a little while ago, and it wasn't flush with details. You know, it wasn't. But okay, so I asked Jim, is there an update on the server status set? He said yes, they'll be going out, you know, sort of March time, and that's happened. He said, I asked, will there be Conflict 47 trade coming at some point? He said, great question. Don't have an answer for now, but we definitely should. I think they have started. Well, they've got like the ruins stuff. I guess it's not quite the same. Oh no, but they've shown some other stuff off, haven't they? Yeah, there has been some conflict terrain that's ended up coming along. And then I said, any news on the basic infantry buff or any potential Japan tweaks? And he said, answer to 3 and 4. As soon as Dan has finished the final edits, we'll be agreeing the next update, which currently includes proposals on both of these. So, yeah, that was a little while ago, to be fair. When was that? That answer was a month ago. So, yeah. Yeah. So, hopefully. So, yeah, I think Home of Hunger might... But honestly, I mean, I can give you whatever advice you want, but honestly, I think my best advice is don't worry. See what happens at the end of the month. I think... I heard a rumor... and it's only a rumor, and I don't know if it was wishful thinking or if it was legit, but that the Ghost Warrior Ghost Dance might get changed to, instead of if you fail the test, you lose the whole unit. You fail the test, you lose D3. But there was like, was it 1 or was it D3? I can't remember. And it very well may have just been idle chatter. So yeah, yeah, so I mean, I don't think you can go wrong with the I don't think you can go wrong with some Ghost Warriors, man. Yeah. They are coming in I think they're coming in plastic at some point, but it's not going to be for like 6 months. So, you know, if you want that, and again, don't take it as gospel. If that change doesn't manifest, don't. This is not me hinting. Like, genuinely, it was idle chatter. So if that change doesn't manifest, don't blame me. Okay. But I think Ghost Warriors are the poster boys of that faction. I think Warlord Games would probably want people to be excited for the poster boys of each faction. So yeah. So yeah, I mean, but long story short, I think Ghost Warriors are good either way. So you want some advice? I think Ghost Warriors are a good place to start. The old metal ones are quite good as well, by the way. It's technically slightly cheaper model per model, I think, to get the old metal ones. but they don't make them anymore. So you have to try and find them from like various third-party sources and whatnot. Yeah. So yeah, there you go. I think you couldn't go wrong with some Ghost Warriors. I mean, I think let me check my last Japanese list. I did build a Japanese list. Oh, you bastard. 1 minute, it's being a bit of a knobhead. I fucked with the app. Let me try again. Right. I can check out my phone if I need to. Yeah. I think my last list, I wasn't particularly happy with it, but this is where I sort of got to. I had I had a basic platoon commander with a point of luck. 4 5-man ghost attack squads. And then a second assault platoon that was a basic platoon commander inexperienced with a point of luck. 2 Shibito squads. 1 10, 1 7. That's just because what I've got. And then a battle frame armored infantry squad. And sorry, 2, how many? 2 8-man battle frame armored infantry squads. And that came to 1,491 points. So basically, like, 2 8-man battle frame squads. Did I give them anything other than... Oh, I gave the battle frames Shibura rifles. They should have been assault frames, sorry. Probably should make those assault frames, to be fair. So yeah, 2 assault... I'll mix... So basically, 2 assault frame squads, 2 Shibito squads, 4 Ghost Warrior squads, 2 basic platoon commanders with luck. Yeah. Yeah. But man, the old Ghost Warriors are still for sale on Warlord. Even the SMG Ghost Warriors are up. They are. Sorry, I meant available from like third... They don't seem to sell them to third-party sellers at the moment. Or third-party sellers aren't restocking on them. I don't know why. Yeah. Yeah, so technically, you get 5 of the new ones for a $5, or you get so they're £5 each, or you get 7 of the old ones for £32.50. So technically, you save £2.50 going for the metal ones. Technically, but it's not exactly a big deal. I am tempted to get some of those SMG bozos, you know. Because they do save a few points. I'll tell you what I'll probably do. if they change it to like you lose. I hope they change so if you fail the test, you lose 1 guy. Not D3, like 1 guy. And you're still punishing. You're still losing. You fail a leadership test, you're losing a 32-point bastard, right? So if they change it to you lose 1 guy, I'll buy a pack of those 4 fucking Ghost Warriors SMGs to stick 1 knobhead with an SMG in each squad, and he can be the first one to die when the test goes wrong. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what they're going to do with the crush cannon. They don't... I understand they are reticent to change things that are in the rulebook. I think there's maybe an element of they know people haven't been super happy with that in like other game systems. I might be putting words in their mouths, by the way, right now. So don't take anything I'm saying as gospel, even slightly. But I know there's an element of they want to keep the rule book pretty, like, stable. And they'd rather change things in the core rules, in the digital rules instead. So I don't know if they'll change anything around crush weapons, the rules, but there might be some hefty points discounts. Yeah. Crush staying as is, but being literally free. Would be like the crush cannons are worth it if they're free. Yeah. The crush cannon is still 2 shots at strength at 3/4. I suppose maybe, yeah, because you could be like, because it doesn't have anti-tank, does it? So it's like, okay, you can take the light anti-tank gun and it's 1 shot which has the anti-tank rule, or you can take 2 shots which don't have the anti-tank rule. Yeah. Yeah, Japanese armor should be cheap and shitty, but it should be cheap. Is it needing them to ignore cover? I mean, it would be ideal if it ignored. I would have it if you surge it, it ignores cover. Because right now they don't have a surging mechanic. You doesn't have to have a downside. It can literally just be if it surges. If you take a Shiburu cannon and surge it, you ignore. The additional effect is ignores cover. Dexter Game Accordant, really? How often are you standing still for anti-tank? I mean, not often, to be fair. Not that often in conflict. But still. If you made them free, I would consider the crush cannons. You know? Yeah. If until I mean, maybe even like even 20 points, because you've got to ask yourself this, right? If a Sasori with a crush cannon right now with a light anti-tank gun, it's 145 points, isn't it? You lose 80 points. Okay. So if you charge 20 points to give a Sasori, we're not talking the full Scorpion. We're talking the old one. If you say, okay, 20 points to upgrade from a light anti-tank gun to a 20 points to go from a light anti-tank gun to a crush weapon, or you save 20 points, you know what I mean, whatever you want to call it. Basically, if you go with the crush cannon, you're 165 points. That's now more than a Vogel spinner with a grav gun. Yeah, no, I'd take the Vogel spinner every time. It's still not better. Still not good enough. That's my point. So that's why either it needs to be the same as a Vogel, but your pen +3 versus +2 doesn't matter. Doesn't ignore cover. I don't give a shit about pen +3. Pen +3 does not solve Japanese problems. Doesn't solve it. The problem Japan has is they can't do dick to a fucking hard to kill unit in cover. Now the only way, that's why they really need to ignore cover. But if you're not going to ignore, if they're not going to ignore cover, then they need to basically be a little bit more pen. And if they get, because you still have to get a bunch of you're still looking for exploding hits as well. Again, I'm talking, to be clear about which mech I'm talking about. I'm not talking about this one. Right? That one could be 165 points. Yeah, sure. I'm talking about this one. Okay? So this mech with the 2 MMGs and the crush cannon and the light crush cannon, in my opinion, should be 10 points cheaper than a Vogel spinner with its crush weapon with the current rules. Because the Vogel spinner is so much better They both fire 2 shots. This one gets +1 pen. The Vogel spinner can create a grav pulse. And the grav pulse, don't forget, the grav pulse hits the top armor. So actually, against vehicles, has the same pen, hits the top armor and combines pen together and ignores cover. So actually, a Vogel spinner is way better than this thing. You shouldn't compare the V1 mech to the Vogel. Compare it to the... Okay. No. Fine. I'll compare it to this one, mate, which does exactly the same thing, but has fists instead, and it's 5 points more. Like, I was using this one as an example, but you want me to compare it to the Sasori, it's the same fucking difference. This one just costs 5 points more for the fists, so it doesn't really matter. I was just saying what was in my mind's eye. So it doesn't matter if we're looking at the Type 7 or the Type 6. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, this one, just... At the end of the day, the Crush Cannon, under no circumstances, is worth more than a grav gun. The grav gun combines the pen. The grav gun ignores cover. The grav gun hits top armor. The grav gun gets the same number of shots against a vehicle. The best bit is, though, the gravity gun doesn't need to hit with both of its shots to be effective. Like, if I have the Vogel spinner moving, active rift dice, turn it down, and I get 1 out of 2 hits, I get a pen 3 hit on top armor. Well, a pen 2 hit. So pen 3 on top armor, ignoring cover. If I do the same thing with the Sasori Light Walker, and I activate my rift dice, and I get 1 hit, I get a pen 3 hit, so same damage, but not ignoring cover. If I get 2 hits with my Sasori Light Walker, then I get a pen 6 hit. Okay, great. But I still don't ignore cover. And the grav gun gets a pen 5 hit, ignoring cover. So there's almost like no... Like, this is the problem with the Crush Cannons. The grav gun isn't a problem. Like, Vogel spinners with Style Trooper are perfectly pointed. Like, they really, really are. Vogel spinners and Style Trooper are like, they're really, really just so okay. They're not a problem. The point I'm trying to make here is that this needs to be made. So we're talking about the grav gun is better, right? The grav gun is free. This Crush Cannon costs 80 points. 8-0. This Walker versus the Vogel spinner. This Walker is 70 points more. And the only benefit you have from that is the fists. And hey, the fists are great, don't get me wrong, but we're not worth 70 points. So the Light Crush should be way less. Yes, I don't think anyone here is really arguing against the point that the Light Crush should be way less. I think we all agree that the Crush Cannons need, if Warlord Games isn't willing to change the core rules of the Crush Guns, which we're making a big assumption because they very well may change it. But if Warlord Games isn't willing to make that change, then they need to make these like free. Because the thing is, even if you made it free, it would still be worse than the Vogel spinner at shooting. But at least then you could say, hey, I'm not as good as a Vogel spinner at shooting, but guess what? If I get into combat with that Vogel spinner, I will beat it. All right, that's all right then. Yeah. Yeah. So, like, they need the crush weapons. The crush weapons on the cannons, on all the cannons, should be free. They should be straight up free. Like, you shouldn't pay a penny for them. Yeah. Light Crush should be free compared to Light Tegan. I'd make the Heavy Crush free as well. That's the thing. I make the Heavy Crush free because again, the Heavy Crush, it's still got all the problems that the light crush has, but it's then competing with a different class of weapon. It's competing with medium anti-tank guns, heavy anti-tank guns. Yeah. Even then. Because the difference is, like, you still have it, even though we say, oh, you're not likely to stay still. You're not likely to stay still with the mechs. Yeah, that's true. You are likely to stay still with this guy, though. Because he doesn't really want to be getting close to the enemy. Yeah. Shiburu rifles are fine, but even then, they're kind of expensive. Yeah, Shiburu rifles, even then, are kind of expensive. I don't know if Shiburu... Because Shiburu rifles... are they 6 points a man, essentially? Yeah, no, it's probably fine. Shiburu rifles are probably fine. Yeah, I've not really got any complaints with them. Yeah, Dection, it's a solid maybe, right? But I'm not going to pay for a maybe upgrade. I think we both agree. I think if you just get down to like brass tacks and get down to like the harsh realities, if you tomorrow made all... Here's the thing. If you tomorrow made all of the Japanese crush cannons free, would it fix the faction? Probably not. Probably not. It would probably still need more. Yeah. But at least you wouldn't feel bad for taking the mechs. Yeah, at least then, you know, it would allow you to get an extra mech in the list. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, I would genuinely... there's two ways I would do it. I would either change any core rules and make them free, and even then, that's just like fine. But if I was to make them better, I would change it so if you want me to pay points for the crush weapon, I will do. But I would make it where just you don't have to hit with both shots to get the hit. It's just crush weapons have exploding hits. When using a rift dice, they have exploding hits. They have, you know, the equivalent of like, if I get 1 hit, I get 2 hits. If I get 2 hits, I get 4 hits. Yeah. That's what I would do. And then I still, because they don't ignore cover, I still would halve I'd halve the cost. If this motherfucker was running around with the potential to put out, like, you know, even then I'd still only charge, even at that point, I'd only charge 20 points for the gun. And you might be like, that's insane, Mordian. No, it's not. Oh, wow. My Walker got, it somehow got 2 4+ to hit and generated 4 pen 3 shots. Okay. Like, why? Why is that a problem? Still not a problem. That's the thing. Like, even if you just give them Exploder, even if you overhauled it. So I think the way, if I was to fix these guys purely based off vibes, bear in mind I have not done any playtesting, purely based off vibes, I would go, and I'm talking fix them, not just band-aid them. I'd say, okay, carte blanche, I don't have to worry about invalidating anything in the rule book. I just make the hard change that need to be made. I would go, okay, cut the cost of the weapons in half. So down from 80 down to 40. And then I would say, when on an active rift dice, every hit is an exploding hit. And then on a surging rift dice, I would say they ignore cover. And that's how I would change crush. Because then your crush rifles could potentially ignore cover. Great. And your Sasori and all your walkers and tank stuff could then have potential to ignore cover, but you're still more expensive. Then at that point, you're spending on a Sasori, for example, you're still spending 180 points. 185 points. But You're at that point, are you better? Are you better than a Vogel? Yes. On a Surging Rift dice, yes. And in melee, yes. So I should be more than a Vogel, yes. That's what I would do. There you go. And that's not based on any play testing. That is based on vibe testing. There you are. That's how I do things, boys. Just, do you play tested modded? I vibe tested it. Because I like, the reason why that passes the vibe test is because when they're using the crush cannon at like normal power, it starts like crushing, it has the potential to like crush the crush the enemy, like crush them like that. But there's always a chance that the crush waves they're sending out, get lessened by like a big tree or like a rock or something like that. Okay, but if they like turn the dial up to max, then they're pumping so many waves out there that it's like electrical resistance, any resistance that they might encounter basically just gets overwhelmed. But I still wouldn't have a downside to it. I wouldn't be like, oh, and then you take wounds. I'd still have the vibe of Japanese technology is very reliable. That's why I'm if you wanted to give me like pins after that, I'd say, okay, then we need to make it, take a point off every Shibura rifle cost and take another 10 points off every crush cannon cost. Yeah, it crushes the cover. Yeah, exactly. But you have to be surging to do that. Yeah. And I'd have no downside, and then I've justified the expensive cost of Japanese units. There you are. Well, even though some of them still need a points cut. Maybe I should just play that. Maybe I should just do the Mordian patch. We'll see what Warlord does. And then maybe I just make a Mordian community patch. For the Japanese. That would be kind of cool, right? Fuck it. I might do that this week with Johnny. Let's do a Mordian community patch for the Japanese based purely off those vibes and see how they feel to play. Yeah, fuck it. I'm definitely gonna do that. Not change. Basically, take 40 points off and give those buffs to crush cannons. And then we'll fucking see. Yeah, then we'll fucking see. Because that'd be great, man. Yeah. All right. Intern GW watching. Write that down. Write that down. Intern GW is 5 drinks and hating live. What? Who are we kidding? Wait, weren't you drinking Dex in Gaming Corner? GW Spy. GW Spy. All right, where are we up to? Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. The GW beef timer is up. Back to Congo 47 stuff. Oh, way ahead of you. Way ahead of you, Cosmic Drew. Way ahead of you. Don't worry. All beef is done for tonight. We've got one normal topic to talk about, but all beef is done. All right. What have we got next? Cosmic Drew, ask you shall receive. Bertie song and street discussion. Nice. I will absolutely listen to that in literally in a moment. Commander HHL, thank you for the gift of membership. Yes. Thank you, bro. And we've also got Chicken Detonator. Thank you for the super chat, man. The granting of titles to Squark in stream discussion. Nice. There we go. I know you're not Cosmics, no PCT. Don't worry. I know I'm just doing the super chats quickly. I might have slightly misspoken, but don't worry. All right, 1 minute. Let's have a look at the granting of titles. And the song. All right. There we go. Okay. Okay, here we are. We'll do the song after we've done this. No, we'll do it now. SnowPC, I'm going to take my headset with me. I am going to listen to the song. I'm just going to do it whilst I'm having a quick wee. But I'm only going to be a second, so I'll be back. You'll see my reaction to it. Don't worry. I'm just desperate for a piss. So this is Bertie's Got Your Back. And this is a song about Bertie the robot. B for Bertie in Conflict 47. Let's have a look. I'm very excited for this one.
Smoke on the hill, blueprints in mud, number half written, dog tag on the flood, on a crate in the shadows, a faint light glow, green eyes like embers, and a chipped red pen. Too close, white flash then black, hit the mud, flat on their back, before they fail, before they crack, up you get less, I've got your backs, she drags them through the wreckage, down low into the trench, just the tracks in the crater and a hollow metal plate.
I like it. Coders trace a beacon and a passworded map. Every time the front line spits another grave, high voltage surges as she shoulders one more save. Rogue British Part, I love it. Kind of cool, the animation as well. It's cool. Nah. That was cool. Yeah, I liked it. I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, I like the little animation as well. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, dude, go and get a good sleep. You did good, man. Yeah, you did good. All right. All right, what have we got here next? Chicken Detonator. Let's have a look at some of these titles that have been granted. Hear now, ye brothers of the cloister, though the smoke yet stings our eyes, and the field of Tor Anrock is not wholly cleared of the fallen. Let no man say that honour must await the safety of cloistered halls. Amidst the churned earth and shattered pikes, beneath the shadow of the tower and before the blood-washed road, I, Chicken Detonator, first apostle Saint Chicken, do call forth Squark. Step forth, Squark, thou whose blade sang louder than trumpet nor bombard this day. Before prince and peasant alike didst thou stand, where the high elf lord, crowned in arrogance and bright with ancient lineage, issued his challenge. Steel met steel, pride met discipline. 7 times did he seek thy guard, and 7 times did thou deny him. By feint encounter, by patient sudden wrath, thou didst unmake his confidence and strike him down before his sea guard. In that moment the road was won, not by number, not by thunder of cannon, but by mastery. Therefore, though our ranks reform and the wounded cry out for binding, we shall not delay what is just. By the authority invested in me as first apostle Saint Chicken, guide of the silent comb and voice of the yoked host upon this field, I name thee high peckmaster of the duelling yard, that all who cross blades within our cloistered hall shall know thee as supreme in the art of single combat. And high peckmaster, I love that. And further, for the cunning stroke by which thou didst confound and slay the elven prince before his host, I proclaim thee master of the 7th feint, exemplar of discipline, deception, decisive thrust. Let these titles be borne not as ornaments, but as burdens of expectation. Rise, Squark, high peckmaster, master of the 7th feint. Stand now before thy brothers, and blood upon thy gauntlets, and honour upon thy name. Let the wounded hear it, let the road remember it, let the north tremble at it. For Tor Anrock has seen this day, that the cloister breeds no mere soldiers, but masters of the blade. Day is clock! Day is clock! Yeah, fuck them elves. Nice. And then we've got Ibram Gaunt. Let's have a look here. More honour being heaped upon the regiment. Gather close, wardens of the road. There is no vaulted chapel this night, no incest, no choir. Only no incense, not incest. No incense. No choir, only smoke upon the wind and the red ruin of Tor Anrock behind us. Let the shattered stones of the tower bear witness. I, Chicken Detonator, first apostle Saint Chicken, do call forth Ibram Gaunt. Step from the ranks, veteran. You have stood where the press was thickest, when the elven Lothern Sea Guard advanced in glittering array, their prince and general at their fore. It was you who did not yield the road, while others faltered beneath the charge of cavalry and the shriek of arrows. You gathered the veterans, steel-clad, unbroken, and advanced, not in haste, not in fury, but in faith. Faith in Saint Chicken. Faith in your brothers. Faith that the road must be held. Before the tower of Tor Anrock, upon that blood-slick passageway, you led the veteran company into the sea guard. Pike met shield, halberd bit through mail, and your voice rose above the din, steady as a temple bell. The elven prince fell before your captain's blade, and half his proud regiment was cut down beneath your advance. The road was not merely cleared, it was consecrated. It was your constancy under fire, by your discipline in the push, and by your unwavering devotion to the closest cause, you have earned not rest, but greater burden. Therefore, upon this field and without delay, I do name you champion of the road wardens of the yoked host, defender of the passageways, keeper of the marching column, shield of the northward advance, and further, for the golden arc of your glaive that shone through helm and banner alike, and for the holy convection that stands your arm, I grant you the honorific, the gilded glaive of Saint Chicken. Bear it not as ornament, but as oath. You are the edge that guards our march. You are the standard by which the veterans shall measure themselves. You are the proof that faith, tempered by discipline, becomes an unbreakable weapon. Kneel not, there is no time. Stand, Ibram Gaunt, champion. Stand, gilded glaive. The road to the citadel of Meridia lies open because of you. And when we join with our brothers to the north and press toward the world's edge mountains, it shall be under the watch of your blade. Wardens, behold your champion. Now reform ranks, we march. Dare's clock! Dare's clock! Dare's clock! I love it, man. I love it. Amazing. Great to see so many champions of chat being recognized for their honors and their deeds. Amazing. There we go. I love it, Commander HHL. It's really cool, man. For the cloister! Yeah. I love it. For the Saint Chicken. For the cloister. Azalea's Experiment. Thank you for the super chat, man. I'm back with homemade nachos and whiskey. What did I miss? I mean, there was a massive amount of beef with GW charging £180 for a tournament per ticket, basically. But it was already a lot. They were charging £125 for the tournament, and then you had to spend £54 to actually get into the venue, which I suspect GW didn't realize, or they wouldn't have charged so much to their event. But too late now. They've already done it. So, other than that, we've been all right. Yeah. John Mertens. Morning, do you think that if Helens fails, we might see an exit of the old heads? Yeah, 100%. I think the only people you'll see at that point are... I think you'll see new people. But I think in terms of the old heads, I think the only ones you'll see are the ones that just... who are unreasonable. I don't think 11th edition will fail. Like I've no reason. I've not seen anything to do specifically with 11th edition that I would say would cause it to fail. But if 11th edition did fail, hypothetically speaking, I think the only people who would stay would be those that are just unreasonable. Because it's getting like to the point where like I'm not going to get into it. We've already had a lot of beef, but it's getting to the point where it's like, what is the selling point of this fucking game? Because like in the nicest possible way, really good lore that was written like 30 years ago that's still holding up the entire franchise doesn't really count. And you know, it's certainly not the fucking game system because we know there's better versions of it. So yeah, I think at that point you'll see people who will take a break, but I don't think you'll see people. I think. Even if 11th edition fails, it does not mean GW fails. I think GW absolutely could win people back. Easily could. I think because we've seen it before, because wargames are very reasonable. If 11th edition fails and GW saves it with 12th. Yeah. 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 And that but then if 12th fails, then they're done. Yeah, there's no two ways about it. I think if 11th edition fails, and again, we're speaking in huge hypotheticals here. We should not speak in such manner that we assume it's going to fail. But if 11th edition fails, GW will just have to open the pocketbook. They'll have to get out the checkbook, and they will have to basically write some very large checks to try and poach some very talented games writers. Like that's how they'll do it. That's what they'll be forced to do. And then they'll bring in then they'll that's what they'll have to do. Games Workshop it's that they could be incredibly ruthless when they want to be. There's no doubt in my mind that if 11th edition flopped, there's no doubt in my mind that GW would basically, you know, suddenly all of the shit that they've let slide internally for a long time, you know, some of the political bollocks that's been going around, some of the stances that have been taken, all this kind of shit. I have no doubt in my mind that those people, no matter what their political beliefs were, who weren't carrying their weight, would be gone. They'd scythe through them. They'd clean house. And then they would open the checkbook and just bring in all of the, you know, whatever it costs, bring in all the talent. And that's how they'd fix it. I have no doubt that would be the case. But then if they don't, the question is, if they didn't do that, I think then they're scuppered. Yeah. Yeah, as serious as 11th fails, you'll see GW CEO fall. Yeah. God, I almost hope it fails now. I mean, I don't. but I know what you mean. Like in the night, like I hope that it can just be successful without the. It can be not successful necessarily from like a financial point of view. Obviously, that would be great, you know. But what I mean is, it could be successful for the right reasons without the need to go through that brutal process. Like it definitely is a little cope worthy, but I do think that they've basically got their best people working on this right now. That's what I'd like to believe. However, that sentiment to me smacks. It smacks of cope. And it reminds me, and we're not a political channel, but this is a current affairs example, which I think is relevant to this example. It reminds me at the beginning of the Ukraine-Russia war. And there was a lot of, obviously war is terrible, of course, and there was a lot of difficulties on both sides, but there was quite a lot of clear like incompetence and failures on some of the Russian side. Things like, you know, the long columns of tanks that all were running out of fuel and getting traffic jammed and all this kind of stuff. And there was this, for those that were either running defense for what Russia was doing or were pro-Russian in this particular instance, or who were trying to find an explanation for how these quite large military failings could happen. One of the rumors that, explanations, cope, that went around was, well, they're not sending their best stuff in first. What they're doing is they're sending all the shit stuff in first to like absorb all of the like Ukrainian like power. And then once the Ukrainians exhaust themselves, they'll send their good stuff in. And this is something that sounds plausible if you're an armchair general, but obviously is complete bollocks, because this isn't a video game. And actually, ironically, in most video games, if you've played anything like Total War, you'll realize that that's bollocks. You have your best troops at the front because you need to hold that line. Like in Total War, for example, you need to storm that city, as it were. So it's obviously total cope. Now, the reason why am I using this example? Well, I have just myself said, oh, well, maybe the reason why all these other problems that have happened with Games Workshop, with things like some of the Horus Heresy 3.0 problems and Age of Sigmar 4.0 problems, and maybe some of the some of the other like things that have happened, like Lord of the Rings and like Warcry, Underworlds, and you could even argue to a lesser extent Blood Bowl. But I do think that is a lesser extent. I think that's old heads getting pissed off. But new head, that's still important. But I think to a lesser, but you've got all these examples of games which haven't done well. And, are we now saying, well, GW's just saving their best for 40K? Well, again, if you take a moment to analyze that, it doesn't make sense. Because why wouldn't GW want to put their best foot forward in every product that they sell? Why wouldn't they have put their best on Heresy 3.0, for example? Why wouldn't they put their best on Lord of the Rings and all this kind of stuff? So there is a chance that they have put their best. The reason why a lot of things have been going a bit squiffy in the last 12 to 18 months has been because their best team, their best people, are focused on delivering 11th edition. And so the B team and C team and D team have been put in charge of creating these other games and delivering them. There's of course, that is possible. Not everyone, not the best people can't be everywhere at once, of course. But it does smack of cope. It does. But again, I hope 11th edition is successful. I am waiting for a solitary crumb of information that would indicate to me that would be the case. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Oh, we didn't show the pictures off for the cloister, I realised. Nice. Squark looking very dapper. Love it, man. That's cool. And then we've got Ibram Gaunt, champion. That's cool, man. That is cool. Yeah. Grinding off his armor whilst the halberd presses forward. Yeah. That's cool, man. Yeah, yeah. Nice. Yeah. All right. Shall we finish? Ooh, I don't know if I've got time actually. Whoa. I don't know if I've got time. Might have to discuss it tomorrow, chat. It has been a lot. It's already been a 6.5 hour stream. Let me have a look. Yeah, we might have to leave it until tomorrow because I don't really want to rush this. And but I don't really want to have a really late night either. 1 minute. I just got a message from Simon. There we go. Cool. Yeah, so I messaged Simon, are we doing a game this week? And Simon's a travel agent. And obviously there are a lot of holidays that go to Dubai. So he's a bit busy this week. So I don't think we'll be doing one. Not to put too fine a point on it, but yeah. Okay, well, that means if I'm not filming with Simon, I can do this now. Because it doesn't matter if I go to bed a little bit later. I'm not going to be knackered for a battle report. All right, that's what I was checking. All right, gentlemen, let's end this stream on a good note. Let's have a look. And give me a second to get some things set up. Maybe that's not right, actually. Okay, I was going to do... I was going to include Rogue Trader, but I genuinely can't find, like, a proper launch box for Rogue Trader. It seemed like there was an Imperial Space Marine, like, box, but not, like, a joint launch box, as it were. So, I think we'll start from 2nd edition. When it became Warhammer 40k, not Rogue Trader. I think that's, yeah. Yeah, 2nd edition starter set seems to be... There was an Imperial Space Marine box, but there wasn't a joint box. Okay. All right. So, let me get these basically set up. Cool. That's a bit small for the picture. That's perfect. Okay. That'll do. That's a little small. But I think it's all right. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. Might just be easier to do. Yeah, this one.
So let's take a look at the
old Allspecs Tactics. It's a good lad. Or maybe Chapter Master. We sort of already used this one. Yeah, we'll use Chapter Master Barak.
The hype.
Okay. It's kind of be good to have the two bits side by side, but that'll do. Okay, so this is my nice, fun little video that I wanted to have at the end of the whole thing. It's a nice, fun little bit. We'll end the stream on a fairly neutral note. We'll just have a nice one to see us out. I'm just going to try and get one last stab at trying to get this to work. Okay, yeah, that'll do. Okay, yeah. Yeah, cool. All right. There we are. So we've got a nice nice little one to end the stream on. A nice little video, nice little stream topic to end on, which I actually have been wanting to do this all day today, because when it popped into my head, I thought it would be a really good video to like, I thought I could do it as a pre-recorded one, but I thought it'd be better to stream highlights so I could get some interactivity from chat and a little bit of see your like reaction to it. So here we go. Gentlemen, I've had an idea for a fun thing that we can all do together on stream, which is, why don't we have a look at the Warhammer 40k starter sets through the ages, from the first one to one that hasn't even come out yet, which is the 11th edition one. And we can simply just, looking at the contents, give them a bit of a thumbs up, bit of a thumbs down. What do we like about them? What do we don't like about them? We'll try and get some costs related with it if we can. But generally, it's more just to see how these things have changed over time. Because sometimes that can be really good for getting perspective. And we cover a lot of beef, and this feels like a more, I don't know, a more chill video. One that allows us to just not worry about beef or hype or salt or anything like that. We can just have a nice chill one. So let's dive right into it. And the first one I've got here feels like a bit of a cop-out. I know, not a strong start. I'm already making excuses. But the first one that I found was this one. So it's Imperial Space Marines for Rogue Trader. Now, I did do several whole minutes of Googling to try and find a Rogue Trader starter set, but I couldn't find it. So I don't know if my Google foo is lacking or if it never actually existed. But when I say starter set, I'm talking about like a two-sided starter set where you get like Space Marines and somebody else. It's always going to be Space Marines, right? But where you get like two different factions in a starter set that you could split. Now, I couldn't find one for Rogue Trader. Every time I searched for it in those several long minutes that I tried, it just came up with Imperial Space Marine box, but I could be wrong. So if anyone knows of an actual starter set, please take a look. But this is what you got in your Imperial Space Marine box for Rogue Trader. You got 17 sprues of highly detailed, hard styrene plastic components with enough pieces to construct 30 marine models. These include heavy weapons, operatives, and missile launchers and flamers, as well as personality models, whatever that might mean. And the sprues are kind of cute. You've got legs and you've got arms, and there's a body knocking around here somewhere, and you've got the missile launcher there. So it's kind of funny how they have like 17 sprues for 30 Marines, because how they did things back in the day was basically like one sprue would cover either one specialist or would cover like two basic bozos. So if we take it as read that this was our starter set, what do we think? Jason Wayne says, no, there's no Rogue Trader starter box. Rogue Trader didn't have one properly, I believe. Fair. Well, I'm going to say, obviously, it's a bit of a grainy picture. It's the best I could do. But I think, personally, it's more of, because this isn't a proper starter set, it's a little harder to judge. But I think it's all right. Yeah. I think the artwork on the front is kind of badass. I think the fact that you get a Marine per sprue is actually really good, because you got to think, like, even though this isn't a starter set, if this is your first entry into Warhammer 40k, you've got to think like, okay, I've got literally all the parts I need are on this sprue. Excellent. Easy to build, and minimal instructions really needed. And considering that this was the very first foray of Citadel Miniatures /GW, I think it's a good stab. The models are damn crude, though. I mean, this guy, look, I mean, they're all weirdly, like, hunched over, and, like, I'm not entirely sure what the hell this guy's even doing. Like, so the model quality, I'm not gonna lie, is bad. Like, it is pretty bad. But, the ease of build, and sort of the sprue ergonomics is definitely there. And hey, look, individual plastic space brews, you can 60p each. So you could buy 2 Marines for 30 pence a pop. Now, to be fair, that is 1987 prices, so that's probably a little bit different. But you know, a specialist is on his own is 60 pence. 2 basic bozos, 30p each. 2 on a sprue for 60p. Yeah. So, yes, the models are derpy, but overall, if you bought that box set as your first foray into it, you might end up with some derpy Marines, but you would find it relatively easy to build them and get cracking and playing with them and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Cool. Is it 30 guys for £10? Is that the... I mean, I guess that makes sense, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. So, yeah, that's pretty solid. But let's move on. I mean, I'm gonna give it a thumbs up. There's gonna be a whole solid. Is it 2 thumbs up, 1 thumbs up, no thumbs up, 1 thumbs down, 2 thumbs down kind of vibe. Yeah, I'm gonna give it just a solid thumbs up. As starter sets go, it's fine. You could get yourself some Marines and have a few games with it. Yeah. Let's move on now to the first proper box set. This absolute Giga Chad, this absolute beast of a box set, which still, in so many ways, soldiers on. We have the second edition box set. Now, I'm going to say straight away, this is obviously, we can't even really compare this to the old one because this has got rule books in it and everything. But look at that beast. It's absolutely chocker. So in terms of models, you get, I believe it's 40 of these monopose Gretchen, which are still beloved to this day. It is a prerequisite of so many painting channels who are starting out and making a name for themselves to get a bunch of these old retro grots and paint them up, trying to recreate some of the old styles, but with modern paints and all that kind of stuff. So... yeah. So you get 40 grots, you get 20 boys, I believe, and you get 20 Marines. These are all tactical Marines. Looks like you get a couple of 10-man squads, so I can see a couple of missile launchers there, a couple of sergeants, a couple of flamers, but all in plastic. The Marines are monopose, everyone's in monopose, everything's in plastic. Of course, there is the best part, which is the cardboard dreadnought, which was a legal model for the time. I'm not sure if you get away with fielding it today. But yeah, don't forget the Death Dread. Yeah, the plastic Orc Dreadnought. Oh, not plastic. Well, that bit's plastic, I suppose, a little base, but yeah. Now, I had this starter set. I am that old. I had the starter set. It was the first starter set that me and my brother had. He, of course, took the Space Marines. And he, of course, painted them up as Blood Angels, not as these Ultramarines. These ones have been done. And I had the Orcs and the Gretchen, of course, which I absolutely butchered because I was about 5 years old. But hey, I still had these models and I still remember them fondly. I don't miss them. I traded them away, sold them many years ago. But I remember them fondly for the time. I remember... doing all sorts of conversions, and each model in my army was an individual paint scheme because I didn't think that orcs were meant to look alike. Yeah, there you go. You got terrain, very true. These little cardboard, these are pop out cardboard terrain pieces, which I think my brother still has all that terrain to this day. And you got all the flamer templates and everything, and it's all of the accoutrement is basically in like cardboard. And all the models are in plastic. I mean, overall, I think this is... I mean, personally, this is still a goated box set. It's getting 2 thumbs up. It's getting an easy 2 thumbs up. It comes with models. It comes with dice. It comes with cardboard. It comes with books. It comes with terrain. And most importantly, it comes with an infinite amount of nostalgia. So, my opinion, this is getting a 2 thumbs up. What do we think, chat? Out of all the box sets, or just looking at this one standing on its own 2 feet, what's chat's hot take on this? I'm giving it 2 thumbs up. I mean, there's just some really iconic bits to this, like this guy with I remember a few years ago, GW actually re-released that model. Well, they didn't re-release it. They actually released that model as a little limited time only thing, which is kind of cool. Yeah. Yep, epic. Lot of thumbs up in chat. Love to see it. Yeah, love to see it. Now, this is, in some ways, I couldn't imagine getting that when I was a kid. Oh man, like we didn't know what the hell we were doing, but we played it. We played it. And you know what? Before we move on, I'm just gonna say, whilst the monopose orcs and Gretchen are probably a little bit dated by nowadays standards, in some ways, I do believe that the Space Marines have held up remarkably well. You see some old battle reports for this game, or new ones that are done for people who love 2nd edition and who are still playing it and making content like mini-sodes, miniscape, all that kind of stuff. And you see the way those Marines get painted up, and they can honestly still hold their own today. I don't think the Orcs and Gretchen really can do, but those plastic Marines absolutely can still hold their own. Are they peer? Of course not. Are they near peer? Questionable. But are they reasonable? Yeah. Yeah. The Marines much more so than the Orcs, I suspect. And I think it comes down to the fact that, the Orcs and the Gretchen can look a little silly. They've got like horns sticking out and all that kind of stuff. They're very squat and all that kind of stuff. The Orcs and stuff, they are actually a little derpy. But the Marines actually, it's amazing to see how right they got it the first time. It's amazing to just think, like the tactical Marine with the bolter especially, and the flamer missile launcher, bit derpy. Sergeant, little derpy, but not so bad. But the guy with the flamer and the guy with the bolter, it's amazing to see how right they got it. And the fact that I actually still have a 2nd edition Marine right here that I took to a tournament and he fit right into the modern battlefields. Yeah. There you are. So let us... this is the 11th edition box? No, but the 11th edition box will be aping this one in many ways. Let's move on to 3rd edition. I apologize, but it's a slightly grainy picture. Now, I love 3rd edition, and it's important to note that this was the birth of Mid-Hammer for what many consider to be the peak of Warhammer. And I have to admit, looking back on this now, this is... I think the 2nd edition box set was better than this one. Controversial. I think obviously this is where so many of us truly started, right? So this is where I learned to actually play Warhammer. Whilst I dabbled in 2nd edition, it was beyond my comprehension, really. My brother just told me what to do. But this was the first game that I actually understood the concept of moving, shooting, all this kind of stuff. And this one, and it's, don't get me wrong, it's great, but it's actually a very limited box set when you look at it now. The main thing that is, I think, driving this is the cover art is immortal. In fact, it's so good, this cover art, that when Black Templars got their range refresh in 9th, they actually used that for the special edition codex, and I have that codex and I cherish it greatly. But the big thing I think with 3rd edition is, and we can't really give any credit to the starter box for this, is it did simplify things a lot. And obviously simplified, not simple, is a bit of a taboo by today's standards, but I think this was a necessary simplification, not a bullshit simplification. But maybe that's just my bias. showing through. There are some people that say second edition is better than Midhammer, and I don't necessarily think they're wrong. I think it's different perspectives. But looking at the contents of the box, not getting drawn into that debate, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 plastic Dark Elder. These were the glam rocker style ones. And you get 10 Marines and a land speeder. So you're getting 40 less of the Xenos models. But to be fair, they are grots. And you're getting, I would say, an equal amount of Marines, because you are getting the land speeder over an extra 10 tactical Marines. Now, I will say this. The tactical Marines are a big step up. So these are multi-part plastic tactical Marines. They're not monopose. They're multi-part. And in many ways, these tactical Marines that you see here are not that different to the ones that exist today in 10th going into 11th. So in many ways, these Marines are a big step up in terms of posability. They're a big step up in terms of quality. And so overall, I am actually willing to give the Marine side of this a pass. I suppose it just feels like the Xenos side, it just looks like a lot less. There's definitely a jump in quality. The Dark Elder, they're all multi-part plastic. The Marines, they're all multi-part plastic. There's no silly cardboard defted anymore. The terrain is also higher quality, all round. I mean, I guess it basically comes down to quantity versus quality in many different ways. And this was a quality. This focused on quality, whereas the other one focused on quantity. Yeah. So my take on this box set is when you look at them side by side, it can seem like there's so much less in this box set. But I think when you actually get in, and your first impression is, oh, it's not as good. But as we've done, we've broken it down and got into it. I actually think this is a very good box set still. And it's also pretty cool to see how this one had Blood Angels on the front. This one had Black Templars on the front. We've not yet descended into Ultramarines everywhere. Yeah. And it's important, to note, like, this starter set, until 10th edition, everything in this starter set was still legal. So if you bought in 3rd edition, some of these models would have been with you forever. Now, obviously, the land speeder isn't, and the tactical Marines aren't long for this world, and the Cabalites have been replaced. But yeah, it's interesting to see, and the trees are amazing, and the whippy sticks are amazing. Yeah, so I think I'm going to give this one a thumbs up. Yeah. The more you dive into it, you realize it's not a bad starter set at all. Yeah. Chat, what's your take? What's your take? Good or bad? You can be absolutely biased in your opinion. This is completely subjective. I'm giving it a big thumbs up. Yeah. Double thumbs up because it'll be my first love. That's a fair point. Yeah. Some people giving it 2 thumbs up. Some people giving it 1 thumbs up. Squidface giving it wee. Yeah, I think it's. I think the big thing to notice is this was so iconic because it shifted the vibe from cartoony to gritty. Let's move over to Battle for Macragge. This was the 4th edition starter set. I'm going to be honest, this is a straight thumbs down for me. I always thought it was in the day, and I continue to think it was, continue to believe it's the case now. Yeah, Battle for Macragge, I never really understood why, when GW did like a re-release of this with 10th edition, why everyone got sticky knickers. Fourth edition was the best edition, but this was a pale imitation of the previous boxes that we've seen. We've got no full rulebook in here. No full rulebook. We've got 10 tactical marines. Bear in mind, I believe these are quite literally the exact same tactical marines that are in this box. Missile launcher, flamer, bolters, multi-part. Maybe there's been some small quality improvement there, but not enough. And you got 6 gene stealers and a handful of termagants. This is a big no-no for me. I think some of the reasons why this is so fondly remembered is the terrain, the crashed Imperial shuttle, the pilot, all that kind of stuff. So I think it's fondly remembered from like a terrain point of view. But for me personally, there's just not enough here. There's just not quite enough here. Chat, what's your thoughts? I think it's fairly easy to look at this one and go, yep, break it down. Yeah. Needs a vehicle that isn't crashed. Needs a start set, but not perfect. Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to give it 1 thumbs down. It's not tragic, but it's probably one of the, I mean, for a lot of people, nostalgia will be, but, even the box art, man, like, this box art is inferior to this and to this. Yeah. The terrain is the best bit. And maybe I shouldn't be so harsh on it, considering, even the templates are less hefty. Look at this. We've got like wimpy, clear plastic ones. Here we've got hefty orange ones. These are of a thicker plastic. These are a bit thinner and a bit wimpier. Yeah, everything about it feels a bit wimpy. Yeah. Yeah. There's there's like a few iconic bits here. Like the pilot, the crash shuttle, I'll give you that. And fair enough, there's a bunch of spore mines here as well. Sure, fuck it, whatever. But, yeah. It's a bit wimpy. Next, we have... I think this is probably the best one of all time. Yeah. This was a huge box set. Yeah, I think this is the GOAT. I think this is absolutely the GOAT. Assault on Black Reach. 5th edition box set. You got a captain. You got a Space Marine captain. You got 10 tactical marines. Now, I believe these were monopose. The sergeant certainly was. They were snap fit. So they were limited, the tactical marines, but they were limited, but they were pretty well detailed. Yeah, they were limited, but they were pretty well detailed. And then you got 5 Terminators and you got a Dreadnought. Now, in my opinion, this is probably the most up until this point, the most generous Space Marine showing we've seen in any box set. The first one had 20 tactical marines in it. Then we went down to 10 tactical marines and a land speeder. Then we went down to just 10 tactical marines. Now we're up to 10 tactical marines and Terminators and a Dreadnought, and we've got a captain. And then on the Orc side, we've got 20 boys and 5 knobs and a war boss and 3 death copters. That's a very generous showing there as well. I mean, that's back on form. That's as generous as you would see in 2nd edition, right? Sure, we've not got 40 grots, but instead of 40 grots, we've got a war boss, death copters, and knobs. I say a trade well worth it. Well worth it indeed. We've got some fantastic templates as well. We're on the big chunky ones again, not the wimpy ones. and they're in a nice, cool, tactical green color. Love that. And the whippy sticks are there. And we've got a full-size rulebook. Full-size rulebook and an introductory booklet. This is, if I was a Gene Stealer cultist, I'd be giving this 3 thumbs up. Yeah, I don't think there's any denying this one. Yeah. 10 out of 10. Yeah. Morning Glory, I'm debating on playing between 3rd and 5th edition. Which would you recommend? I'd go, is it between 3rd and 5th? Can I suggest 4th? If I can't suggest 4th, then I would suggest 3rd. 5th is good, but the problem with 5th is that it's where some of the spam started coming in. Like, you could take like 3 Lehman Rusted in a single heavy support choice. Squadrons, stuff like that started coming in. So even though I would suggest 3rd. 5th is probably better from a core rules perspective, but 3rd is better from armies not getting a bit ridiculous perspective. Yeah. There you are. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it just got crazier in 5th, exactly. So yeah, but 5th is great. The box set itself is great, and to be clear, there's not much between 3rd and 5th. They're both fantastic games. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. But let us move on. Now next, I have to say I have a particular soft spot for this one. This is Dark Vengeance. Now everyone does love the Black Reach one. Everyone does love the Black Reach one, but I have to say I have a particular soft spot for this box set because I think it was it was a pretty chocker one. You got 10 Tactical Marines again, staple. Always get your 10 Tactical Marines, and you get your 5 Terminators, which are good, and you get a couple of characters. So you're actually getting an extra character over the last one. Instead of a Dreadnought, you are getting 3 bikes. But considering that this featured the Dark Angels and not the Ultramarines, I actually think that's a perfectly valid trade. Yeah. This is the 6th and 7th. And this box set was so good, it did for 6th and 7th edition. On the Chaos side, so it's kind of cool to see not Xenos, but I think this is the first time that Chaos made an appearance in a box set. On the Chaos side, we have got 2 characters. You've got the Lord here, and then you've got the Dark Apostle here. You have 5 Chosen. So not just Spacemen, but 5 Chosen. And then you've got 20 of the best cultist Games Workshop ever made. And a Hellbrute. I think Dark Vengeance was absolutely a worthy successor to Assault on Black Reach. Personally, I see no quantity or quality drop between this. No quantity or quality drop whatsoever. In fact, I would say I see a quality increase. I mean, these Terminators here are proper, unique Deathwing sculpts. This guy's got the cool wings on his head. He's got a tabard. All of these Dark Angel Marines, their shoulder pads are embossed, so they're not painted on or transferred on. They're actually embossed, proper Dark Angel shoulder pads. Likewise with these bikers. So the quantity didn't drop, and the quality actually went up. So whilst I think Assault on Black Reach is very, 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 very fondly remembered, as controversial as it might be, I actually think Dark Vengeance as a starter set was probably superior. It was probably better. I mean, bear in mind that even the Tactical Marines came with better equipment. These ones come with a missile launcher and a flamer. The Sergeant's got a bolt pistol and chainsaw, whatever. These ones came with a plasma gun, a plasma cannon, and a sergeant with a plasma pistol and chainsaw. I mean, that's actually a good loadout. Did you get 3 characters for the Dark Angels? You might have done. You actually got 3 characters for the Dark Angels. You got a captain with a sword, you got a librarian, and you got a chaplain. Yeah. Maybe the chaplain was just in 7th. I can't quite remember. But however you slice it, this was definitely not a quality decrease. It was definitely a quality increase, and the volume of models you got was good. I personally believe the only reason Dark Vengeance is not remembered more fondly is because 6th and 7th edition as a whole were utterly dog shit. But the box set itself was not a bad box set. Was not a bad box set at all. Yeah. So I think, unfortunately, Dark Vengeance caught a few unfair strays. But to me, I think if you're looking at this from a analytical, objective point of view, I think that Dark Vengeance was probably a better box set. Controversial, because but that's not to say Black Reach is bad. Black Reach is still very, very good. Now, then we get into the era of New Hammer. So we've had very old Hammer, and then we've had Mid Hammer, 1, 2, 3, 4, and now we get into the era of New Hammer. So 6th and 7th edition were terrible. They nearly killed the company. GW had to come out the gate swinging with a new edition, and they did so with 8th edition. If 8th edition hadn't landed, I'm quite confident that we wouldn't have 40k as we know it is today. It probably would have died. 8th edition Dark Imperium box set. This is a chunky box. Now, bear in mind, this was the first launch of the Primaris. Now, again, this box set was kind of mired in a little bit of drama because a lot of people are like, fuck Primaris, firstborn for life. You know, I still have that mentality. But overall, there's a good volume of plastic in here. We've got intercessors. And I think 10 intercessors, 10 intercessors. These are 2 unique 5-man squads. But obviously, if you bought repeats, they were monopose. So if you bought repeats, you would end up with some of them looking very similar. A squad of 5 Hellblasters, 3 Jumpy Dudes, and 4 characters, which is interesting because there's rumors for lots of characters in the new box set. 11th, yeah. And on the Death Guard side, we've got 1, 2, 3 characters. We've got 7 Plague Marines, 20 Pox Walkers, and a Bloat Drone. So obviously this is a 0 out of 10 box set because there's no whippy sticks. But no, truthfully, there's no real downsides to this box set. I think it's a very, very, very solid box set. I think the quantity of plastic is there. I think the quality of plastic is there. I think this is and it came with a full rule book as well, and then lots of gaming accoutrement and everything. Yeah, I think the only issue, I'm not going to give this 2 thumbs up. The only issue I have with this box set is repeat purchasability. Like this box set, you're not going to buy more than 1. Because you don't need more than 1 of each one of these characters. You don't need 2 left. You don't need, you don't really need 2 lieutenants, but you're getting 4. If you bought 2 of them, you'd have 4 fucking lieutenants. And then you start getting into the issue that all of these models are monopose. So, yeah. So, for me, This box set is good, but it severely lacks repeatability. This one, maybe you could argue, you know what? Maybe you could argue this one had a similar problem. You could argue this one had a similar problem. Blackreach definitely didn't have that problem. Yeah, I'm going to reevaluate my previous stance. I think Assault on Blackreach is just going to go above Dark Vengeance, because I think that Assault on Blackreach has better repeat purchasability over Dark Vengeance, which makes it a better deal for the wargamer. I think Dark Vengeance is good, but has less repeatability. And I think Dark Imperium is worse than both of them because it has terrible repeatability. Yeah. Yeah, so I didn't take that into account earlier. But if you look at the other, this one is just bad. This one's got okay repeatability, but this one's got okay repeatability, but not, you know, at that point you're getting 80 Gretchen. So Blackreach, I think, is the strongest one because you could just buy multiples of them and not really be hampered by doing so. Yeah. Yeah. That's why Assault on Blackreach is the best, because it has multiple purchasability. All right, moving on. We have got Indomitus. This is a very, very powerful box set back in the day. Very, very powerful. So this was the 9th edition box set. This came with the Assault Intercessors. It came with a Chaplain. It came with 3 Blade Guard veterans. It came with 2 other Space Marine characters, I believe. I think it's like 4 characters. You've got a captain, lieutenant, chaplain, 5 characters. I think it's that 5 characters. Yeah. So you've got captain, lieutenant, maybe the other way around, chaplain, judicar, and ancient. And then you've got 3 of the Gravis Melty Boys, 3 of the Blade Guard, 10 Assault Intercessors, and 3 Outriders. Frankly, from a Space Marine point of view, this is a weird... I mean, it's all right. People were really excited for this box when it came out. Looking back on it now, there's certainly a great volume of plastic. Certainly a great volume of plastic. You've got 10, 16, 21 Marine Infantry, 24 Marine models. A lot of characters as well. On this side, you've got 20 warriors, 6 Scarab bases. So that's 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36 Necrons and a vehicle as well. So there's a great quantity of plastic here. But I'm gonna give it a meh result. With the benefit of hindsight, the meh result. Reason being, poor repeatability. Terror. I mean, there's 0 reason to buy more than one of these. And secondly, and this might seem a bit harsh, but I'm not a fan of Necrons being in a starter box. Necrons are... Don't get me wrong, I love Necrons. I think they're a cool faction, but it's nowhere near as easy sell as Tyranids. And even Orcs to a certain degree. They're just... it's a slightly... You got to think, explaining this to an outsider, how easy is it to explain? Marines versus Tyranids is super easy. Humans v bugs. Yep, cool, on board. Don't need to explain it. But, oh, are they robots? Well, actually, no, they're not robots technically. They were organic and they've gone through this, like, they become like biotransfer and blah blah blah. Yeah, like it's, to me, I think it's a little kooky. It's cool, but in comparison, like, it's the same reason why I'm kind of harsh on this one. Like it's fine, but it's a bit of a weird one. Like, hey, it's humans versus space gimps. Okay. This one is better because this one would be better, but it's just such a low volume of plastic, it doesn't get a pass. This one's easy. Yeah, it's humans versus aliens. Okay, cool. Yeah, got that. Yeah. Robo zombies, yeah, but it's not, but not really, you know. Not really. Are they like Terminator? No, they're not run by an AI. Are they zombies? No, not really. Do you know what I mean? It's just, it's not a bad box set. It's a solid, it is far more niche than Humans v Bugs. You can disagree on me saying, you can disagree, maybe I'm being a bit harsh, but I think I think we can all agree that it is a more niche. It is a more, Necrons are a more niche antagonist in this box set. Yeah. Then we have, it's a little small. That's what she said. Then we have Leviathan. I mean, this might sound somewhat controversial. I actually think this is probably one of the best box sets GW ever put out. Fantastic repeatability. There's only one or two characters on each side. You've got Sternguard veterans in here. And you've got tactical Terminators. And you've got Bernie dudes. And you've got a couple of characters. I mean, the only weakness is maybe the fact you get 10 of the Bernie dudes. That is quite a lot of Bernie, I will admit. But I still think you could get 2 of these and, you and a mate could split 2 of these. Yeah. As for the Tyranid side, probably, I think the Tyranid side is utterly goated. Absolute 10 out of 10. Yeah, the Marine side I'll give an 8 out of 10 because you really don't need that many Bernie dudes. But the Tyranid side, you could buy everything for this box set twice and use all of it. Yeah. Like, you will not complain about having 40 gaunts. You will not complain about having 6 leapers. You will not complain about having double Karn effect, or 4 big bugs. Not particularly meta, but you wouldn't complain about any of this. Yeah. Maybe double winged prime, but even then, not in the grand scheme of things. There was a time when mass warriors were a thing, and it would be a good area for you to spec into afterwards. So, yeah, I think that this is a very, very, very good box set. Pretty good repeatability. I think you could buy 2 of these. I think the Nids could definitely buy 2 of these. The Marines maybe 2, but probably. The Marine side gets a 7 out of 10 because of no repeatability. The Tyranid side gets a 10 out of 10. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, there's one too many characters on the Space Marine side because I realized there's an apothecary and a librarian and a captain, and I think there's the lieutenant, and then on the Nid side it's bug 1, bug 2. Yeah. So the Tyranid side is 10 out of 10. The Space Marine side is 7 out of 10 because you wouldn't repeat by it. Does the Space Marine side have better repeatability than Assault on Black Reach? No. Then it is inferior. Like with Assault on Black Reach, you could literally buy 3. Or even 2, because you might not want the extra captain, to be fair. You only got 2 HQ slots, haven't you? But you could easily buy 3, and you could convert the captain into an extra Marine or something, like a veteran sergeant. You could easily do a bit of converty. Yeah. Now, the last one we've got is, so that's Rogue Trader all the way up until 10th edition. But what about the future? Well, basically, the box set is all but confirmed. Big shout out to Chapter Master Varak for this, and also Tactics. Both of them have covered this. What do we think? Now, we've not talked price, obviously, and price is obviously a huge make or break factor in all these things. But I'm trying to keep it more positive than anything else. I'm trying to keep it more content focused. So this is only one half. Now, there's a lot of characters in here, but what's interesting is looking back over a lot of the modern GW box sets, they've had a lot of characters. This one had 4 for the Marines. This one had 5 for the Marines. This one had 4 for the Marines. This one had 2 to 3, depending if it was 6th or 7th edition. So, you know, it being character dense isn't so bad. 10 intercessors, 5 Vanguard veterans, and 3 eradicators and a speeder. You know, it might sound a little controversial. And I know we all love to shit on Warhammer these days. But I think it could have better repeatability. I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like the intercessors, the jazzed up intercessors are, you'd be way happier with 20 of those than 20 Bernie dudes, right? Right? You'd be totally okay with 2 squads of Vanguard veterans. You'd be totally okay with the eradicators with bolters. You'd be totally okay with having 2 speeders. Would you buy 3? I don't think you'd want 30 intercessors. I mean, some mad bastard might do. These are bolter eradicators. They're bolter ones. Everything in here is new. So, whilst I wouldn't buy 2 of Leviathan for the Marines, I would potentially buy 2 of these. Yeah. I feel like you really just want 10 of them. I don't feel there's that many of them. Yeah, but you guys know I'm more of a battle line kind of guy. Yeah. Ironically, Ryan would be nice. Yeah, maybe. So this is fine. What about the orc side? So the orc side apparently has a dread. Obviously, this is the old war track. A dread, a new war track, 20 boys, 10 Gretchen, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters. I mean, obviously, we have no idea what the core rules are going to be like, but again, for me, repeatability of this, I think an orc player could get 2 of them. If you wanted to, I think you could get 2 of them. I think with a lot of these box sets, you would have to take into account that you have a lot of people who want to like sell off the spare characters. Like, you'd want to sell. If you were an orc player, you would buy 3 of these and then try and shift duplicates of some of the characters. Some of them you might want more of, like you might want more pain boys, but yeah. You could say that for a lot of this though. This one, the thing is with this one, you could repeat buy a lot of the Tyrannid side and start shifting characters, but with the Marines one, like you start shifting a lot of stuff. Like I'm shifting the 10 flamey dudes and stuff like that. This one again, this one's probably a little bit more repeatable if you're willing to sell off the characters. This one's very repeatable if you sell off the characters. This one's like infinitely repeatable if you sell off the characters. This one is very, very repeatable, yeah. So looking at this, I feel like if you take character selling into account, for the orc side, certainly 2. Possibly 3. For the Space Marine side, certainly 1, possibly 2. Depends how good those. I mean, if they bring intercessors out with proper helmets, I think I'd be tempted to scoop a fuckload of them up. I would be, truth be told. Chat's not feeling it, but chat, are you not feeling it because you just hate 11th edition, or are you not feeling it because you're actually not feeling it? Yeah. 20 boys with mixed weapons. I mean, Wizardland Forever, I think it's a safe bet to say that if 11th edition is following the policy of 10th edition, what will happen is Orc boys will come with a fixed loadout. You'll get 10 boys, which come with a knob with a big axe, a single boy with a shooter, with a big shooter, and then you'll have 3 boys with shooters, and 5 boys with choppers, and that will be your fixed loadout. Is it 11? No, it's only 10. Knob, big gunner, 3 little gunners, 5 choppers. Yeah. The weakest part is probably the limiting of the orc kit is, yeah. And we don't know what the box art is for it as well. My take on this is I think based purely on the models inside, I think you could get a couple of on the orc side, you could definitely get a 2 or 3 buys out of this. You might just want to shift a bunch of the characters. Yeah. It's very character heavy, but it's very character heavy, but that's not actually unusual. Because again, if we look, this one had 1, 2, 3, 4 Space Marine characters. If we look at this one, 5 Space Marine characters and 1, 2, 3, 4 Necron characters. Look at this one, 4 Space Marine characters, 1, 2, 3 Death Guard characters. Look at this one, 7th edition, 3 Dark Angel characters, 2. I mean, this one's all right. This one's okay, especially if you take into account the 6th edition version, which was 2 characters on each side. So yeah, I think if we just stick to Newhammer, they've been stuffing these motherfuckers with characters for 3 editions now. Yeah. Wizardland Forever, also Gretchen starter set, doesn't feel right to me. How dare you? How dare you? Wash your mouth out with soap and water. I think some people are being a little harsh on this one. I guess the big question is, is it an improvement over Leviathan for either half? Let's have a look. Leviathan, 10 flamey dudes versus 10 intercessors. I'd rather have the intercessors. 5 Stern Guard versus 5 Vanguard. Well, equals pequals. We'll give that equals pequals. 5 Terminators versus 3 Eradicators. Okay, gotta give that to the Terminators. 1 Ballistus Dreadnought versus 1 Speeder. I'm not a fan of the new Speeders, so I'm going to have to give that to the Ballistus Dreadnought. 4 characters versus 4 characters equals pequals. So from a Space Marine point of view, I think it's better on the Intercessors, equal on the Veterans, equal on the characters, worse on the heavy and the vehicle. So overall, I think it is weaker in 2 areas, equal in 2 areas, and better in 1 area. I'm probably gonna say the Leviathan was slightly better, but you know what, I'm just gonna give it equal. I'm gonna give it equal because I really truly believe it's so much better to have more Intercessors than more fucking Bernie bastards. This counts for 2 plus points in my mind. So I think the Space Marine side is equal. The Orc side, $20 boys versus 20 termagants. Equal. 10 grots versus 10 neurogants. Probably equal. Grots are probably more useful than neurogants, but in terms of volume of plastic, probably equal. No barb gaunts. Well, barb gaunts versus no barb gaunt equivalent. 2 big things versus 2 big things. Von Ryans and 2 characters versus 5 characters. I think I have to give it to the Tyranid side. I feel like I have to give it to the Tyranid side. The Orc side is very padded with characters. I think... Yeah, 5 characters so front-loaded, it's obvious they want you to buy repeats to this. Yeah, that's what's going through my mind as well. GW is obviously wanting this to be a starter, and then... It makes sense. GW wants this to be a starter, and then they want you to go and buy the individual kits. Because when you think about it, the individual kits make more profit for GW than you buying multiples of these. Obviously, that'll never work, because people will just buy... people will just be they'll buy one of these and then they'll just buy shitloads of secondhand ones off eBay. Yeah. Yeah, 5 characters, only 3 units to lead, unless you can have multiple characters join a unit, of course. Yeah, I think it's a good start for an Orc army, but I believe that this is a better start for a Tyranid army. Yeah. I think the Tyranid side is just slightly better. Like, Tyranid side 10 out of 10, I'll give this an 8 out of 10. Marine side, I give both a 7 out of 10. Yeah. That's my take. That's my take. Chat. Oh well, let's do a summary. So, in summary, derpy, cool, but not a real start set. 2 thumbs up. Easy peasy. Full of models, full of goofy shit. Great all round. Can't complain. Fine, but a bit weird with Dark Elder. And whilst, when you dig into it, you're getting a similar volume, but overall, probably first impressions are a bit weird. But better quality in terms of the models you're getting, for sure. All multi-part. Terrible, probably the worst one they ever did. Assault on Black Reach, 20 out of 10. 100 out of 10. Has never been surpassed. Solid. Decent repeatability. Did well through 6th and 7th. Overshadowed by the reputation the rest edition has, but really a perfectly good box set. Not quite as good as Black Reach, but still very decent in its own way. Decent, just poor repeatability, unfortunately, with the characters, unless you're willing to sell a bunch of those off, and then It's all right. Not a fan, personally. I feel way too character loaded and a bit niche for the Necrons. Leviathan, very strong. Actually, probably the only new Hammer starter set we've had that could contend with Dark Vengeance or Black Reach. And the new one is fine. Orcside's a little too character heavy, but other than that, it's all right. Yeah. There you go. All right. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below or in live chat if you're here right now. What is your favorite box set out of all the ones that we've seen? I think I have to give it to Black Reach. There's nothing... I have to give it to Black Reach, even though I really am a big fan of the Dark Vengeance one. I really am. My top 3 would be Black Reach, Dark Vengeance, Leviathan. That'd be my top 3. Black Reach was just so good. The thing about Black Reach is every unit in it is iconic. Tactical Marines, Terminators, Dreadnoughts, Orc Boys, Knobs, and the Deathcopters. Every single model in that box set is utterly iconic. It's an amazing deal. And great repeatability. I might ask AI if it can give me the price of each starter box. Launch box for 140k. It hasn't quite got... I might have to do it via ChatGPT. It's not... Google hasn't quite done it. Give it a second to search. Oh, great. It's told me the contents, but... Oh, no, here you go. So, first edition... it said rough approximate, no official source price available, but rough approximation of £15 for 10 to £50 for the Marines. Did not launch the modern starter box. Fair enough. Second edition, it said based on secondary sale receipt anecdotes, it was £30 to £40. Third, fourth, and fifth edition were sold between £40 and £55. I mean, that's amazing. I mean, how much was Assault on Black Reach? How much was Assault on Black Reach when it released? £40. Wow. Wow. £40 for 10 Tactical Marines, Terminators, box not on a captain. They knew how. That was alongside Battle for Skull Pass, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah. So Assault on Black Reach, very good. 8th edition launch set. 6th edition, I know was £60 because I was there. 8th edition, Dark Imperium box set, 80 quid. Not bad. 9th edition, Indomitus box set, £125. 10th edition, Leviathan box set, £150 at retail, I believe. Yeah. So you can see, wow, it's gone up a lot, hasn't it? Even between 8th and 10th. 8th was 80 quid. 10th was 150. Basically doubled in six. They doubled the price of the launch box in 6 years. And let's have a look at that. So this was 70 quid. And this was double. Is it worth it? Very debatable. Very, very, very fucking debatable on that one. In fact, not even debatable. No way. Difference 6 years makes. This was 7. This was 80. This was 150. Yeah, no, it's not. That's 6 years. That's not like, oh, we're looking back at Assault on Black Reach from 20 years ago and it's 40 quid. Do you know what I mean? No, well, yeah, we're getting into a different topic. So taking price into account, I look much more favorably on Dark Imperium now. But understand this box set had to be priced exceptionally well because GW was going to go under if it didn't succeed. GW, when they're on their knees, give us a decently priced box set. GW, when they're at their peak, gouges. Yeah, that's what we're seeing here. And this was £65. 60 to £65. And this was 40. Wow. Yeah, when you take price into account, it's pretty night and day, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, top three. Based on that, I'm adjusting my top three. Assault on Black Reach goes at the top because it is just the GOAT. After that, I'm definitely putting Dark Imperium from 6 or 7. Dark Vengeance, sorry. And then after that, I'm putting Dark Imperium. Yeah. I'm taking Leviathan out of the top 3 slot, boys. I'm taking Leviathan out of the top 3 slot. I'm sorry. Looking back on it, I'm saying taking price into account, it adjusts my top 3. Black Reach is still the top because that's the top without taking price into account. Dark Vengeance, that is top as well for quality, not taking the price into account. And then the new Hammer ones battling out, I give it to Dark Imperium because it beats the other two on cost by a long way. Yeah. All right. There we go. Now let me know what you guys think. All righty ho ho. We've got a couple of super chats coming in here, and then let's wrap up. Cosmic Drew, thank you, super chat man. I found all GW board members in stream discussion. Now we know. Let's have a look.
Let me introduce.
What is this? Let's have a look.
Let me introduce you to Dr. Amon Skagerrak Frederikshaven.
Dr. Tormin Bin McMildedindinin. Crumpworth Sponglasian IV Jr.
Dr. Ninmildred Familton Dryden.
Dr. Chaz Fazel Doptenhofer.
Horace Marming Blad Wimbledon Jr.
Dr. Borgo Mubarrett Swingworth.
Dr. Milminaman Lammy Lim Swin Womley.
Let me introduce you to Dr.
Just all the evil villains. I love it. All right. All right. I'm going to we're going to wrap up. Yeah. Oh. That's GW staff. Yeah. Squawk, I'm going to pre-listen to it and then I'll play it tomorrow on the hobby stream, if it's all right. Yeah. Don't worry, it'll get played. I just want to give it a pre-listen if that's all right. But yeah. Where are we up to? That's it, guys. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. We ended up doing a big 8-hour bastard. So there we are. But it's been a ton of fun. Yeah. And we've covered a wide variety of topics. And I don't mean to alarm you, but we actually didn't have pure beef. We didn't have pure beef. We had some hype. We had some Cathay hype, and we had some old box set hype, and we had some beef with GW being unable to run a 40k tournament, hilariously. And with what was the other beef we had? Oh, price increases. Yeah. Ryan, I did the Festung Europa book at the week, literally the day I could. So if you go and look on the live streams, you'll if you go on the YouTube page, my channel, and go on the live streams, you'll see it in there. Don't worry. Tomorrow we do Cosmic, and I have got 3 50 cal machine gun teams that I'm going to be painting up. So there we are. But yeah, with all of that said, I am going to rush off because we've been streaming for 8 hours. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. And thank you so much to everyone who joined, everyone who liked, and everyone who subscribed. And of course, my thank you to everyone who supported, including all of the absolute mad bastards who took part in the beef versus hype political lobbying event. Where multiple death strikes were dropped by the likes of Poetic Terror and Sir Newbie, and we also had Glenn Lee as well. So we had, and Peter Butchins, Glenn Lee, Sir Newbie, and Poetic Terror, who all dropped. 1 minute, make sure. Peter Butchins, Glenn Lee, Poetic Terror, and Sir Newbie. Yeah, it was those 4 guys. Who all dropped death strikes like absolute crazy, mad, beautiful bastards. And I hope that both Team Beef and Team Hype were well satisfied with today's stream. All right. Tomorrow, we hobby. Thursday, we probably hobby. Friday, we chill. All right. Thank you for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.